respect and known characters, like Doctor Strange, Scarlet Witch, and so on. So characters that will be coming as guests in the book eventually. But that was already exciting enough to say yeah. But to me, after all these years in this business, I love what I do, and I can just sit down and draw whatever they ask me to, because this is what I like to do, drawing. But at some point, I realized that I want to work with the people that I like. This is like a summer camp to me. So I get to work with my friends, the people that I have a real bond beyond the business, the job. And I've been blessed to do that in so many books that I've done, and I wanted this one to be that way. So working with Skottie, it's something that we've talked for years, and I think it came in the right time, and I think you can tell when you read the book, you can tell that we are actually enjoying this partnership, if you want to put it that way, because we really like to work together.
You can tell, and it really comes off in the pages. I want to talk. I mean, it's okay. So the book is pitched, right? Marvel's gotten it the green light. You guys have connected, and I'm just kind of going through the history of this partnership. So the book is pitched. You got all these amazing characters. You get to work on it and start creating. Skottie, you talked about obviously Asgard being such a magical place. Tell me about the choice for New Orleans as a setting, because I mean, New Orleans, very magical city. If anybody's never been there, I mean, it's very steeped in magic.
Right. That was Humberto, we decided that at the retreat that you came into. Humberto came into one of the Marvel retreats, and at that point we hadn't yet decided where it was going to be located. Of course, New York's thrown out there because everything's set in New York, and Doctor Strange is set in New York, and the Sanctum is there. We talked about it being a hidden place in Central Park. A lot of things that were like, you got to throw out there first to kind of cross them off and say, no, that's not going to work. And it wasn't until after the retreat when I think it was after the retreat, Humberto and I had walked down to CB's office, and we were waiting for him, and it was just he and I in there talking. And I can't even remember which one of us said it, but New Orleans came up, and it right away just felt right. It felt new to the Marvel universe as far as a centralized location for a headquarters. It obviously has a lot of mysterious history of all different types. It's definitely a melting pot of culture and subcultures and a lot of mysticism. So it just kind of felt natural when we threw it out there. Of course, the next step from that was us saying we wanted to set the book in New Orleans, and we should also take a trip to New Orleans for research. Right? Which we did. And yeah. I mean, I say that jokingly, but to piggyback on what Humberto was saying, anytime that you can put a project together with people that you genuinely love outside of the construct of making comic books, but these are just your people, these are your chosen family. When you get to play pretend with your friends, it's really, really cool. And so it was a very natural thing for us to do, to get together with me and Humberto. My wife Casey came along to photograph it. Nick Lowe, Kathleen and Danny at the editorial team. We've also been friends with Nick for, Nick started at Marvel a little after I did. So I think we've all known Nick for 18 years, something like that, so it was a bunch of friends in New Orleans. At first we were like, oh, this is going to be kind of cool, and we'll have fun, and we're going to bond as a creative team. But also what it really turned out, like the stuff that you're seeing in the book, Humberto, everything, like story elements I'm putting in the book, from remembering when we were out late one night and walking back and the laughs we had in this weird building that we walked by and these courtyards that we saw. I mean, the courtyard scenario, the situation of where the school itself is, I don't think we would have been able to come up with that had we not walked the streets and been like, what is inside these courtyards? And that gave us the idea to be like, oh, I think the school would be inside there, but you wouldn't be able to see it because there's all these big gated off courtyards. And some of them are very nice and pristine. Some of them have been let go and are run down. We went through some of these like voodoo museums, and at the end there's a fortune teller, which made its way into the book. Like all of these things that we wouldn't have thought about, they came about because we actually did take this trip, and it became, I think, a pretty invaluable trip that we went on. And I think like the level of reality that Humberto is bringing from that trip and the photos that we took and inserting them into the pages of this is just, it's mind blowing. I tell him almost every day, he turns a page in every day, like clockwork. So I get like a Christmas present every day. And I told him, I'm like, I'm genuinely going to have to start making up words for beautiful and great and amazing. Like, I'm just going to have to start saying syllables because it's getting impossible to make him feel like I'm not just like copying, pasting what I said yesterday.
Speaking of your trip to New Orleans, so I'm reading issue number 1 and I'm on like page number 5 or so. And I come across this shot of, it's the French Quarter, like Bourbon Street, and I see a little gentleman. I'm going to see if the camera will pick this up.
Of course.
Right there.
Yep.
There's a guy in a hat.
Yep. That's me.
Hold on, let's get that.
Yeah, right there. That's me and editor Nick Lowe. That's Nick Lowe with me.
Oh, my God. That, like... No surprise. I mean, as soon as I got to that page, I'm like, Skottie put himself in the book.
No, I did. That's all Humberto. I'm blaming him on. I got that page in the mail today. I was like, oh, he put me in the book.
Oh man, it's like you notice it as soon as you get to that page. So I mean, God, New Orleans is just the perfect setting. I mean, especially with Brother Voodoo and all the cool characters you got in there. The characters themselves. I mean, most, if not all, of these characters are original characters. I mean, it's the children of not only Marvel heroes, but also Marvel villains. Tell me a little bit about. I mean, did you guys have a laundry list of characters like right from the bat, or did you guys work together and kind of coming up with, I think Dormammu should have a kid, and tell me about the evolution of creating these brand new characters that I gotta say are probably going to live on in Marvel-dom for a long time.
Oh, that's awesome.
So tell
it was a real mixed bag of it. Like some of them I had in my head right away. I knew that I wanted twins from Asgard. I think when I pitched to Humberto, I think I had a handful of general concepts. Twins, like kind of arrogant, cocky twins from Asgard were one of the first things that I said to him. A demon from Limbo. Obviously Emily was in my head right away. And then as we started pitching this more, right away, I knew that I wanted somebody connected to Brother Voodoo. Humberto had some really great sketches of what would become Zoe. So when he kind of really informed who she was, and then everything else. I think Doyle was, I want to say, somebody at a retreat as I was pitching it the first time at the creative retreat. Somebody was just kind of like throwing out things. Maybe Joe Quesada or somebody brought up like, "Oh yeah, I mean, who knows? Dormammu could have a kid." And then I instantly started thinking of I think alliteration in Marvel is just it's like so many characters. Peter Parker, everybody there's so many alliterations at Marvel. So, hold on. Sorry. Are you guys there?
Yeah. We're here.
All right, I had a phone call kicked me off my my computer screen.
I hate it when that happens. That happens all day.
But somebody threw out hey, who knows? Maybe Dormammu has a kid. And I was like, and I thought real quick, and I just literally wrote down Doyle Dormammu, and that name was there. Humberto, you could talk about Herman, who you brought like a kind of a Mexican folklore to the table, and really it was a collaboration. So yeah, like you could talk a little bit about that.
It's again, it's really cool when you get to create characters from scratch. I love that. I do love that. So Skottie sent me the list of characters. There were a lot of them actually, and in the first draft, he told me, well, and we will have some characters that will be appearing in the backgrounds because it's a school, so there's a lot of characters, and that we might be working with them eventually as the story evolves. And so I told him, here in Mexico we have thing. Magic is a huge thing in Mexico. It's a mystic thing, like in the movie Coco. You see the afterlife world. Well, here in Mexico, it's a big important thing, and I wanted to say a little, put up my 2 cents on this magical world that we are creating. So I told them about this. This thing we have, this wizardly thing in Mexico called the Nahuales, that it's wizards, chamanes we call them, that can turn themselves into animals. That's how the story goes. So I told them, wait, in one of those characters that you are telling me that we can put in the background, can we add a kid from Mexico that eventually might be in the story at some point, because I would like to address to that part as well, the magic, and put it out like it happens not only in the school but around the world, and eventually bring people or characters from other part of the world. Because it's when you start doing research about magic and that, then you learn that every single country had their own view and their own way of trading with magic. So that's where Herman came from. And I call it that way because I do that a lot. I hope people don't mind, but I like calling characters from my own family. So I had this. I have an uncle that died so many years ago, and it was my dad's favorite brother, and he died in an accident like a long time ago, and his name was Herman. So it was a nice way to again pay respects and share a little, because this is what we do in this book. We put a little of ourselves in this character. So I thought it would be cool to name it that way. So and I think we're gonna have more characters like him, from different backgrounds eventually come to the book.
That's really interesting how you talk about you're taking different aspects of magic from different cultures and weaving it into the story. I can only imagine we'll start seeing a lot of that in the different classes, because you got different professors that teach different classes. I mean, one of the funnest parts about watching something like Harry Potter is seeing the kids in the classroom and
Right.
witnessing how magic works for the very first time.
Right.
Talk about kind of your concepts for coming up with these different classes, and maybe some of your plans moving forward. Is the class structure going to be a big part of the story in future issues?
Yeah, there's definitely fun class stuff. One of the biggest challenges that we have faced is, like Humberto was talking about in the character creation thing, was we initially thought we were going to have like a solid 5 main characters, and then we really just came up with some other ones to be in the background and like weave in and out slightly every now and then. But as we created those other 5, like we made the main 5 and then we did 5 or 6 more. And as we did that, I think we liked them too much. and all of a sudden, it's like every page and every storyline had every character, and like you see on the cover of number one, it's all the characters. And I was like, oh my god, I think Humberto's gonna hate me now because I love every character. I love every character too much. I can't let him go. It's not.
And I do hate you. I mean, drawing 10 characters in every panel.
I solved that problem in the second arc. Now that Humberto and I have we're well into the second arc now, so I'm way more conscious with putting some characters over here and putting some characters over here and saving his hand and arm a little bit each time. But no, the class stuff is going to be fun. The school stuff, the stuff that's most I think the class stuff is really fun because it gives you a quick break from dramatic conflict. But a lot of the school aspect stuff that I really like to deal with is dynamics between new friends. I mean, these are interesting ages for people, whether you're magical or not. You're trying to find out who you are. You're trying to find out where you fit in with the social structure of school, and you feel like an adult, but you're not. And then there's also the dynamics between teenagers and adults, which is a real clash because you have one side who has been a teenager and now they are the adult and they have all the lessons. You have another side that feels like they're adults. They're not. So in a way, they think they're clashing with a peer. I find those dynamics to be really interesting, and I like to explore that a lot. So I think the school aspects that we're playing with a lot there are going to be more social structure stuff. And then where we dive in with the classes is, you're peppering in, just different ways to expand what kind of magic, what is magic? What's an economics class when you talk about magic in a school of magic? It's how many layers is that? And that's dimensional and universal and galactical.
Using all the Marvel buzzwords,
right? And so it's like you could really start thinking about because magic has cost. So economics of magic are not just about currency. It's about ethereal currency. It's spiritual currency and metaphysical currency. So these kind of things are all things that we're going to start diving into as we get a little deeper. The fun of this book though is having a cast this big. We really get to lean in for a while and let you get to know these kids.
Yeah, that's what I was going to lead to in my next question, just talking about the characters. I mean, I have my favorite characters. I love Doyle, Dormammu, love Desi Despair. I mean, do you guys have favorite characters that you like, each of you? And then are we going to start introducing new characters? Is there going to be a second class and a third class? Because this book can run forever if you think about it. I mean, every year could be a whole nother class of characters that come out. So favorites, and then maybe what more characters coming down the road?
Humberto, I'll let you take that first.
Well, it's like asking you to choose which of your children you like the most. I do like them all. That's for sure. I mean, I like Emily because we follow her story. She's like our leading character. You can tell from page one, issue one, that we're gonna follow her in some way. But what I like to, I like to draw them all, but I like the idea of how they interact to each other. How they first they start as antagonists, and then they have to evolve to work as a team, and they have to learn that even when they are not necessarily have to be friends, but they have to be a team. And dealing with being a teenager. Those how Skottie put it down, write it down when he sent me scripts. Like, this is the talking panel that I like to be. He likes me to draw all these characters just talking. I mean, no action, no nothing, just reactions, just to trying to express how they feel while I draw them. So that, I think, is the thing that I really enjoy the most. And I like Zoe because, well, she is a character that will evolve as she. I mean, I think they put out some pages from issue.
They did. They did ruin it, and
they spoiled the
they spoiled it in the preview pages of 4. Yeah,
but that's a character that was really interesting to work with, because we know, and now if you go to the to check it out, that she has a secret that nobody knows, or well, some they know, like Desi, she knows, and she let him know, but we are not aware of what's going on till issue 4, right? And so it's interesting to work on each character, like Gus, a lot drawn up, but it's huge, so we have to find ways to put him in the backgrounds and make him interact with the other kids, and but he's lovely to draw. He's such a nice, cool giant.
Yeah, I love writing Desi because I love writing a character who's seems to be learning everything, but also knows more than we know. She's a real conflicted character because of where she's from, being from Limbo, and basically spending most of her time dealing with other people's despair, and what does that do to one's psyche?
You guys can see Desi. She's in the bottom left-hand corner of this. Screen
I think I love Humberto's design for her. It's just beautiful. And I also love Eric and Alvi a lot, the Asgardian twins. I like them a lot because in some ways that's me exploring my sons. And not literally, but exploring my 2 sons in the way that they are absolute opposites. It's so bizarre to have multiple kids in your home that came from the same people and have been raised the same way, and then be so absolutely opposite in who they are. And I feel like Eric and Alvi are that. You have one that's more introverted and very an intellect, and very wants to do the thing and wants to know all the stuff and do all the things, and then you have another one that's just a ball of energy and sarcastic wit, and is more arrogant than he probably should be, but also that reaps him rewards that maybe it shouldn't, but it does. And so I think there's a lot of interesting things when you have 2 people that live in the same house, that come from the same place, and there's such stark differences. So they're really interesting. Obviously, it is impossible not to say Doyle, right? I mean, it's just like Humberto. Listen, here's what I've got to say. I sent him the descriptions for the characters. I sent Doyle Dormammu. The sketch he came back with was it. Like, it was just it. Like, in fact, I think he tried to do more, and we were all like, nope, you already did it. Like, his first sketch out of the gate was the Doyle that you all see on page 1 or whatever he shows up.
He's an evil but an adorable character. I mean, just look at he's just so cute.
Yeah, and I love him too, because obviously I love exploring dichotomy. I love exploring 2 sides of things. That's why I said the teenager and the adult, the conflict between that. There's really a lot of similarities to there, but they're very opposite. Doyle is something you think he's going to be something, or is he supposed to be something? Does he want to be that? Does he want to be something else? These all things that are happening in this one kid's mind. And Dormammu himself, the Dread Dormammu, is a mystery. What is he? Is he human? Is he able to have kids? Is this really his kid? Like, all of these things are questions. Like, how does all this happen?
They never really explore where these kids came from, and because I mean, did it take 2 people to make one of these kids, or are they just being spawned Star Wars style?
Yeah, you never know.
Maybe we'll explore that in the later years. Well, guys, we're at that point. We're going to start taking live viewer questions. There's a ton of them in there. So,
all right.
So let your questions fly in the comment section. First one comes from Tevia Smolka. Skottie and Humberto, question. I am just wondering, will Strange Academy cross over into big events like King in Black or any other Marvel event, or will this be self-contained? Any King in Black Strange Academy crossovers?
No, nope. We are this is somewhere. The answer is somewhere in the middle of the question. We are not going to be diving headfirst into any event that keeps popping up. We really have. This was a really solid plan, and this was years ago. We pitched this and started the process. So, we each had things that we had to finish up before we could dive in. So we've been cooking this for a long time, and because of the nature of the story that we want to tell, we actually have a big, definite story that we're telling, and to do that, we had to ask for some freedom to not have to tie into every 3 issues tie into an event, which they were very on board for. It's not like we had to fight for that. They agreed. But that being said, we are still tying ourselves into the larger Marvel universe as a whole. So, right now we're working on an issue where a couple characters that are in it, we are using the current modern day version of what they look like in their book and making sure that so all the offices are still go. Like we have another character as Guardian in Nature that we had to check in with Will Moss about who could be a parent for some people, and so we're still very much part of the Marvel Lattice work. And if cool things happen and we can bring it over or vice versa, we're absolutely still up for that. But we're not going to be as restrictive and as to have to jump into events if we don't feel like it fits into the narrative of what we've got going on for the grander story.
Good point. Well, here's the $1 million question. We had Tom Brevoort on yesterday, and something he mentioned was that after this King in Black issue, the massive crossover event, the Marvel universe is going to change dramatically. This is a quote from Mr. Brevoort. Did that memo get across your desk? And any plans for is it going to affect your book at all?
Is this the 3rd, 4th, or 5th change dramatically?
I know. That's kind of that should just be your at the top of your letterhead.
Marvel
changing dramatically next year.
Yeah. No, like I said, we're looped in. Everything that goes on in Marvel publishing now, we've all known for 2 years. Each one of the retreats we go up to, we are in the loop. We've been kicking around King in Black with Donnie and the whole squad for 2 years now. So there's always, by the time everybody else is getting all the information, we've all planned our building blocks accordingly. So we've got some cool, fun stuff, and the Marvel. I mean, that's going to be a big, fun story as well.
I love this question right here from Crimson Knight 700. Skottie and Humberto, if you had to take a class at Strange Academy, which class would you take?
What about you, Humberto?
I don't know. I would take whatever Scarlet Witch classes are.
Why is that?
I just want to see her, teaching. Yes, she's a powerful character and would be really interesting.
Yeah, actually, honestly, her chaotic. I forget exactly what I labeled that class, but in that first or second issue, I forget. It might be second issue when we go in and she's teaching the kids the chaotic magic, which is how to basically tear apart reality and reform it. It's pretty cool. That's a pretty cool class. Also, I'd have to go to Voodoo's zombie class because instead of dissecting frogs, he's teaching you what the undead are. That's pretty cool.
That was a fun chunk. I think it was in issue 3, where you got to actually draw the zombie class. It's not fetal pigs. It's actually zombies and stuff.
Right.
I don't know if we dodged this question earlier or not, but I want to reintroduce it. It's something that I mentioned. If this thing does run on for years, do you have ideas for future characters? Are you going to stick with the core?
No, sure. There's definitely going to be other characters who come in, and not just students, but other characters outside that will have influence on the students. Right now we have we have a pretty solid issue to issue map of the first 24 issues of this. So and beyond that, if everything goes according in that, there should be no problem by going beyond that. It's going to be pretty cool. But throughout there absolutely will be new characters coming in and out.
Awesome. I'm just rifling. I got to backtrack a lot because people have been just dropping in their questions a lot. This one comes from this even it just says sidebar. Skottie Young, Middle West is an amazing story I've ever read, and most original and powerful. I've tweeted and spoke about him. Can't say enough. So a lot of love going on in the comment section.
Thank you.
This one came in just talking about magic characters. I'm just wondering if some of them could be interacting with magic from the X-Men.
Yeah, she's a teacher at the school.
Yeah, she's been in multiple issues. Yeah.
Cool. Well, I mean, the $1 million question is, I mean, obviously the book's in multiple printings right now. Any end in sight for Strange Academy, or is this thing going to run on just for forever?
That's really a question that you all get to answer for us,
guys. I can't stress how awesome this book is. If you're not picking it up, pick it up. Pick up printing number 5, 6, 7, 8. Can't say how great it is.
I will say that we've kind of defied odds in a book like this, which is, we pitched a new book filled with brand new characters, and we've, instead of comic books usually launch and then slowly decline in sales, and we've done the exact opposite, which is almost never happens. So we have to thank you guys a lot for showing up. But anytime that you wonder how long a book's going to go on, everybody out there, like all the readers, you all have the power to answer that and make it happen, because that's all that matters is if people show up to read it, then we will show up to make it.
Yeah, well, you got to pick it up. This one comes from Bradley Tan. Hey, Skottie, as a writer and artist, what's your work process like? How'd you practice when you first got started?
Well, I'll just speak to writing for artists, because I think we all have different artistic processes, and I'll let Humberto talk about his artistic process. But I think that having been an artist for 10 years before I started writing made me understand writing for artists much better. Anytime I'm getting ready to work with a new artist, I go and I grab about 5 volumes of something they've done. Didn't really have to do that with Humberto, because I've been scouring over his pages for 20 years. So I feel like I've memorized how he works. But just to refresh myself before we started, I just flipped through 4, 5, 6 volumes of Humberto's latest work, and just kind of got in my head like a lot of things that he likes to do and the kind of panel. I mean, Humberto will tell you, like, I will say panel 4, the Humberto special, which is like the is the all these characters' heads in a line reacting to something off panel. He is the master of that. So, and you could see these really, really great tool sets that artists have when you look through their work, and it's so part of my job's done by just understanding his strengths. It makes my job easier when I start moving these characters around the board, so that the process for me really first starts with understanding what Humberto likes to do, what he doesn't like to do, some of the challenges that he wants, and then just sitting down like I have index cards, and I put a sentence per index card per page. That's the 20 pages. And then I look at those index cards and I just start scripting. Sometimes, that bounces around, but yeah, that's my writing process.
Well, I mean, that covered quite a bit. I see this one question and I got to ask about it. This comes from Fools Get Dunked. Great name, by the way. And I love this because they say, if you did a Strange Academy for villains, who would the headmaster be? Love the series so far, by the way. It's a ton of fun. Obviously, there are villains' kids going to regular Strange Academy, but have you thought about maybe doing an evil Strange Academy? Has that concept come up?
Humberto, I have somebody in mind, but who do you think, Humberto?
Who the headmaster would be?
Yeah. I
would say Dormammu.
Dormammu?
Yeah.
That's a good.
I would put it against, like,
I'm gonna answer this 2 ways. I would say Dr. Doom. But
good answer. God,
the thing that I like about what we're doing with Strange Academy is I don't think that it would that it's going to be out of left field if we have a villain come and teach or do, be the principal for a week, the headmaster, because that's what I love about Magic. Magic isn't as cut and dry, good, evil, good, bad, criminal, not criminal. Magic is messy and weird, and it all is. We've watched Doctor Strange over the years because Magic, when Jason Aaron and them, they brought in and introduced the cost of Magic and made it basically have a balance. These are interesting concepts that get murky and muddy, and it's not. Oh, and then nobody knows what to do. Not every choice is the right choice, and that's the interesting gray area of villainry, right? I think Magic doesn't have clear-cut, twirly mustache villains as maybe some of the other superhero books do. So I don't know that we would need two schools. I think that we might have a division within one school. Like if Dr. Doom came in and subbed, would that make sense? Would people freak out? Would the Avengers be like, hey, this isn't okay, So
field trips to Avengers, the new Avengers Robot Tower and all that kind of cool stuff. Oh man, my mind is spinning right now for a Dr. Doom kid in some way. And then Humberto, you would just crush that. Very much cutesy, kind of like Doyle Dormammu, but a little cute little mask.
Doom Jr.
I mean, good God. People are loving this stuff. Great question from Bradley Tan. I mean, it's just a wonderful comic book question to all creators. What are some of your favorite stories of all time? What are some of the books that you guys, when getting into the industry, kind of drew inspiration from?
Humberto, you're up.
Well, I'm a Spider-Man fan, all the way. So I would say two of them. One inspired me to be a comic book artist, and the other, I just think, is the best Spider-Man story ever told. That is Kraven's Last Hunt. Most people would agree with me about it. And the other book is Monsters Unleashed. That it is it's an actual Fantastic Four book, written by Walter Simonson and drawn by Art Adams. And that book made me decide that I wanted to be a comic book artist, because I love Art Adams' work, and I love how he drew Spider-Man and the new Fantastic Four. I mean, that concept, I loved it, and I wish once in the future we'd have the opportunity to draw a new Fantastic Four story. I want to have that in my CV. So so those two books I would say are they told me something about what I wanted to do in this business.
Awesome. Yeah, we had DeMatteis on yesterday, and we talked a lot about Kraven's Last Hunt. Skottie, any books that kind of just land in the back of your head that were just major inspirations?
Oh yeah, the whole Age of Apocalypse. The whole Age of Apocalypse pause, where the whole Marvel Universe paused, or all the X books paused for a summer and relaunched as the Age of Apocalypse books, and especially Chris and Scott's Generation Next, which I know Nick Lowe, if he's watching, will be excited because it has Sugar Man. But yeah, that whole, I just like that whole.
Is that a spoiler? Is that a spoiler, Skottie?
No, I don't think so. If I'm spoiling Age of Apocalypse, man.
No, but Sugar Man in our book, or at some point.
Ooh, we might have to put Sugar Man in. I have Sugar Man.
That's awesome. Well, guys, we got about 5 more minutes here to chat. So if anybody has any last minute questions, drop them in the chat. One thing I have to kind of wrap up my portion of this is this thing screams animated series. It screams live action series. It screams, if anything could make the jump from the page to the screen, it's this concept. Has there been any discussion? I mean, how does that work on the comic book side when they see something that they think could transition from the page to the screen? How does that work? And has there been any discussion of that moving forward? Has anybody pitched it? Because I mean, good God, with so many awesome animated stuff popping up, I mean, this could be live action. It just It seems like a no-brainer.
That's an interesting idea, and it's there's a lot of moving parts when those things happen. So who knows? I mean, I think Humberto and I could both agree that we agree with you that it would be absolutely amazing to see either one of those happen and see these characters be explored in other mediums. I will say for our part, I just love to think about these characters on the page at the moment and not get too ahead of myself on anything else. I love we make comic books and we play pretend on paper, and I think the more we're focused on that, the better that it all could be when we if and when we ever pass the baton to the next stage of entertainment.
Right, I feel the same. When we came up with this book, we just wanted to draw put it as a comic book, as how it is, and then it's decision comes from somewhere else, and but I to answer that question, I wanna believe that if they see the soul and heart put it in this book, they might like it because that's how it was built. So I would like it to happen. Yeah, I was thinking it to happen before I start drawing it. No, because I want to draw a comic book. I mean, like people ask me about some books that I've drawn, across the years, like creator-owned books that I've done before. That if any of them it will ever be not everything come, well, not everything, but some of them turn into series or movies or animation movies and that. And I told him I don't know, I never thought of them that way. I mean, I guess if somebody likes it enough, meaning executives and people with money, whoever take these kind of decisions, then it will happen. But if it doesn't, I don't really care much. I mean, I because what I want to do is to draw a comic book that you guys can pick it up every month and have fun, and that's it.
I mean, I think it's going to happen, but this has been amazing. I could talk to you guys for 2 hours about Strange Academy. There's one person I think that wants to come on and say hi, really quick. Al, if you're there, you might want to just come on and say hi. We got
I guess
Mr. Al Ewing is going to be up next. Just want to jump in and say hello.
Yeah, I guess too.
You good?
Yeah, not bad. I've got my lockdown.
I was going to say you're so
moment.
You're so clean and shaven. I haven't seen.
I looked even cleaner. I gave myself like a clean shave, and it didn't work at all. And now I'm in the middle of growing it back.
Well, it's good to see you, brother.
Yeah, good to see you too, man.
So, guys, we got Mr. Al Ewing sitting down with Amy Dallen and Coy Jandro, a nice little Collider Heroes reunion going on in just about 5 minutes. So we're going to take just the smallest of breaks, get everybody all queued up. Skottie, Humberto, can't thank you enough for coming to Baltimore Comic-Con Live. I know these virtual events can get a little bit daunting after a while, just churning them out. So we can't thank you enough for your time, guys. But definitely go pick up Strange Academy. Pick up as many copies as you can. Yeah. It's going to be a book you're going to want to get and keep getting forever. It's going to be an absolute.
Well, thank you so much.
No, thank you. And issue 4 next Wednesday.
Next Wednesday.
There you go, guys. Pick it up. We're going to take about a 5-minute break. We'll be right back here at Baltimore Comic-Con. See you in a bit. Hey guys, welcome back to Baltimore Comic-Con. That talk with Skottie Young and Humberto Ramos was an absolute blast. And so we're going to keep the fun train rolling. Here to introduce our next guest, Mr. Al Ewing. We have Amy Dallen and Mr. Coy Jandro. Guys, how are you doing? I'm going to change that background because we're not talking about Strange Academy anymore, sadly.
Still
It's
real
great
cute, though.
Big fan. It can be there. I mean, it's up to Al, but it can be there.
There we go. Coy, welcome back, man. Welcome
Thank
back
you.
to a mainframe production. We haven't seen you in a few months. We're so glad you decided to join us here this weekend, man. And Amy, absolutely crushing it. I rewatched the trivia show, the game show last night, and it was amazing.
It is a
was just-
privilege to lose to Tom Brevoort at trivia.
Really?
I would do it 1,000 titimes.
We all knew that would happen. Well, I know you guys got a lot of questions for our next guest. I'm going to jump out and just let you have it. Have fun with your mystery guest.
All right, he's been new, he's been mighty, he's been ultimate, but you probably know that he is currently immortal. Please welcome Al Ewing.
Hello, how's it going?
Good morning, man.
And yeah, for me, it's getting on for the late afternoon.
That was going to be my first question, actually.
We're not so far ahead of you guys anymore because the clocks went back for us today. I think for you guys it's another couple of weeks. So
Yeah,
we're going to
it's
be
so weird in quarantine to think of time at all, much less thinking of daylight savings time, because I don't know if I need more time or less.
We already
Yeah.
don't know what day it is.
It's for me. It's less time in the morning before the American office opens. So so it's a bad thing until things sync up again. But you know.
Yeah, we're generally sorry about any American news that reaches its way over there.
Oh, it's fine. I mean, I'm keeping an eye on things. I'm keeping an eye. I'm crossing my fingers.
Us too.
So we shall see. Yeah, we'll see what comes of that.
Well, thank you so much for joining us today
no
for this
problem.
panel. Folks watching right now, I want to make sure you know that you are going to get to ask your questions. When we get to the back half of this panel, we are going to take your questions and pose them to Al Ewing and pretend that we came up with them because we're brilliant. No, we'll give you credit. But you can ask your questions and get some answers. But first, Corey, we've been dying to get into this.
So we did a show a few years back, and Immortal Hulk became a fixture of that show. But
It was this year, Corey.
it was a bit. But before we
Yeah.
get to the current Immortal Hulk glory, your work always reads like an encyclopedia of Marvel. There's always this dense, rich mythology that I really love because I've been reading. I learned to read with comics, and it feels like you did too. What got you first into the world of comic that then began this tapestry that you've weaved?
Well, there's I mean, in Britain, there's comics and there's comics. There's more of a tradition of anthology comics for kids, and certainly when I was growing up, it's less so now. But certainly when I was growing up, there was a tradition of as a kid, you'd sort of pick your comic. You'd kind of get your
Like Beano or?
Yeah, the Beano, the Dandy. The one I read every week was called Buster. They all had names like that. They all had these like snappy little one-word names, and they're all like a collection of like humor characters. So, and then from that, I think the idea was that you'd sort of read that for a bit, and it wasn't going to hold. It was decent enough stuff, but none of these things were going to hold like adult attention. But 2000 AD, which was also coming out at the time and still is this it's this science fiction adventure comic, and it was sort of you'd kind of transition from these humor anthologies to these like adventure anthologies of like 4 or 5 strips that were like 4 or 5 pages, and 2000 AD was one of those, and I read that for ages. And in terms of American comics, my first experience would have been they reprinted Secret Wars, the very first Secret Wars crossover. And that is perfect because in issue 1, they stand in a line and they say their names.
I was going to say, you were the reader that was for, where they're
And
like,
it's
here's my
like-
deal, I'm very strong.
I mean, I knew who Spider-Man was. I knew who the Hulk was. It was like they had reached enough of a kind of... But like, I grew up assuming that like Spider-Man lived in the same universe as like Superman and Batman, that they were all like, American superheroes together. So like, getting that first issue and saying, oh, right, okay, who are the X-Men? This sounds interesting. Who's the Wasp?
This Beyonder guy, he must be very important. This
he's
curled
hugely
fellow.
important, obviously. Yeah, I mean, it was just a great introduction, both because, the point of that comic was to introduce you to Marvel. And also it had this amazing Mike Zeck art, which was, I still think he's like absolutely beautiful, like just the clear line style that he had.
When did you know comics were the thing for you?
I think very early on, I kind of wanted to do them. 2000 AD did the thing that, and it's similar to, I think it's similar to Marvel in that it's sort of, there was a time when credits on comics were like uncommon. And then, Smiling Stan, Jolly Jack, etc. There was a very similar thing with 2000 AD in that, like, most of the adventure comics had, like, the editor would sort of, be in a letters page or whatever. 2000 AD invented an alien editor called Tharg the Mighty. And as part of the kayfabe, I don't know if I'm pronouncing that word right, but
How is that said out loud? I've seen it written a million times, but
I always thought it was kayfabe, but like it might be kayfabe. Who knows?
It's like Cyttorak. I didn't know how to pronounce it for years. Then it was a movie. I was like, those crimson.
Oh, I still say Cyttorak. It's like it's one of those words. But like, the as part of the kayfabe of that, they kind of had these little credit boxes that were like, computer punch cards with the name of like the script robot and the art robot. And so, I knew from a very young age that there was a guy called John Wagner who like wrote all my favorite Dread stories. And like, there were people who wrote them. There were people who drew them. This was a job I could have. And, it took me a while to kind of, and I knew I wanted to do something creative. I knew I wanted to kind of, I wasn't cut out for like office work. I wasn't cut out for that. I wasn't very good with my hands. It was like, I was good at making stuff up. And I wasn't super good at drawing either, so that kind of left writing.
You narrowed it right down to the
yeah, exactly. I can draw a bit, but like not like I think if you want to be like an actual artist, you have to be able to like draw a horse or like a car or a window or perspective.
I've heard artists love it when you make them draw cars. I've heard that's their favorite thing.
Yeah, they love it. I always put loads of cars in there for that very reason. But yeah, I was sort of, noodling around through my university years looking for like ways I could avoid work essentially. And like around that time, 2000 AD, like around the time I was kind of working in a bookshop in London, 2000 AD basically published and I got back into it because the year 2000 AD had happened. And I was like, oh, what are 2000 AD going to do? And it turns out, no, they're going to keep the same title because branding. So now, there's a comic called like 20 years ago. And it's all about the future. And, people are still working out how to unravel that Gordian knot of marketing. But like,
the retroactive new future of a fictional world of today.
Everybody knows 2000 AD. And it's like, if you start calling it 3000 AD, that's like, you lose all your readership or whatever.
Sounds like a spin-off, yeah.
Do you remember when Simpson tried to do 21st Century Fox for a minute, and they were like, no.
No, yeah. But what they did was they published the submissions guidelines for writers, and those are pretty much the same submissions guidelines that they have today, like 20 years later. So if you go onto their website, if you're an aspiring writer, and this might be one of the questions we get asked later. If you're an aspiring writer and you go onto the 2000 AD website, then for 6 months out of the year, they have a slush pile. A kind of, you can send your thing in, and for 6 months out of the year, they'll keep it, they'll read it unsolicited, but you have to follow the guidelines, which are there as a kind of like a filter, So if you write it in crayon and it's just a picture of your feet, then they don't have to read. They don't have to send you a letter back. So you've got to follow the guidelines. But yeah, and that's what I did. I followed the guidelines. I kind of sent a couple of things off. Eventually, I got published, and from there, I knew that I could sell a script. I could make a sale, and that's where it started, and that was 2002.
I've heard a lot of great stuff about the way that 2000 AD makes for both wonderful work in itself and helpful training for a lot of writers, because you have to learn to work within very short stories, and you have to get it done in that way.
It is really useful for that. When you start off, part of these submission guidelines is that when you start off, you have to do one of 3 things, and they're all twist ending stories that are like about 4 pages long. And you either write a future shock, which is science fiction, ideally set in the future, or a time twister, which is time travel stories. Very hard to write, but occasionally they have like a clutch of them. Or a terror tale, which was how I got my start, and those are twist ending horror stories. And it used to be they spent 5 pages on these. Now they've cut it down to 4, so it's even harder. It's really tough to write. Like, you might not think it, because it's like American comics, they're 20 pages. We only find them when they're dead as 22 pages. So like coming up with those extra couple of pages, it's a little extra space, it's a little extra breathing room, but it doesn't like distort the kind of entire story. Cutting from 5 pages to 4 pages, that absolutely does. You're losing a fifth of your story. It's vastly harder. I don't know if I could do it today. I don't know if I could break in that way today.
Yeah, that's some tough. Baby shoes never worn type storytelling. That's a very intensely the breadth.
It is tough. I mean, there was a point, and the first thing I ever did with Lee Gilbert was one of these. But there was a point where I was so hard up for work, I basically convinced the editor to like, I was like, what if I send you like 1 pages? And it was literally like begging for work. And I ended up doing about 3 of these like 1 page, these little 1 page kind of, just literally a whole story in a page. And I think the most panels I ever had in one of those was like 7. But like that's kind of almost easier than the 4 pages. The 4 pages, it's a really tough amount of pages to get your head around. There's something about it.
Well, if you look at 3-act structure in movies and 5-act structure in shows, I think we subconsciously become used to that kind of storytelling. Yeah. So to completely undo all of that learning subconsciously to be like 4 pages.
I know, it's like, I don't know if it's because it's an even number. It's like, 5 pages is 5 acts. It's like every page you can have like another thing happening, another like piece of the story. But like 4 pages, it's like, I don't know, you just get to the end too early.
Well, speaking of mediums and adaptation, yes, I love how many works you've done with the Avengers. You've written Mighty Avengers, New Avengers, Ultimates. You've existed in the Ultimate Universe, our universe. The Avengers are very near and dear, seemingly, to you. And we live in a world now where not just we as comic people know Avengers, but like grandparents know Avengers. And now we're about to enter a new age where Disney Plus is adapting 8-hour movies effectively. We're going to be getting Falcon and Winter Soldier, which I'm hearing is like an espionage film over a long form. So we're about to see comic book movies become comic book serials like they are in our medium. what's it been like being in the world of comic books as the world discovers comic books on a much broader scale and then adapts them further and further closer to their original subject matter?
I mean, this is I really noticed this when Infinity War came out because I mean, I go and see the Marvel movies, or I used to. And obviously the current circumstances.
2020.
Yeah, 2020. But I used to like make a point of going to see every Marvel movie like in 3D if I could. And it was because it was like big. I'd get my popcorn, I'd get my soft drink, I'd sort of and especially like something like Infinity War, you want to see it in 3D. But noticing that was just how it was exactly like a crossover. It was like a Crisis crossover of.
You started with Secret Wars. You recognized what you were seeing there. Stand in the line and say your name.
It was exactly like that. It was just like I was amazed at how well they did it. And then I think Endgame was like the same again, but a little more structured and a little more like a victory lap as well as there was elements of that. But like, yeah, so that was when I really noticed how much they were borrowing from the comics. But like when I saw Iron Man in 2008, the fact that like the after credits thing, the fact that they were doing like a shared universe at all was just it was mind blowing to me. It was like, that's why I always go and see every Marvel movie. And like, I didn't bother seeing like The Dark Knight Rises. I couldn't really be asked. But if at the end of Dark Knight Returns, Superman had turned up, that might have grabbed me. That might have done it. If like the Flash had walked in, I would okay. I could, but a third one of the same. I wasn't into it. I wasn't like. I mean, I got thrown right out of the. I'm gonna moan about the Nolan movies for a bit. I got thrown right out of those the second Batman spoke, because like Christian Bale, his Bruce Wayne voice, that's a great Batman voice. That's a really, he's very intense. He's just naturally very intense. That's your Batman voice. You don't have to like roar. It's like that. What? No, stop it. Every time you speak, it just takes me right out of everything.
That would be a problem.
Yeah. So like, no, I also the kind of direction, the kind of every fight is like hopping about everywhere. It's like I don't have, I don't have the attention span for that kind of. I'm an increasingly old man.
And now we're going like multi-dimensional, theoretically, with Michael Keaton coming back in Flash, and then we're going to be having our own little corner universes where I think at the end of all this, we're going to have Michael Keaton basically assembling the Sinister Six and assembling a Batverse, and maybe that'll give us Amalgam. Who knows?
I'm excited by this. The one thing that slightly worries me is that as movies and TV discover things like going back to the old continuity, having shared universes, having big crossovers, all the things that have been the things comics do, it's like comics is going to have to start doing some new things to keep up. Because it's like, the pipeline goes like one way, it's like.
Do you have any for what those things are that you're going to take comics?
I'm attempting, I'm sort of doing stuff that I've not done before, but it's like, I don't know if that counts. I don't know if like Bible quotes is like going to be enough to kind of.
I would love to ask, because you've obviously you've spent almost a decade adding beautiful pieces to that shared universe of Marvel, but I know Coy and I are both very, very into We Only Find Them When They're Dead, which is your own world with Simone DeMeo. Can you talk a little bit about what made you want to go off and make your own universe there?
I mean, well, it started with the idea, which I've been kind of carrying around for about 4 years now. But it was like the idea of kind of these giant Kirby-esque space gods, and also I have that T-shirt myself, and it's excellent.
KirbyMuseum.org.
Yes, they sell those. They're amazing T-shirts. But like, yeah, I had the Kirby space gods kind of being autopsied for and mined. But it's grown since then. The idea it's sort of grown considerably, and like basically. What it gives me is the opportunity to do the shared universe thing, but with the brakes off a little, in that I get to kind of... I mean, the problem with the shared universe is that other people are working there in the same place, and you've got to be considerate, and you've got to sort of, fill up the coffee pot when it's your turn, and like make sure there's milk in the break room and all of this stuff. And it's like that, but with stories. You've got to kind of... it's not even that you've got to put the toys back in the toy box. I've never really been a subscriber to that point of view. I kind of feel like, we're not playing with the toys, we're building the toys. But like, you do have to be considerate of where other people are, so that when you do your big explosion, you're not blowing up anybody else's spot. You're not banging into people. It's, it's like a choreographed thing. It's not a mosh pit. It's not an arena. Whereas, so there are things where, like, I mean, even Jonathan Hickman blew up the entire Marvel Universe. Even he had to ask first, Even he had to run that by somebody. I don't really have to run that by anybody. I can kind of like, I'll sort of, there's Eric Hoban over at Boom. I sort of like run past, okay, here's what book 2 looks like, here's what book 3 looks like, all this stuff. I run it past him and he's, gives feedback. There's an editorial relationship. But I can basically say, oh yeah, and we're going to just blow up the entire universe and have a new universe. And like, I can do that. And I'm not stepping on anybody's toes, If Simone is down with it, we're doing it. That is the one rule. The only thing that would stop me is if Simone was like, I don't want to draw that. And then I'd think of something else. But he hasn't said that yet.
So one thing I noticed was the scope of this is obviously, insurmountable. They're gods in space. It's about as big and broad as it gets. And it's new characters because you're not playing in a familiar sandbox. But I noticed how immediately endearing all the characters were, because they have to be, because you're meeting them and then meeting gods floating in space. So designing these brand new characters in your own universe and all of that, what's it like, kind of like having your own children instead of playing with people that already have so much backstory, like brand new canon?
I mean, again, there's that thing of like, I can be mean to them. I can be like, I can do things like, I'm starting to get slightly into spoiler territory here. In that there's around about issue 5 or so, there are things that happen to the characters. But like, I've kind of planned like, I planned about 15 issues of this, and and a hard stop after that. It's going to be
15 or 50?
15.
Okay.
It's literally, it's like 3 chapters, 3 books, and bang, and then we'll have the world afterwards, and maybe we can return to that world, but that story will be over, because it's like, I really want to kind of I want to tell like a story.
It's your 3-act structure. It's not 4 pages. It's 3 sets of 5.
3 sets of 5, exactly. But that's another thing. That's a choice I can make. But in terms of the character, it's like, it's weird. On the one hand, I'm sort of, if they don't go, if they don't go down well, if people don't like them, then or get bored, or worse, get bored of them, then like that's a very scary prospect, because that's all my fault. It's like, I can't like go in and go like, oh, I'm gonna write the best, Hamster Man, and then somebody on a message board goes, oh, I've always hated Hamster Man, I'm not picking this up. That's not my fault. That's not the. If somebody reads like 2 issues away and find them they're dead and go like, I'm just not engaged by these characters, that is my fault. So that's really scary. But also the idea of doing things with them and to an extent to them. If I decide to kill somebody off, I feel absolute freedom to do that. Absolute freedom to just like, any of these people could die at any time, because it's like, it doesn't matter how much potential they have. It doesn't matter how like pleasant they are to be around. It's like, if the thing for the story is that they go, then they go. And whereas if you kill like, Marvel Super off, that's like somebody with like 40 years of history who doesn't belong to me. So it's like, if somebody dies in Marvel, they will probably be back, barring like Uncle Ben at this point. I think he's the only one left.
It used to be Bucky, Gwen, and Ben, and I'm pretty sure it's just Ben now. I think. I mean, one's a spider accessory, but
I think Gwen, it's more of a technicality with Gwen. I think Bucky, is absolutely, he never died. But like, Uncle Ben did die, and it would be very bad. Oh wait, I'm forgetting Captain Marvel. I'm forgetting Marvel.
Ah, that's true. That's true. Because Spider Gwen, I accept, because I like that Spider Gwen is like an alternate universe, so it feels like a flavor choice. And luckily, we haven't gotten 616 back, but Marvel, I love the sanctity of that. So we've got 2 out of thousands.
You put the Marvel graphic novel in it. Was it Guardians? You had someone actually reading it on a panel.
Oh no, that was Juan Cabal, who is. I love working with him. He is wild and crazy, and he will do things like that. And I'll just be like, yeah, whatever, man. That's cool. You have a good time. So yeah, in the Marvel universe, the death of Captain Marvel is a sought after. I mean, in the Marvel universe, Marvel Comics puts out. So presumably that was like dictated to Jim Starlin by like, the top guy on Titan. I think it's Mentor of Titan. Whatever. The top guy of Titan like dictated that to Jim Starlin.
You killed Robin, now killed Captain Marvel. You killed him well.
Other way around, I think Marvel got his fangs sharpened for everything that would follow. But a beautiful moment.
Tom Taylor put this book in 7 Secrets, right?
Yeah. No, I saw that. I noticed that there was like, it's good. I like that. I should. It's a little difficult being set like 200 or 300 years into the future to have like surviving copies of 7 Secrets. Or I would do it back, but like, maybe I'll find a way. Maybe I'll find a way to slip that in.
So speaking of killing off Marvel heroes, in some cases repeatedly to no effect, Coy, I feel like I've been holding you back. I know that you were dying to get us to the Immortal Hulk.
Yep. This is one of the only books that has been banned from my show, because I do the show Comic Book Shopping, where I recommend people read comic books that I think will change their lives, and I recommended this book too often. Immortal Hulk is such a genre-redefining and genre-defining book for so many reasons, and you mentioned the Bible quotes, and there are so many things that are so integral to its format. I'm wondering what it was like the first time you took hold of this Hulk that felt like yours, because I've never read a Hulk like this, and I want to know what the impetus was to make this like metal as bleep book. I love this book.
I mean, it's the brief I was given was to basically do a new direction and like a horror direction, and that kind of came out of like, you know, there's a lot of sort of great minds thinking alike on that, because I've been sort of pushing a horror direction for the Hulk in No Surrender, and that had gone down very well, and I kind of competed a little bit for like the main book because I hadn't sort of had a big hit in a while, so you know, and the Hulk is a big character. But like right from the start, like in the pitch, in the brief, there was like a kind of, you know, I almost didn't like pitch a story. I pitched like the tone. And it was kind of, and there are a lot of things where we were just like, we had to throw out all of the rules. It was the only way it was gonna work. Was if we, and there was, you know, that was kind of, everybody was on the same page with that. There was never a point where like anybody said like, are we breaking too many rules? Are we like doing, you know, are we doing this wrong? So yeah, I guess really what kind of, because we did, I was very happy that because it started off selling well for a Hulk book, and then it went into like selling well for a Marvel book, and then there was that wild period where it was outselling Batman and we didn't know what was going on. But like those were issues that were like, and it was like that's when it really hit home, because you know, I was kind of doing stuff like I was thinking like, okay, we'll have the Avengers guest star, because at this point sales are going to need a little bit of a bump. And it's like, no. And I was thinking things like, okay, well, we're going to do this 3-parter that's set in hell and is going to be full of stuff about like the Kabbalah and the kind of you know, the Zoroastrian gods and like the dichotomy of good and evil, and it's going to be like this kind of weird, and we're going to lose readers by the truckload, and I'm resigned to that. And you know, well, and we no, and then the issues that were like outselling Batman and like doing insanely well were the ones where like, you know, Doc Samson is having like a long conversation with Hulk about environmental politics. And I think that was the moment when like something in my brain broke, and I just realized we can do whatever we want. And we don't have to worry. We don't have to worry about like, and like there was all this, because originally I plotted to like the end of the Hell arc. And that was going to be like, and then I had this like, okay, and then if we're doing well enough, I can either, you know, build on for like a potential stop at like issue 16, or, you know, whenever the usual cancellation point is. Or we can keep going to like issue 25 or so. And like, you know, there were like these discussions about should we end it at 25? And, you know, that's where all those rumors came out of. But it was like, basically by the time we started out selling, it was like, no, we're never stopping. We're never stopping. We're gonna
He's
do
immortal.
a stop.
Yeah, it's a good thing you didn't call him the very finite Hulk. I love this question from Fools Get Dunked. And by the way, thank you to everyone sending comments. KB Tibbs, who says he's going to have to go out and get what we only find them when we're dead. Fools Get Dunked says, I love Immortal Hulk. How much research went into the perfect blend of referencing the past while managing to put such a cool spin on the Hulk mythos? Seriously, I can't recommend this series enough.
Oh, there was a lot of research. Anytime I bring a character in, I kind of go back and I check like previous appearances and sort of try and get a sense of them, a sense of like who they are. But like, and also and I've stopped doing this. If you go to my Tumblr, it's a dead zone. I haven't updated it in like a couple of months. But like I was doing a read through like from the start, and I've got up to somewhere around in the 200s. I feel like, or like nearly the 200s.
You're close there. It's a lot of comments on Hulk making friends. It's delightful.
Yeah, it's like I need to get back to that because it's like I need to make time because it's like it's really useful doing that giant read through, and I feel like there's just a really small area now where I don't have like intimate knowledge of it, either from like growing up with it or from reading through it and like making a note of like every panel where like I can apply one of my little tags on the Tumblr and like because it was meant as like, okay, I've got all these through lines. How often they turn up in the classic run? A lot, it turns out. So there is a lot of that. Also, the thing that spurs us to kind of Fools Get Dunked very kindly called it the perfect blend. One of the things is that we decided not to do recap pages, and that was a tonal thing. At the start, we were like, we're not doing recap pages, we're not doing editorial like asterisk captions, we're not doing the thing we did in Ultimates where we have further reading. And the reason for that is that at no point subconsciously do we want to tell the reader that they have to read another comic first.
I like that.
So every issue has to, and we're like nearly 39 issues in. I think 39 is out Wednesday. We're like 39 issues in at this point. We've it's no longer a thing where you could pick it up and you don't have to have read the previous 38 issues. But hopefully if you haven't read the previous 38 issues, you'll at least be wowed by Joe's visuals. It's like,
and I love the format choice of doing the title page at the end because it's often this great, like, it's either like an inside joke or like the title itself is the lead up for the next big event. And to me, that makes it one of the more approachable books because it's like, oh, this book is telling me what this book's about, and I get to be shocked every time as a weekly reader. So the formatting's brilliant. And
should I answer this new question?
Yes.
Yeah, we've got Tevya Smolka saying, Al Ewing question, I'm just wondering, after Immortal Hulk, what are you going to do next? Because for me personally, I would really love for you to write Superman book or maybe Animal Man from DC Comics. I second Animal Man for sure.
I mean, it would be, those are some big shoes to fill with Animal Man. The title at the end thing, that was a pretty direct steal from Grant Morrison.
Animal Man.
No, I saw it in Sea Guy. I saw in Sea Guy the title would always be right at the end on the last on the splash page. And when I was doing Ultimates, I was like, oh, let's do that. I've been wanting to do that for a while. Let's do that. And then so it was like Marvel Comics presents the Ultimates in ... And that was, if you go back and read Sea Guy, it's a direct lift. And then we did a kind of adaptation, a version of that on Hulk, and it really works. I recommend it to everybody. It really works. It's a great format beat to steal. But to answer the question, I do have an exclusive with Marvel at the moment, which means that I can do create your own work. I can do some 2000 AD work. And I have done both of those. I think the one thing they would frown on the most is writing Superman for DC Comics. I think if I were to say,
a little outside the boundaries there.
I think if I were to say to the talent management people at Marvel, hey, would my contract allow me to write Superman for DC Comics? I would get an email back saying no. Why would you ask that?
He wasn't in Secret Wars. I've been looking for the Superman character.
Also, I am enjoying what Brian Bendis is doing at the moment. I'm enjoying the sort of new take on Superman. I think there's a lot of kind of, the Bendis energy on that is a really fun kind of. It's a really fun thing to sort of add to Superman. It reminds me a lot of the Super Soap of the 90s, which was when I got really into Superman as a regular reader.
I've never heard it referred to that way, but that's perfect.
To very briefly answer what I'm doing next, we've got huge plans for Guardians. I'm running a book called Sword, which has recently been announced. That's in the X universe. That's also a space book. Lots of space stuff for Marvel. There is a thing that has not yet been announced, which I think people will be very, very happy with. Actually, there are two things that have not yet been announced that I think people will be very, very happy with. What they are and who I am working with on them, I won't say, but I have more work coming for Marvel.
I am very hopeful that with Immortal Hulk and Empire and so much of your wonderful work in the forefront right now, people are going to have a chance to discover all of the wonderful work you've been doing over there. And that leads us to this question from David Robertson. In your criminally underrated Ultimates run, with such a cosmic storyline, do you change up your thought process rather than a character or tonal focus with books like Immortal Hulk? Thanks.
There is definitely... With Immortal Hulk, it's a little tricky because Immortal Hulk has got very cosmic. There's not such a huge difference between those. Ultimates had a lot of character beats in it. Immortal Hulk had a lot of cosmic stuff in it. You know, all of the Hell stuff, all of the stuff around issue 25 at the end of time. With the stuff... the Sword stuff that's coming up, it's like, it's kind of it's very character focused. It's almost like a workplace drama, but like there are going to be moments when we go as big as Ultimates ever did. So there's definitely a tonal shift in my head depending on the kind of beat that I'm writing. And here's the thing. Here's the closest to that. I have little playlists on Spotify, and I've made some of them public. So, like, if you happen to be following me on Spotify, then you can you'll see like the old playlists for Loki, and there's a playlist for Immortal Hulk which I keep updating. It's something like 60 songs now. And there are other playlists that I haven't made public yet because, they're for series that... But every time I do a new series, I'll at least start a new playlist. And that's to kind of keep me, like, tonally... And I mean, they all blur into one. There's a lot of songs that are the same on all of them. And, the purpose of them is basically just to keep me... They're all songs that I've listened to so many times that I don't get distracted by them. But that's kind of keep me in a sort of emotional frame of mind. Like when I was writing Empire, I had my special action playlist for like that I kind of switch to whenever I'm doing like, big actiony fight scenes. But like character-wise, every series has its own playlist for all the character beats.
I want to ask this question for this person, but first I've got one of my own that I've been twitching to ask. With Immortal Hulk, there's this incredible like geopolitical capitalism element that you touched on as saying like you discovered you could write anything. Was there a moment when the numbers went so crazy that you were able to put a storyline in that you'd been ruminating on for years that worked in this line? Like, because I love that Roxxon's been around in Marvel forever, but we've never made the villainy of this perspective that's so affecting our real world through a cosmic lens so accessible. Like, this book feels so bizarrely accessible while being about broad things. Was there a storyline you've been ruminating on?
Not really. I don't think it's not so much that like I kind of saw the sales figures and I thought, oh, well, now I can tell this story that I've been sitting on for years. It was more that I just felt a kind of freedom of thought. And like, it's not like we hadn't gotten political before then. We'd done like issue 11, we'd done some stuff for Jackie. Obviously the big environmental speech. But I'd sort of like, I'd written those and I'd sent those and I'd thought like, people are going to be having a go at me. And that didn't really happen in that, like, obviously there's like the usual suspects, but it's like the fans of the book have been like really, really in our corner. And I think across... almost across the political spectrum. I think, if you're a Hulk fan, you're okay with it because that's kind of who the Hulk is. He's an anti-authority, anti-military. Even in the 60s when Iron Man was like designing transistors to help in the Vietnam War, Hulk was like chucking tanks around and like punching military. Iron Man was like designing weapons for military. Hulk was destroying weapons. The latest weapons used on him by the military, Hulk would just smash them up. So that's like baked in right at the start is this like extreme. But no, I did feel
There's
a
a certain
sense of
smashy element to the whole thing.
yeah. I did feel a sense of freedom that I think allowed me to kind of think in directions, and I think probably the biggest beneficiary of that was Charlene McGowan, because around like quite early on I started thinking like I think this is a trans character, and I'd sort of the more of it I kind of, and like by around like issue 20, I was thinking like, okay, I've got to talk to some people and like get a close reader in and sort of tell this story, or rather introduce this element to the story, because I wasn't really interested in writing like a special issue. I just wanted to bring the whole character into the comic, and it's like, so I talked to Crystal Fraser, who is an amazing person, and like was just the biggest help with those issues, the hugest help, because it's like I try and I try and be thoughtful, I try and take a lot of things into account, but it's like I'm everything I write is like through the filter of this sort of white British dude of a certain age. So like she was just this massive help. But
and
like,
you're a guy who does his research, and I love that that's what that looks like.
Yeah. So yeah, that would probably be, but I don't want to be like, oh, I wouldn't have done that if I'd felt precarious, because like maybe I would have, but if the sales hadn't been that high, maybe we wouldn't have gotten there. Maybe we wouldn't have reached, maybe we'd have stopped at 24 and we'd never have had like the point in the narrative to tell that, to bring that in, to bring that part of the story in. But I mean, that's a really different thing from being like, oh, the sales are huge, I can have a trans character. It's not that cut and dried. It's never that cut and dried.
I could stay on that forever because I'm fascinated.
Yeah, sure.
But I want to make sure that we do get some more of these in. Some Okie Dude says, Al, really love what you're doing with the Hulk. I'm sure you've gotten this before, but did you take any from Alan Moore's reimagining of Swamp Thing when writing The Immortal Hulk?
Yes, is the short answer. That was part of the brief. It was like, Tom sent the email, and I was like, I mentioned what we were kind of, and this was like after we'd done those surrenders. So this was after we'd done the kind of, oh, he never actually dies beat. Or rather, after I pitched that, I think it was before we'd done that like 10-page insert with Joe, which gets into the mechanics of it. But one of the things Tom Brevoort put in that like original email was like, in terms of a tonal shift, aim high, shoot for the stars, like something like think of The Anatomy Lesson, like that level of, this is not the comic you thought you were reading. And it's like, so it's not like, please rip off Alan Moore. It's like, aim that high, think in those terms. Like, Alan Moore, arguably the greatest writer comics has ever had. We want that out of you. We want that level of work.
No pressure.
Yeah,
Just
no
the
pressure. No pressure. But like, that was kind of the that was the brief, you know. That was like, and I've had kind of I've had emails like that since, where it's like, yeah, this is what we want out of you. And you know, it's nice that like editorial think that I have it in me to deliver that sometimes. It's a compliment. It's a very nice thing to hear, and a very scary thing to hear.
When you're out selling Batman with environmental diatribes, I mean, sometimes the expectations get lifted.
I mean, I feel like that was kind of a black swan moment. But it was like, you know, that pretty much broke my brain in terms of like, oh, this is what you have to do to sell a comic. It's like, oh, well, evidently nothing matters. That's when there's a Grant Morrison quote, which is like, he's describing something. He says, that was the moment I became a supervillain. And it's like, yeah, that was the moment when I became a supervillain.
Well, we've got another one from Tevya. Tevya Smoka says, question, I'm just wondering if you were given the chance to write Spider-Man, Peter Parker, and Mary Jane, would you bring back the marriage between Peter and Mary Jane and have a daughter someday?
Probably not. I feel like that train has sailed. I think it makes a good source of like alternate universe future Spider-Man stories. I don't know what I do with Spider-Man. Spider-Man's one of those characters where it's like, if I start thinking about what I do with them, I'm kind of thinking about taking away some of these jobs, so I don't. Occasionally an idea will pop into my head for like, oh, this would be a good Spider-Man story. But it's like, you know, unless somebody asks like, what are you thinking about in terms of this character? I generally don't, you know, I've kind of got enough to think about. But I probably wouldn't do that. I probably wouldn't do things that have been, this is a weird thing to say in the context of like Immortal Hulk, but I probably wouldn't do things that have been done before. I don't know, thinking about it, I don't know if I'd even have like the Spider-Man Mary Jane relationship. I mean, or romantically, I don't know. I have no idea. But it's like, I can't really thinking about it, because thinking about it is, you know, thinking about taking away Nick Spencer's job, and I don't want to do that. So yeah, that's as best I can do. Any very, very quick, I know we're running out of time. Any other characters that you would like to write, or has someone already answered that? Sorry, I'm taking your jobs now.
No, brilliant. That was what we were going to say.
We got
You're
Spencer.
psychic.
Yes, I would love to have a crack at Doctor Strange. And who's to say that I am not, even as we speak, having a go at Doctor? No, that's you know, that's gonna be that's just like, that's gonna be on all of the websites tomorrow. No, it's I would like
Bleedingcool.net says Al Ewing writing Doctor Strange.
I would like to write Doctor Strange. I have written Doctor Strange in that I keep guest starring him in things, and every time I do, I really enjoy it. So, yeah, maybe someday I'll get to do an even more Doctor Strange heavy book. There was that run of Valkyrie where he just turned up every issue, because so it's just like, oh, who can we? Oh, let's bring in Doctor Strange again. And it was just like, it was practically like, you know, Marvel team up with Valkyrie and Doctor Strange for like something like 4 issues. So I do really like writing Doctor Strange. So yeah, that would be one of these days, one of these years. Maybe I'll get to write the solo.
Actually, Valkyrie was one of my favorite. I didn't expect to love this books of recent, because I know the character and I appreciate the character, but it was an incredible run. Is there a certain artist relationship that surprised you? Because I never expected Valkyrie to be visually that style, and then it was this beautiful, almost painted style. Like, is there any relationship you've had and you've been like,
I love, there are so many artists I've loved working with. I feel like to list them would be I mean, you know, a few, and I'm gonna miss some, but like, I love, you know, working with Joe Bennett is great. Always Lee Garbett, I always love working with. Javier Rodriguez, a joy. Similarly, Juan Cabal, Valerio. Love working with Valerio. Everyone I'm currently working with, it goes without, if I've missed somebody, it goes without saying, I'm having the best time with the Odyssey right now. But of the past, it's very, very few who I've not had like a terrific relationship with, and I probably wouldn't mention their names because that'd be mean. But everyone I'm working with currently, I love them. So,
do we have any last questions in chat before we lose Al Ewing? Everyone, please make sure you're reading these books.
One-word answers. I can.
Any yes/no questions? We can do a speed round.
Why did that? Which one? So many. Given that I just mentioned Lee Garbett, I'm going to assume you meant Loki there. Why did Loki end? Secret Wars 3 or 4 was about to happen. And so, Secret Wars 3 or 4 was about to happen. So the entire universe was being destroyed. We did have a pitch for what might come after. It didn't hit the mark. It was just that book's time. It was, it was already, I think if Secret Wars hadn't happened, then 18 would have been the last issue. We did have ideas to kind of carry it on after that. I think, if I had it all to do again, I might pitch something different for a follow-up, and maybe that would be more successful. But, so it goes. I'm very happy that Loki has remained Loki since then, in roughly the form we left him in. He wears shoes now. I hate that. But, aside from that, aside from that he wears shoes like an idiot, I'm very happy with the direction Loki's gone.
I've worked at a shop for a long time, and the Loki trades became the sought-after item for quite some time. People were still discovering that series. So thank you for all of the things that you've contributed that people can go back and find now when it is the right time for them to find them.
It's always the best. The best thing is when somebody. There are two of the best things. The second best thing is when somebody comes up to me and says, "I've never read comics before. This is my first." And the very best thing is I was dealing with a thing and this helped. And that is the very best thing. But the second best thing is something you wrote got me into comics. That's the goal. More people reading comics from a purely mercenary perspective. More people reading comics. So I still have a job next year.
If you've never read a comic, Immortal Hulk, we only find them when they're dead. Both very accessible and awesome and life-changing.
Thank you.
And jump into Empire. They may not stand in a line and say their names, but it's an incredibly satisfying story, and you will enjoy it, I promise.
That's why we have recap pages now.
Thank you so much, guys. Coy, Amy, this was an absolute delight. Al, I can't say enough about how appreciative we are that you joined us here at Baltimore Comic-Con. The people in the chat were so grateful, and they had such a good time. So thank you so much.
It was a great time for me as well. Thanks for having me.
Awesome, guys. Well, stick around. We're going to take about a 2-minute break, and then we're going to be back with Tom King and Dave Gibbons. Yes, you heard me correct. Tom King and Dave Gibbons in about 2 minutes. Al, Coy, Amy, and everybody else watching at home, we'll see you in just a little bit. Hey guys, welcome back to Baltimore Comic-Con Live. I have to remind myself to turn off my microphone when the "We'll Be Right Back" slate is up on the camera. So let's a huge thank you to Mr. Al Ewing, Coy Jandreau, and Amy Dallen for that amazing Immortal Hulk conversation with Mr. Al Ewing. We're going to go ahead and keep the ball rolling. Here to introduce and host our next panel is a guy you probably never heard of. This guy, but he's going to be pretty big in comics one day. The one, the only Mr. Tom King. Tom, how's it going? Welcome back, man.
Oh, thank you. What a pleasure to be back. This is my favorite con, my first con, and I wish the world was better and we were all in Baltimore partying, but this is pretty awesome.
Absolutely. Well, before I go ahead and just cut you loose, I want to say what an amazing job you did on Friday night. The Strange Adventures panel was one not to be missed.
Yes, Mitch, Doc, and I yelling at each other for an hour. Always awesome.
Oh my God, it was so great.
I hate those fucking guys.
Well, I know you want
to.
I know you want to fill every single bit of this hour, so I'm going to go ahead and back out and let you introduce your guest and have a good time.
Hello, everyone. My name is Tom King. I write comics for DC Comics, sometimes for Marvel, and I'm here to introduce. I don't like to call people legends. People get mad at you when you call people legends. I just want to introduce to you one of the geniuses of the medium, who says he's semi-retired, but he's still geniusing out there. You know him from such works as Martha Washington, all the things behind me, Batman v Predator, Kingsman, the originals, a lot of Green Lantern, Future Shocks, 2000 AD. And I think that's it. That's probably the end of his career. This is Mr. Dave Gibbons.
Hi, Tom. Hello, everybody. Pleasure to be here.
Jeez, do you know how fucking nervous I am interviewing you, man? You are ruining my Sunday. I just want you to know that all the way from America.
I know exactly how nervous you are because I know what a huge nerd you are and how important this is to you, Tom. But relax, you're in good hands. I'm a professional. The conversation will flow. Everybody's going to go home happy.
Thank God. I was genuinely like, I lined up your works behind me and I couldn't find my copy of Future Shocks, which I realized I had lent to my son, who stupidly lost it. So I'm running around after my son now. So you've cost me the relationship with my children.
Well, I mean, that's kind of a detail. I think your set dressing is really, really good. And to be honest, amongst all that work, my entire amassed life's work, a volume or two is never going to be noticed.
I was missing some Captain America. I was sad. Some Green Lantern stuff. I'll find it. We'll do this again. I'll do some CGI and put it back in.
All right,
Dave. So I want to do this. You can object. I want this to be a conversation, so you take this wherever you want. If you want to talk about wine and anything, I'm perfectly cool. But I had the idea that we should just go through how to create a comic book, because I read your book, How to Create a Comic Book, back here. How do comics work?
Yep.
And I had some disagreements with it. I was like, who is this Dave Gibbons think he is? No, but I think I have different approaches than you do on some ways, and some ways the same. So I thought we could, for an hour, sort of go through from like having an idea for a comic to actually, putting letters on a page, like from the big to the minute. And as we go through the conversation, talk about your works, because I have questions about them all, because I just did a huge reread and they're fucking brilliant. I cannot say how much I envy you as both a writer and, well, I can't even say envy for an artist, but it's incredible. So is that cool if we just go through how to do a comic book?
That's fine. You sound like the most organized interviewer that I've ever experienced. So I place myself in your hand and let's go on the adventure, Tom.
Look, I made notes.
Wow.
Look, that's how this is pre-prepared, man. This is all I've been doing.
I've got notes as well, so I don't forget people's names. That's what I've come to. So it's Tom,
it's pronounced King.
Tom King, and you work with that guy Mitchell, Mike. What's his name?
Look, both of us have worked with geniuses whose beards are intimidating to our bald heads. So I think we have this in common. And I think they almost do it to mock us. Really.
Yeah.
All right, so let's start with the big. So someone comes to you. It's Karen Berger. It's Len Wein. It's DC Comics. It's an indie. Someone comes to you and says, "I want you to write a comic." Mm-hmm. Where do you start? Do you start with your own life? Do you start with some genre you love? Where does Dave Gibbons? Do you start with like what you want to draw? Where do you start?
Well, I suppose, like you, I've been reading comics for so long that I've got kind of half-formed ideas for all sorts of characters and all sorts of situations and all kinds of ideal ways to do a Western or to do a science fiction thing or a war thing. You've kind of got this these kind of half-formed things that you can build on. I also, for a long time, have kept a notebook where whenever I hear a piece of dialogue that I think is really cool, or I read a fact in a book, or I find myself in conversation, or maybe overhearing somebody on the bus or something like that, I'll just kind of write things down. And so one of the first things I would do if somebody came to me would be to get my little notebook out and to think, is there anything in here that could apply to this project? You know, is there any little, because it's a bit like, I've made this analogy before. I don't know if anybody out there's ever done chemistry when they were at school, but
Yes.
there's a thing that happens where you can drop one element into a solution of another and it'll just crystallize, and it'll do it almost instantly. And I've occasionally had that experience that you know it's got to be like kind of Captain America or something, and you'll get one of these little elements from somewhere else and drop it into it, and the whole thing will kind of spring alive. I think also it's good not to be too rushed at that stage of things. And I've been very lucky because most of the projects that I've written as kind of one-offs. They've been mini-series or they've been a single issue of something. And I've normally had plenty of time to kick the ideas around and figure out what I'm going to do. What is really hard, and I did find it hard in my limited experience doing the Green Lantern Corps at DC, is to come up with ideas and approaches month after month after month. That's the difficult thing. Speak.
I have the hardcover behind me of your Green Lantern Corps run. I'm pointing so people can buy it.
Oh, yeah.
It's brilliant.
And I mean, you know, each writing assignment is a bit different. In the case of the Green Lantern Corps and the most recent writing that I did for DC, it was very much tied into events that other people were involved with. And there were bits of plot left dangling and bits of plot you had to leave dangling. It's a different experience. It's a really interesting experience. It's quite a maddening experience, sometimes frustrating. Because, well, I mean, a case in point with, before I did the Green Lantern Corps, I did the Rand Thanagar War, which was one of these things where you just got a handful of unused characters and stuffed them into a story. And I had a great ending for it. It was going to be fantastic. It was the Green Lantern Corps arrive and they saved the day and they turned the planets green again. And I had this big ending plan. And then Peter Tomasi called me up and said, "Oh, Dave, you're going to have to lose a few pages because at the very end of your story, the heavens have to open and a giant hand has to reach through from beyond and scoop everything up." And it was like, you know, you've been upstaged before you've even started, you know. So there are always complications like that. But on a good day, you've got a character you enjoy and you've accepted the assignment because you think you can do something with the character, as was the case with Captain America or Batman and Predator. And then you just kind of stir the soup a bit and you put some ingredients in you've already got. Maybe you'll get some editorial suggestions. And then you'll kind of reach the point, and I don't know if you've ever felt like this, to terribly mix my metaphors. It's almost like being pregnant. I guess I've never been pregnant, but if you were pregnant.
Sure. We've all been pregnant, Dave. We know.
Yeah. You know, there does come that point where you're going to have to give birth and you sort of, that moment arrives and then you just do it. You just put it all down there. So that's kind of how that stage of it will typically go.
No, I find number one issues are the easiest to write because they've been in your head for 6 months and you're almost relieved to just puke them out. Because I feel like a first issue is just your pitch. It's like the idea you had. The rest of the story, that's the hard part. But the first issue for me is that was just a concept. And so that's
well, it's true. In music, they call it the difficult second album, don't they? You know, when you come up with a great first album because that's all you ever wanted to say about Batman, and now you've got to fill another 20 issues with it.
Wait, I've had this similar experience where it's when they give you a character, you have to find that other element that can't come from comics for me. It's like I have to find, if I'm working from Batman, I love, Rio Bravo, that Western. If I add Rio Bravo plus Batman, that's an idea for me.
Or another thing which I've always found quite useful, and indeed it was Alan Moore who I think mentioned this to me.
I'm not familiar with his work.
Yes, I think you are, Tom. I think you're being a bit of a nerd now, so let's just move along. But he said there's the story, there's the plot, but then there's what the story's about. And I think with the best stories, they're more than the plot. They're about something that you've got a view on, or that has an emotional resonance for you. And if you can put that element into it, then it transforms it. If it's just this happens and that happens and this happens and that happens. But if indeed it's about betrayal, or it's about fear, or it's about triumph, then you've got something that gives it breadth and gives it solidity.
I feel the same way. In fact, when I come up with an idea, I think I start with that sort of whatever thing I want to write about, like Strange Adventures. I wanted to write about corruption or whatever. And then come the settings. First it goes theme, then settings, then characters, then plot. The plot's always the problem. And I always find as a writer, I care the least about the plot. The plot is like something that's just what I'm hanging all my shit on. And where it's but I think that's almost to a fault, because I feel like the reader doesn't realize this, and they care so much about the plot that almost the creator and the reader are sort of almost at odds sometimes, I feel like.
Yeah, the plot is a kind of, I mean, although I've been in this business longer than you, you've probably written more comics than I've written. I mean, I've kind of picked my place over the years, so I wouldn't want to personally lecture you on how to do it. But
I write, but you have to draw things. Drawing takes a lot longer. I don't know if anyone ever told you, but it's
I've noticed that. I've noticed that, and you only get the same credit. You spend 4 times as long, and if you even get a credit, you only get But yeah, the kind of plot side of it to me is always the mechanical thing. It's the kind of like the left half of the brain. It's a puzzle. This happens and that happens and this happens, and meanwhile this happens and then that meets that. But what it's about is the thing, as I say, that gives it emotional resonance. It's the right side of the brain. It's the kind of more intuitive side of things, or more. Yeah, I see what a wonderful writer I am. I cannot think of an appropriate word, but you get the idea anyway.
No, but it's what you remember about. I mean, like I think of work like originals. When I look back on originals in my head, I'm not thinking of the murder or the sort of the fight between the gangs. I'm thinking of the tone. I'm thinking of those futuristic scooters. I'm thinking of the party scenes. It's the plot is something you occupy while you're in the book, but the sort of theme is what you sort of take away from it. It's that impression. It's almost like impressionistic painting, It's like that's not what the world looks like, but it's what you feel when you look at it.
Yeah, it's almost like the plot is the structure that you hang the interesting stuff on.
That's right. Yeah. I always tell people Watchmen is just a murder mystery. I mean, he created a cool world, but the murder mystery is there so the person can explore the world. And that's the oldest plot you can come up with. That's like if you're a writer and you're just like, I love this world. I love these characters. I don't know what to do with them. Just have someone kill another person and have them solve the mystery. That's how to
Sure. Basic plot number 1, the quest.
The quest, that's right. All right. So you've got an idea. You have this. What's your next step? Are you a note taker? Do you plan out the whole thing? Do you do all 12 issues? Do you do all 12 issues, or you talk to an editor? You do it all by yourself? What's your next step after you have the sort of initial idea?
Well, I think the next step is you have to get something down, usually in writing, usually it would be writing. I scribble stuff down in a notebook, and it might often just be this happens, that happens, this happens, that happens, to get an overview of it. I've always been a great believer. And if I ever give a talk about creating comics, whether it's story or whether it's art or whether it's creating anything, I've always found it's a really good idea to work from the general to the particular. So in other words, you have to have a general feel for the shape of the story and where the highs and lows are, and the kind of, God, I'm struggling for a word again. Almost the texture of it, it's a weird thing. And just get that down in general terms. You're going to be writing notes that nobody else is going to even see. So that is the time when you can just open your mind and just throw it all down there. And then once you've got it down, it kind of, it then has a shape, and because you've created something, even if it's not the thing, you've got something you can edit and play with and move around and add bits in and take bits out, maybe come up with a whole different way. Often in the process of doing that, you think, oh, no, I've come into this the whole wrong way. There's a much better way to come into this. And actually, now I come to write it out, that ending's a bit flat. So I need something earlier on to give more weight to the ending. So it's that kind of really plastic, unformed thing that I think is always really important. And as I say, it's great not to be rushed to do that. because quite often your most interesting ideas are not your first idea, they're your seventh idea, you know. So then having done that, you would probably at that point neaten it up and turn it into some kind of outline that you could present to an editor or a collaborator to say, this is kind of what it's like. And then knowing that you're on the right track, then I would probably do a more detailed breakdown, that kind of thing where you have, some people call it an outline, where you'd have a paragraph per page of story with maybe a sentence for each picture, and just kind of write it down to see how it goes. This happens, that happens, this happens. Meanwhile, change of scene, big picture, you know, just to kind of get a vague view of it. Please.
Do you think, I mean, we're a collaborative medium. You've been on both sides of the collaboration. Do you adjust the story to your artist? Do you hope the writer adjusts the story to you? At what point are you thinking, how can I mean, if you're the artist, like, man, I don't want to draw this freaking horse. I don't want to draw a Western. I mean, when does the thought of the artist come into this conversation?
Well, in my experience, and, you know, I have been lucky enough to work with some geniuses, Frank Miller, Alan Moore, Pat Mills, you know.
You're dropping names I've never heard.
These guys know about comics, and they follow artists, and they know about artists, and they know what it is in the artist's work that speaks to them. So they will write to their strengths, write to the artist's strengths. It's ridiculous to do anything else. And most often what will happen as well is before you even write a word, you'll know who the artist will be, and you'll have a conversation with them and say, you know, this is the kind of thing I want to do, and just get their input. And it's a very wise thing to do, because if they're a decent artist, they've got thoughts about these characters that you've never had, that they will give you, and they can make you look really good when you incorporate them in the work. And plus also as an artist, it's always good to feel involved, and that the writer can be bothered to take notice of what you think. The worst thing in the world as an artist, and it happened to me a lot, particularly in the early days, is to be given a script that you know a writer has just banged out in an afternoon without any thought. And then
never. We've never done that. No, it never's happened.
I'm sure you have.
Always full effort.
Some naughty writers have, and you've then got to spend a month sitting with this stuff. You know, at least if you've had input, and at least if the writer has consulted you, even if the story isn't that good, at least you've got an involvement in it. It can work the other way, actually, that sometimes in the old days, you get a script that was so bad, there was no other way but up. There was probably nothing you could do that wouldn't improve it. So that was when I had, actually, paradoxically, some of my most creative breakthroughs, because I just draw it however I felt like it, and I change it round and disregard what the writer had written. And sometimes, because it didn't matter, there was nothing to lose, so just do anything, you know. So, and it can be intimidating, obviously, to work with, you know, if you've got a Frank Miller script or an Alan Moore script, this is something that's going to be leave its footprint in the culture of humanity forever, and you don't want to be the one who kind of didn't get it right. So that can be intimidating, although really, you know, if you're working with somebody you like and admire and is a friend, it's just great fun. I mean, I get this impression with what you do with Mitch, for instance. You know, you and Mitch obviously know each other very, very well. Yeah. You share a sense of humor, you share an approach, and it's just great fun. It's playing a game with a friend. Is that your experience? I'm sure it must be.
Yes, yeah. I mean, I've done all of it. I mean, I'm the godfather to Mitch's son, you know, like we talk every single day. But I mean, I've had experiences where I did Omega Men where I never, Barnaby Bagenda, who's a brilliant artist, lives in Indonesia, talks through an agent. I've never seen him. I couldn't recognize him out of a crowd. Like we never even exchanged an email because it was all through his agent. So I've done like both extremes. But yeah, it's much more fun if you're playing with someone who do that. But it's also more pressure. Like if I'm writing a script for an artist I know, then I'm like, crap, like this person's going to get this script and hate it and email me and tell me. Like, but sometimes it's better to send it to someone anonymous. So they're just like, okay, the editor told me to draw this, I'll draw it. And then in those times, like, I don't mind doing like, oh, I'm going to put 11 panels on this page. If I put 11 panels for Mitch, he'll be like, dude, I can't have dinner with my family tonight because you did this fucking. So
Yeah,
it's a personal aspect to it.
It would be a shame to lose a friendship with somebody over an overstuffed crowd scene.
That's what I'm saying. Yes. I always write back. I'm like, silhouettes. Just put everybody in silhouettes. That's cool. I love silhouettes.
And of course, when you become more experienced as an artist, there are ways around crowd scenes. You know,
how do you get around crowd scenes? What's the secret?
Well, have a couple of really big figures who obscure the implied crowd behind them is one way to do it. Or silhouette isn't a bad idea. Or things recede into the gloom or into the brightness. You know, but it's but again, this is where, in terms of time, the writer can often win over the artist. But in a way, I'm sure the stage that I've spoken about, where as a writer, you're trying to get that idea, and until you've got that idea, you've really got nothing. At least as an artist, what I've always found is you've always got a script. You can always draw something. You know, once the pump is primed, you can just run. Whereas with a writer, the problem is to get that pump primed. You know, that's the imponderable bit until the train starts running.
But I imagine, I've talked to JRJR about working with Frank Miller, and he'll be like, yeah, there was a whole issue where he just put 2 words down and I drew it, and then he lettered it later, and it's brilliant. I mean, I imagine you've gotten some fairly open scripts over the years.
Yeah, well, I mean, in the case of something like Watchmen, I think that's my first mention of it today, isn't it? I think so. In the case of something like Watchmen, again, I had long conversations with Alan, but what I get from him would be a fairly finished, detailed script, although it would always give me alternatives. He would never say, you must draw this. He'd say, you could do this or you could do that. But if you've got a better idea, just do it. But from the time I got the script, you knew how many pages it was. You knew what pictures were going to be on which page. You knew functionally what was going to happen. So it was a really interesting contrast to then work with Frank Miller on Martha Washington, where he would send you maybe just an outline and you start drawing it. And then, as you say, he'd revise a whole sequence and say, let's put another full pager in here and let's get rid of that page and save it till here.
Wait, he would do that after you drew it? He would add more pages? He'd literally draw more this and that?
Yeah.
I've never done that. That's insane.
Well, it was great because it was like jazz. It was like kind of, okay, I've done this, now you do that. And, and so, I mean, the analogy that I always make is of Alan as Mozart and Frank as Miles Davis, both geniuses, but a different approach. It's, I mean, I don't mind either way, as long as it keeps me on my toes, as long as what I'm drawing is of enough interest to me that I want to draw it. I don't mind which approach I go. When I write for other artists, I like to think, and I'm not comparing the quality of my work to Frank or Alan, but I'm
such an arrogant guy, Dave Gibb. That's your reputation finally is coming out.
I was going to say, I don't make that comparison because clearly I'm superior to both.
Yeah, no, of course. Yeah, no, that's how I took it. That makes sense.
But I do tend a little bit more towards the Alan school, where I want to write everything down just in case there's an idea in there that really sets the artist off, and I don't not want to say it, so that's where were we in this progress thing?
We haven't even written the first issue yet, and we're already.
Oh my god! What's the time? We're never going to do it, Tom. We're never going to do it. Phone the editor, quick! Phone the editor. Get your excuse in first. That's always been my strength.
Get your excuses.
So then, once I'd done the outline, and once I'd done, that's what I was saying: a paragraph a page, a sentence a picture, as it were, because that's what you have to remember about comics. It's the relationship between things. It's the relationship between the content of the pages, one to another, and the relationship between the panels on the page. So you have to get that nailed down at a fairly early stage. Then what I would do is I get like a legal pad, something like this, like a pad like that. And down the middle of it, this is a great pro tip, Tom. You can use this in your own work if you like. And we'll know you.
Do I owe you royalties now? I don't know.
Your work too will elevate suddenly and magically. What I do for each page, I just draw a line down the middle of the page. And I think on the left, I'm going to write the panel description. And on the right, I'm going to write the dialogue. And then I'll probably write or scribble the panel descriptions like long shot Batman, Gotham skyline, the Batmobile screeches around the corner, Commissioner Gordon steps out. So I'd have kind of very brief, terse notes of what the content was going to look like.
Right.
And then I'd write down dialogue or captions just as they occurred to me down the other side. And then it's a question.
Longhand? You don't just all
scribble that probably nobody else could read. Then what I would do is figure out which balloons or panels went in which picture. So I'd then connect them together and see if it worked. And it usually does more or less work. Again, because with experience, you kind of know what you have, the information you have to have in. And it's then a question of relating it to the other bits of information. So I would then probably go through the whole issue or the whole story, and I'd end up with words, with descriptions and words. And then from there, I would probably write the script. And I would do that probably, I've got very fond of using something like Final Draft, which is a screenwriting software, but it's quite handy because you've got an appearance for the descriptions. The character names are always clear. You've got a short, narrow area to write dialogue in, which is quite useful because by the time you've filled up a couple of shortened lines, you've probably written enough for that panel.
Right.
So what I would do is I'd write the script and I'd probably quite confidently type all the descriptions in of the pictures because I kind of know what they look like. Then I would spend a little more time polishing the dialogue because that's the critical thing. And the thing that I love about polishing dialogue is reducing it down to its minimum, of saying the most with the least words. And that to me gives me huge satisfaction to do that. I was rather inspired in that area by, again, I will mention Watchmen, an experience I had on Watchmen where there was a sequence that Alan had written in the script. It was where Rorschach, character you may have heard of, and I've never heard of him. Anyway. So it's the bit. How playful do I want to be about this?
Very playful is the answer.
Very playful.
Yeah.
It's the bit where Rorschach is having a Night Owl having a fight with Ozymandias in his Antarctic castle.
Yeah, they're slamming each
other out. There's a load of exposition going on, and I tried to draw this, and I had to phone Alan up, and I said, Alan, this is great stuff, but there are too many words to be said in the time that it would take the action to happen. So I can't make it work. He said, Dave, I thought exactly the same. Leave it to me. And the next morning, I got those pages completely re-scripted, just as good as the originals, just as beautifully written, but in half the number of words. And I thought, wow, that's writing, So that's something that I always try to do with stuff that I write, is not to cut it down to the point of being like a telegram, but to try and get the maximum value for the words that I've got in there.
Well, I mean, the problem with comics, which I face every day, is the pictures look a lot prettier than the words, and you want to get more out of the pictures than you get out of the words, at least for me. But if you don't put enough words in, the comic reads too quick. Like you can, if you minimize it too much, then it just becomes a flip book. And I've erred on that side where I just read. I was like, oh, that took me 3 minutes, and someone paid $4 for this. Like it's this war between those two factors for me.
It is, and I think that's what true masters of comics do. I mean, that's a huge talent. Of all the people I mentioned, but of Frank Miller, he knows just when to turn the soundtrack on and just when to turn the visual track on and when to turn it off, and how to juxtapose them. Because that's one of the fascinating things about comics, is it is that relationship, that interaction of words and pictures that has the effect. It's not the picture as it stands or the words as it stand. It's like you mix them together and you get a flavor that just wasn't there before. and you can counterpoint things and you can emphasize things, and that is where, to me, the true art of comics lies, not in writing grammatical or exciting speeches or in drawing wonderfully rendered images. It's the bit that overlaps. And my theory is, I mean, a lot of the best ever creators of comics have been people like Frank Miller or Will Eisner, who do the whole thing.
Or Dave Gibbons. I hear rumors that
Well, you're very kind. You're very kind, and too kind. But
I just spent 2 weeks rereading your work. You're a fucking genius, man. You're gonna have to face up to it.
Okay, I'll take it. Fine. Now you made me forget what I was going to say. Oh no, I know what I was going to say. And in the case of writer and artist teams who have huge success together, it is because they both overlap that bit in the middle sympathetically. That although there are two people, they understand the bit in the middle. And I think, again, this comes from working with somebody you know really well. Like we were saying, like with you and Mitch, you kind of, when to step in, when to leave it to the other guy. And that, to me, is the fascination of comics. It's that hard to define middle area where it chimes or it doesn't. It still fascinates me.
Have you had, and you have to tell me what it is, have you had times in your career where you haven't hit that chime, where you've read something and you said, oh, I fucking missed it? Well, how do because I've done that. I mean, I've reread books and I've been like, oh, I just swing and a miss here, Tom. Let's start again. Like, has it ever happened to you? Which everything just comes out perfectly?
Well, that everything comes out perfect, or everything comes out.
Well, wherever, have you had a time where an artist draws something and it doesn't match what you want it to be, and you can't find the words to capture? As an artist, you must have sort of like, no, that's not how I would do that at all. That you've missed this.
Well, I mean, I must say, overwhelmingly, and again, I mean, I have been. I'll take all the compliments you want to give me, but I have been very.
I have lots of compliments, Dave.
Thank you. Well, have
you read Batman v Predator? It's one of my favorite Batman stories of all time. I cannot believe how good that book is.
Brilliant. Let's sprinkle the praise throughout the process, not concentrate it all in one small area.
All right, it's a deal.
But I've been very lucky with the writers that I've drawn pictures for, and I've been really lucky with the artists that I've written for as well. I mean, I've had my stuff illustrated by like Mike Mignola.
Yeah, that Aliens book. It's so good. I don't have a copy, but I read it. It's so good, guys. If you haven't checked it out, it's.
And Jose Luis Garcia Lopez, Ivan Rice, Steve Rude. These are wonderful talents, and I must say that almost without exception, I've always been thrilled with what I've got back. I always have thought, God, you're making me look so good. You put stuff in there that is absolutely right, but didn't occur to me. And so I've been quite lucky like that. I think on the other hand, you have to approach your work with a bit of generosity of spirit and think, well, you can't hit the ball every time. You're bound to have the odd miss, but there is, and you do in your own work, you look at your own work and you think, what was I thinking about? Why didn't I just take 10 more minutes and just draw that place properly, and indeed, there's the thing, while we're talking about the creative process, I don't know if it happens to you as a writer, but as an artist, every job I do, every time I start, it's going to be the best thing I've ever done. It's great. It's going to be, because otherwise, how could you start?
Yeah.
And then you start to do it and you think, this isn't turning out right. This is work. I'm supposed to enjoy this. Look at that. And I just can't, I can't get this page right. I'm just going to have to move on to the next page and do it. And then you go back and you ink it and you think, oh God, I haven't got time to fix it. And then you look at you send the finished artwork off and you're expecting the phone to ring, because this time the editor's going to say, Dave, you've just blown it this time. This is the one. This is the end of your career. But they don't. They phone you up and they go, oh, we got it, Dave. It's great. And you think, you're just saying that. You just become a nice guy and you don't want to say bad things. And then it comes out in print and you look at it and it's awful and it's mistake after mistake. And you never want to look at it again. 2 years later on, you're going through your file drawers looking for something else. And you find this issue that you hated and you look through it and you think, yeah, that's all right.
That's right.
Great. It's the best thing I ever did, but it's okay. And this is advice, not for you particularly, but that I would pass on to my fellow artists and writers. I'm sure you've all had that experience. The main reason it happens is that you were the only one who saw in your head what it could have been. When you started off, it's going to be the best thing ever. Only you ever saw that. All anybody else ever sees is the result. And if the result is all right, then it's all right. So you're the only one who gets that disappointment. So be prepared for it if it happens. Don't stress about it too much. Move on, get it done, move on to the next issue, because it could be that issue which is going to be the best one you ever did.
Whenever I read my own work, I feel like whenever I read other people's work, I'm like, everything in here was necessary. Like, they did this on purpose. They put this exact sentence, this exact picture. This is their plan, and I have to interpret why they did this. But when I read all my own work, it all feels contingent. I was like, did I just do that because my dog barked and I had to walk out of the room? I feel like I read my own work as I want to constantly re-edit it. Like it's hard to sort of accept that this is in stone. I mean, that to me is the problem. I was like,
yeah. Yeah, that's true. And of course, there is that thing that your work tends to be almost like a soundtrack or a sort of the thread of your life, you know. And you can, even years after, I can remember where I was when I drew a particular thing, or what frame of mind I was in, or often sometimes what album I was listening to when I drew it. You know, it's so strange. So that the work becomes such an intrinsic part of your life. I mean, it shouldn't be the only thing. I'm going to get very philosophical. It shouldn't be the only thing that gives your life value. But
what? Now you tell me? I'm deep into this. Oh, God damn it.
But it does
put up some pictures of my kids.
Yeah, I mean, I would say this with the originals, which you've been very generous about, because I wrote and drew that myself. Which was
if people don't know, the original is a futuristic graphic novel, but it's about sort of your experience in the 60s as a mod. And it's brilliant. It's a combination of memoir and futurist and moral dilemmas, and just added. Yeah, I love it. If anyone doesn't get that book, the hardcover just came out. It's back here from Burger Books, and it's gorgeous.
Well, thanks, Tom. Yeah, no, I was going to say about that. You know, one of the things I really enjoy about comics, and that's evident from what we've said so far, is I love the collaborative aspect of it, because I love to have somebody to bounce ideas off. And, you know, there is that thing they say that if you're in a good collaboration, the whole is greater than the sum of the parts. You know, you get more than you could have done if you just done it yourself. But the originals, it was my story about what had happened to me, written by me, drawn by me, lettered by me, grey toned by me, graphic designed by me. So it virtually meant I sat in a room on my own for 2 years doing this work. And at that time, we were in between moving houses, and I had this kind of attic studio where you couldn't even, it had a skylight, but you couldn't see the street, you couldn't see people. So it was like being in this monastic cell. And I got quite disheartened, because even if you had a good week and did maybe 4 pages, there'd still be another 120 to go. And I actually I found it really, really hard. And it was great. And I suppose I'm now turning this into a self-serving story, but I did eventually win an Eisner Award for it, which was great. And again, I think it was just because I hadn't had one recently and they'd been nice. But my wife and my
recently, he says, I haven't had one recently. You poor thing. I'm sorry. You had to get.
Sorry, that sounds much more arrogant than I meant it to say. But the good thing was that my wife and my teenage stepdaughters at the time, who put up with a lot of my bad temperedness and angst, were actually there to think, well, it did matter. You know, it did matter to the rest of the world, even through those dark days when you thought it didn't. So, yeah.
When you're doing something for yourself that you wrote, do you change it? Do you write your script out first, or are you more improvisational when you're drawing, or do you stick by like, Dave Gibbons from 2 months ago told me to draw this. What the fuck was that Dave Gibbons thing?
Well, yeah, I mean, again, I do. I'm a great believer in doing things in the right order and properly. You know, I do have my own rules, and one of those things is, you know, never kid yourself that you'll fix it in the inks. You know, it's a bit like you'll fix it in post. It's shit, but we'll fix it in post.
No, writers do that. We'll fix it in letters. Sometimes I'm like, I don't think this works, but this deadline's here. When I get the letters off, and then the letters come, I was like, I have no idea how to fix this.
Yeah. So, but I've found it's best that to do each stage fairly conscientiously. So if I was writing a script for myself, I wouldn't be so florid or so descriptive as I would be for somebody else. But I would know what was happening in the picture. And I would figure out the dialogue beforehand, even if it could later be changed. And I must say, with doing the originals, once I'd written the script, I probably didn't change more than 5% of it. And
really?
That's quite often, because it grammatically was wrong or something like that. So I would tend to stick to that. So coming back to our scheme, I've written the script now, and then the next thing I would do would be to thumbnail it out. I now would know what if I was drawing a script somebody else had written for me, or drawing my script that I'd written for me, but not if it was being drawn by somebody else. Because one of the worst things you can do to an artist is to give them a sketch of how you think it might be. Because as an artist, once you've seen that sketch, that's the only way you can imagine it. Which is why your Batman collaborators must have a terrible trouble when they see your, frankly, I'm sorry, Tom, crappy Batman drawings.
Here I'm interviewing you. You're insulted. I see how
I'm trying to be honest with you. I'm paying you the respect of extreme honesty, Tom. I'm trying to help you in your career.
My heart breaking. That's what it is.
Okay. I mean, they're heartfelt, they're spirited attempts.
I've been stuck inside for 2 years doing my own creator-owned drawn work. So I don't know. Maybe it won't win me a recent Eisner, but I'll do what I can.
I'm sorry. I was
I get it.
I was too arrogant before. I'm being too harsh now. I just can't get the tone of this interview right. It's very difficult. But no. So if I was then drawing the comic, I would thumbnail it, and I'd do these tiny little, you probably seen them before if you've seen my books on how to do things. I do these kind of postage stamp little thumbnails of the entire book, and I take quite a lot of time doing those and make sure that they told the story. That actually is the bit where the magic happens. What I was going on about earlier, it's the bit in between the words and the pictures where it really happens. Right. Your thumbnails are actually that point where you're gelling everything. You're actually making the compound. And if you've done those properly, then by the time you've thumbnailed the last page, you can look at the whole thing. And if you squint, it's almost like you've got the comic book in front of you. And then all you need to do is bring it into focus. All you need to do is actually draw it, which means solving all the problems of human anatomy, composition, perspective, all those things. But those are drawing problems as distinct from storytelling problems.
So you work with Frank Miller, Alan Moore, people who started out drawing comics before they're writing. They never have sort of been like, this is how you should do it. And they sort of like famously, Grant Morrison claims that when he does a script, he draws the complete script and then throws out the drawings and just sends in his writing. You've never had writers be like, this is how you do it and just draw it out?
No, I mean, I have seen Alan Moore's sketchbooks, because he would draw out every page, but he never ever showed me what he'd drawn out for his.
Really?
I was round his house and I saw some, I forget what the comic book was, but it was some things that he'd done for other people, but they were really only stick figures. And I think lots of writers do that. They'll just do little stick figures just to kind of do an impression of what it would be like. And as a point of honor, there was a mini series I did with Steve Rude that I wrote and he drew. And there was one bit of the description that he just couldn't get. And I thought, I'm not going to draw it for him. I'm going to describe it to him. So I described it to him and he still didn't get it. And then I tried again and he still didn't get it. And then I drew it for him and he went, oh, now I get it, Dave. Yeah, that's easy. Thanks. So it's a real point of honor not to resort to a drawing, because it feels like if you have to draw it, you're not a writer anymore. You're a sort of a scribbler,
See, I was lucky enough not to have any artist skills at all, so I don't even have that chance. So if an artist working with me, they'll know there's no actual skill. I've seen Scott Snyder's scripts; he'll actually draw a little bit like this is kind of a design element. But for me, I'm just like, good luck. This is what's in my head, and if you can't understand it,
Yeah, I think that's the best approach. Yeah.
Oh, see, exactly, nailed it by incompetence. That's how. That's how. We've gone pretty far. Do you want to keep talking about this? I want to talk about first issues. You write incredible first issues, and you've drawn Martha Washington's incredible first issue, Watchmen originals. How do you approach a first issue? What is a first issue needed?
Whoa. Well, I suppose in a way, the first issue, although you maybe pitched the idea and you spent your whole life trying to get some sort of reputation, the first issue is the pitch. It's like, if they don't like the first issue, they're not going to like the rest. Well, not necessarily, but generally speaking, they're not going to like the rest of it. But first issues can be difficult, because first issues are difficult if they're origin stories. I mean, origin stories are kind of, I hate origin. I want to get to the meat of it, which is why I think quite often movie trilogies, it's the second one which is the sweetest one, because the first one is the origin and the second one is the sweet one. Like with the original Superman movies, my favorite is Superman 2. I guess with Alien, it's Aliens is my favorite. It's so a first issue, if it's going to be an origin story, is really difficult for me. I think the way to do it is to not make it an origin story, but to make it a story that happens to lead to something, So
when you did Everett Kingsman, the first issue, he's not a super spy by the end of the issue. You're just reading about some grumpy kid and he's in a bad situation. I was amazed at how little origin story was in that first issue of Kingsman.
Yeah, I suppose in some cases you're not telling the story of the origin, like who he is and how he came to be, as much as describing the world. And as you mentioned earlier on with Watchmen, you incite a kind of murder mystery, which means that one of our characters is our kind of avatar, and he goes around the world, and you meet everybody and you see everything, and you glimpse enough of the incidentals to think, this is what we're in for. There's one thing that I often do before a first issue, and I did it in the case of Watchmen, did it in the case of Martha Washington as well. In fact, it would be too disruptive, but I could show you a big piece of artwork from Martha. But I
is it for sale? My dog is excited about it.
Yeah, the dogs love it. The dogs love my work. They'll chew it. They'll lie on it. They just love it. But what I'll quite often do is do a page like a page 0, which is not from the story, but is what a page is going to look like. Because I do try and give projects that I work on a different look. Like Watchmen has obviously got, as I'm sure you've noticed, Tom, a 9-panel grid.
What? Mind blown.
Yeah, it's there. If you look, and see it. I knew it had to have that distinctive look. So I did a page 0 for Watchmen, which has appeared in print anyway. But it's kind of a 9-panel grid showing the kind of picture content and the lettering style and everything. It's almost like.
I remember at the Eisners once I said, I'm sorry, I stole the 9-panel grid from you. And you said, I stole it from Steve Ditko. Why did you decide 9 panels was the way to go? I mean, I'm sure I want to know, but I know you've been asked that before.
Well, 9 panels on a page it's a nice, if you divide pages in half, it's boring because everything matches. But thirds, it's like that compositional rule of thirds thing. It's an odd number, so it's more interesting. The corners, the internal corners of it sit in the thirds, obviously, so it sort of sits on the page nicely, and it's probably about the right size to put a little unit of story in. And it also has the effect, as again you and everybody else and Steve Ditko himself noticed, once you establish a grid, if you break the grid or you join 2 or 3 pictures together, the pictures look immense. Whereas in a regular comic, it really wouldn't look that much. I mean, the reason I did that was almost as because Watchmen came out in the days of what I would call poster designs for comic book pages, where you get one money shot of a hero and a load of little dialogue pictures, and that had become how comics were done. And I wanted to do something that looked different from that. And also I wanted to do something that would enable a very complicated story to be told slightly more simply in the format, But then when it came to do Martha Washington, that's completely free form. There are no grids going on in there at all. So that gives that a distinctive look. So in the case of Martha, I did a sample where everything had, sort of bled off the page or was more dynamically composed. And if I can do that, again, it's like doing the thumbnails and squinting at it, and you can more or less see the finished comic. If you've done a page 0, you can think, yeah, this is what a finished page from that series is going to look like. And then you can draw issue 1, page 1 with a little bit more assurance.
Do you talk to the editor about this, or this is like, I know how this is going to, because every time you share something with the editor, you're risking losing a little bit of yourself, but you might get reassurance, but you also might get this turned down. What do you share and what don't you share?
Well, in the case of Watchmen or Martha Washington, really editors didn't come into it at all. I mean, people were credited as editors, but I'm sure that they would agree with me that what they did was really make sure the trains ran on time, that there were no sort of spelling errors or there was nothing that just didn't work. But as for the idea of editorial input, we didn't ask for it. It wasn't offered, and everybody was very happy at that. And I mean, in the case of Watchmen, about the first that they see of it at DC would be when the finished ink lettered pages and the color guides arrived in a package. And they changed. There were a couple of places where they changed dialogue and they actually made it worse. And so we then had to change it back. There's one particular panel where it was re-lettered and pasted up.
Really?
4 or 5 times. It's the one, it's where they just crash landed the owl ship in the Antarctic. And there's something about Night Owl gets his little hover scooters out, and there's a bit of banter about remember that time you came out of that tunnel on one of these, all the rats running in front of you, or there's some piece of dialogue like that, and it was changed by the editor and changed back by Alan and then changed back and then changed back again. And the one that it's the only time it happened, and I don't know, sometimes you can get really focused on something and it just becomes something that you can't get rid of. That was a panel like that, but in the final Absolute Watchmen, it's the correct original script version of the dialogue. So all you nerds out there, you can go and have a close look at that in that book behind you. Yes.
I had the pleasure of sitting with Len Wein for a while, and it was at a time in my career when I was trying to do ambitious things, and I've noticed that editors really didn't want to do ambition, especially at the sort of big 2 companies. They don't, if you say to them, hey man, I have this idea for this layout and this will mirror this other layout, and they're like, that sounds like it's going to affect your deadline. Don't, like that. And I asked Len Wein, I said, how did Watchmen work? How were you able to do something? I mean, because it's 24 pages, no commercials. You couldn't do that today. And you had front and back cover control, which we very rarely have these. And I asked him how, and he said I had pitched Teen Titans and they hated it. They said it was a total failure, and Wolfman and Perez were going to go down in flames. And that was their biggest hit ever. So when I went with them to Watchmen, they just thought I was talking about the same thing, and they let me do it. That was his answer.
Yeah. And I think the thing with Watchmen as well, and the thing generally with creator-owned stuff, I mean, Watchmen wasn't creator-owned, but Martha Washington and other stuff was creator-owned, is that, say, coming back to the case of Watchmen, they were characters that didn't mean anything. And as you know, some of them died, some of them went crazy. But it wasn't like we were going to do that with Batman or we were going to do that with Green Lantern, where obviously they want a little bit more editorial input. I mean, they had nothing to lose, so they just left us alone to do it. And I think also, Alan, he made such a huge difference. He completely turned around Swamp Thing. I mean, that was just mind-boggling what he managed to do with that. So he was their golden boy, and they knew that I was reliable and that I wouldn't draw anything too shabby. So I think, and I loved Len. I worked with Len, but I think if Len knew that a decent product was going to come out that he didn't have to spend too much time on, then he'd be very happy with.
It's the editor's calling, right?
Yeah.
It makes a ton of sense. So we're getting towards the end. So now I get to ask you just a few questions. Would you rather live in Martha Washington's future world or our current future or our current world?
I'd rather live, I think, basically. Yeah, I mean, well, we certainly didn't see. We saw a lot of things coming, but we didn't see these particular circumstances coming. I mean, but it is weird, and lots of people have drawn attention to it. There's certain aspects that we were right on the money with, and I mean, we did that like 30 years ago. Frank must have been tuned into something, and I must have seen pictures from the future or something like that. It is quite uncanny. I wouldn't
agree.
wish on anybody, but yeah, it's strange how life imitates art.
Yeah, I read it all in one gap, and you really can't, because it's over 20 years from the first issue to sort of when she dies. Oh, spoilers. But
now nobody's going to buy it now, Tom, because they know what happens. You've given the plot away.
No one will see the movie when you make this brilliant movie someday. Sorry. I didn't know anything. This is complete guessing. But yeah, it felt to me very much, because it felt so contemporary. I couldn't tell what was written in the 80s or in the 90s or in the aughts, because it all felt like it was talking to the now. It was talking to current issues of sort of politics and reality TV and all that stuff. I was blown away by just how dead on you were. It was, I mean, you just missed the plague. That's all. But I feel like there was hints of it.
Well, it would have been one plot thread too many, I think, as I believe we're discovering. You know,
I did notice, this is just a very small thing. In the book, Frank Miller dedicates the third volume to Ayn Rand, saying she was my huge inspiration. And I always think of Watchmen and Rorschach as a parody of Ayn Rand, as saying what a crazy person this is. And I was wondering what it must be like to be on sort of both sides of these two writers who come at this one philosopher from two different ways.
Well, yeah, I mean, I think sometimes by expounding people's philosophies, you can illustrate the shortcomings in them. So I think just because you deal with a certain writer, doesn't necessarily mean that you personally admire them or would emulate them or would recommend them. But I suppose what Martha was about was, how do you order society if it all breaks down? And obviously the Randian thing is one way of looking at it. And also because it inherently is a very black and white philosophy, somebody like Rorschach with his reductive worldview would be attracted to it, So it kind of, again, it's something that's floating around, isn't it? That you almost, if you're talking about dystopias or you're talking about things gone wrong, you're going to be mentioning things like that. I
see things in Martha Washington that I think are almost not a commentary on Watchmen. It's sort of frank. I mean, there's a plot line of let's unite the whole world. If we create a bad incident, Martha has to prevent it. He almost puts the Watchmen plot in a later episode. Was this on purpose, or do you think Frank was just riffing and just overlapped?
Well, I mean, we spoke earlier about plot number one, the quest. I mean, there is philosophical proposition number one, probably. It's like, it's a bit like my about uniting against a common enemy. And I mean, the thing about Watchmen is it's kind of, well, if there's this fifth dimensional squid menace, we've got to stick together, and a similar situation in Martha. I mean, I'm sure that must have been going in biblical times, in Greek times, in Chinese times before that, you might hate somebody, but if there was a threat to both of you, you would unite with them. So I think it's almost, you almost can't avoid coming up with that kind of stuff if you're getting into that kind of geopolitical kind of thing.
So I've been told that I have to wrap it. I could talk to you for 15 hours about all this stuff. Is there anything you would like to plug or tell people to look at, or say something, go out there and buy this, or do anything out there you want to talk to the audience about that I didn't mention?
Well, the thing that I have spent some time working on, and I actually finished writing it a year or more ago, is my autobiography, which, I think the world's finally ready for it. And I think it should be of interest to people. It was really that I've had so many, I think, interesting experiences in comics, and I've also been really lucky to meet and to work with so many people who have been pivotal in comics, which is the field that I've dedicated my life to, which I, from being a child, have loved. I thought it'd be interesting to give a kind of behind the scenes view. So I've done this autobiography, which is not a chronological autobiography. It's kind of anecdotal. It's anecdotes arranged in alphabetical. What am I trying? It's an alphabetical anecdotal autobiography.
That sounds amazing.
And it's about 100,000 words. It's going to have lots of pictures in it as well, which will tend to be things of mine that people haven't seen or are very familiar with. It'll be obscure stuff I've done right at the beginning of my career, and advertising stuff and foreign language stuff that I've done during my career. We spent some time with one publisher and we couldn't really get going anywhere, but it's now with another publisher. I'll say no more than that. It's with another publisher who are gung-ho to publish it. So I'm hoping that once present operational difficulties are resolved a bit, we can get that autobiography out there. In which case, it would be a pleasure to do an interview or a chat with you again, Tom, after you've had a chance to internalize that and ask me some interesting questions based on that.
I would love to. I just love to read the autobiography, and I'd love to talk to you about the autobiography. I'll be first in line to get that book. I cannot wait to read it. I've talked long enough. We went our whole time. We didn't even get to how to end a story. So good luck starting it. Now we have no advice on how to finish it.
Well, it was good. I'm surprised that the time went so quickly. We obviously were enjoying ourselves. And yeah, let's find an excuse to do it again another time. And I'd really love to chat to you about some of the wonderful things that you've been involved with. So we'll do it again soon.
You're so nice. Have a wonderful day.
You too, Tom. Take care of yourself.
I assume someone's going to take us away.
Yeah. I think they left us.
Hey guys, that was absolutely spectacular. Thank you very much, Mr. Tom King, Mr. Dave Gibbons. Always a pleasure. I knew that would be a lot of fun. That one. So huge thanks to you guys, and thanks to everybody with your continuing viewership here of Baltimore Comic-Con Live. We're going to go ahead and get the ball rolling for all of you Star Wars fans. For the next hour, we're going to be doing a deep dive. We've got some amazing guests here to talk about, a galaxy far, far away, here to host and moderate our Star Wars panel, a guy who knows a couple things about Star Wars. I want to welcome to Baltimore Comic-Con, Mr. Alden Diaz. How you doing, man?
Hello. And just to be clear, I know a couple things, and they're only about Star Wars. That's all I know.
That's what I meant. That's what I meant. You come so highly. Big thanks to Ken Nabsock for putting us in touch with you. The wonderful Ken Nabsock. I know you want to have as much of this hour as you possibly can, so I'm going to go ahead and cut you loose, man. Have fun. We're going to be watching from the background. Have a good time.
Thank you so much. Appreciate it. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we are here with just a phenomenal Jedi Council, a phenomenal crew of guests here. We've got an entire panel. We got 4 amazing people that are going to be joining us to talk about the world of Star Wars comics. And so we've got Katie Cook, who you know from such books as Creatures Big and Small, ABC 3PO, Search Your Feelings, and so many more, adding so much life to the Star Wars world with the amazing visuals that just bring us so much joy. We have Greg Pak, who is currently on Darth Vader, has also done the Age of Rebellion comics, so really injecting that original trilogy flavor. Michael Morisi on Star Wars Adventures, which has now transitioned into the world of the sequels and that Last Jedi Rise of Skywalker era. And then also Charles Soule, who has done Lando, he's done Vader, Obi, and Anakin, and he is currently on the Star Wars book as well as gearing up for High Republic. So how's everybody doing?
Good.
Yeah, everyone all right? Everyone, I know in the chat we were just talking about how it's 2020, so we're all like, I'm existing.
It is what it is.
Yeah, I'm still here.
Hanging in there is what I always say. Hanging in there.
Yeah, hanging in there. So I'm curious, like I was saying before, this crew right here, we've got so many different Star Wars backgrounds, so many different Star Wars stories coming out of your minds. Is this a Jedi Council or is this like a scoundrel crew? Just looking around at the people that are with us.
I would say it's more like one of the back tables at the cantina.
These are just the muff tacks and the hammerheads of the Star Wars galaxy, but they let you guys create it. So really, this is the most flavorful Star Wars story, I think, that we're experiencing right here. Star Wars, nothing but Star Wars. I agree. So I want to start by asking sort of just about the tone of this year, of everything going on, how weird it's been. Many of your projects were thrown around in terms of scheduling and release and timeline and all that stuff. But How do you sort of stay creative? How do you stay invested? Do you find yourself diving more into the work because of being home, or do you sort of have to find that balance of separation too?
Well, I think most of us, we're all freelancers, right? So probably most of us work at home to begin with. So in some weird ways, that transition on the work front less stressful was probably less stressful for some of us than it was for so many people. Just because I'm in my undisclosed location the same way I always am with my fish. But I mean, yes, the whole world is in chaos all the time, and it's a stressful time to be doing any kind of work. I don't know. I was thinking about this a while ago. It's any any page anybody writes these days is a miracle, and I mean, I'm not even kidding. It really is, and I mean, any productive work anybody does is a miracle. And I'm full of admiration for anybody who manages it. I your specific question, I think that having stuff to do, in terms of having deadlines has been full to me. Like having work, having stories to tell. I think I've been fortunate in that the. I've been fortunate with Star Wars and with this Vader book in a number of ways, because I'm just really grateful that it had it was not put on pause. Folks have been incredibly supportive. The first issue had just come out before the lockdown happened, but the book has been really excited for it, and that's incredibly gratifying. Hugely grateful for. And I'll be honest. I'm grateful to be working on a sci-fi story that is not set in real life. I mean, or not set in our world. I don't know. I haven't had to deal with the challenge of writing a current story that takes place in the outside our window. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
I haven't had to grapple with this whole question of incorporating. Directly incorporating current event story. I don't think I'm ready for that. That
Right.
doesn't feel like it feels like stuff is unfolding. And I wouldn't, like it's a big responsibility to take on to tell that kind of story. Not that it shouldn't be done, and not that people aren't doing that brilliantly, but it has been nice to have a story that, while always relevant, because questions of of morality and of definition and responsibility of other and struggling with darkness within, in the case of Vader, those are always relevant. So that's it.
And who better to guide us through these times than Darth Vader?
Yeah, exactly. Right. He wears a mask. He is incredibly responsible.
Greg, I just wanted to jump in here real quick as a technical reason. If you wouldn't mind logging back in, there's just a little bit of a strange echoey thing happening with your mic, and I hate to derail the conversation. Just maybe log out and then just jiggle your connection and log back in.
No problem.
Cool. Sorry, as you were.
Yeah, no worries. And so for Michael and Katie, I'm curious. Building off of sort of what Greg said, is there a quality you think about, particularly your Star Wars work? And I know with Adventures and with the books that you've worked on, Katie, there's also that emphasis on all ages. Mm-hmm. Is there something about Star Wars that you think is especially poignant for these times? Whereas, George in the 70s, it was the rebellion, the distrust, and the wanting to break free of the man and all that. Whereas now, do you think that there's a certain comfort for the stuff that you guys are doing in 2020?
It is. There's a level of escapism in Star Wars that we need during these times. This is actually the point in time that I basically forced it upon my 9-year-old, because I was like, all right, you're stuck at home. I'm stuck at home. We're going to watch all this now.
Yeah.
And thankfully, she's really loving it. And I mean, it's even a point of escapism for me working on the books. I think basically since the lockdown started in March, I illustrated the Star Wars Galactic Storybook. I wrote and draw Star Wars Monsters, Ooze, and Slime, which is a book that is about like all the grossest facts of the Star Wars universe. I did the Empire Strikes Back anthology project, and I have written 2 issues of Star Wars Adventures for IDW. So for me, it's like, thank goodness Star Wars exists, because I mean, I have my own project as well that I work on, but I have needed to escape to the galaxy far, far away every once in a while. So this has been great for me, and I know so many people that have started introducing their kids to Star Wars during this time when basically they don't have a choice.
Yeah, absolutely. And what about for you, Michael, taking over Adventures right now, where you're also dealing with the newest characters, with the characters that kids are looking up to, from 2015 to now, where, in 10 years, they'll be saying, but it was the sequels that were really the best ones. You have Rey, you have Finn, Poe. What do those characters mean to you right now in a time where things do seem so uncertain, and where kids can really use, a Jedi like Rey, a hero like Finn?
Yeah, that's a great question. I think obviously a lot of things have changed in the last however many months, in so many ways, creatively, professionally, things have changed. But I think one of the things that has remained true, at least for me, I forget exactly when I first started writing Star Wars stories. I'm afraid it's at least a year prior to, I think it was like late 2018 or something like that. But the one thing that stayed the same for me is the importance of writing, doing my best by Star Wars. Like every Star Wars story that I want to tell, I want it to be true to what Star Wars is. And I think that remains consistent from the prequels, the original trilogy sequels, to animated series, whatever. There's a certain heart and spirit that exists throughout all of Star Wars. And when you talk about the sequel characters, whom I adore, I think it remains consistent to that as well, and trying to maintain that level of heart and soul in Rey, in Finn, in Poe, in Rose, and in whomever, in BB-8. And as I'm looking at those characters, I see them a lot through. I'm a dad. I have 2 kids, and I see them a lot through my kids' eyes. And being able to explore those relationships as the way that they understand that has been beneficial to me, to understand how they see it. I mean, they're both huge Rey fans, which is lovely, and also getting this sense of the importance that she has specifically to them. Has really shown me how, again, that Star Wars spirit transcends, different prequel, eras of the series itself, but also eras of our world, from my generation to their generation and beyond. And working in that context has been, it's been nice. It's been meaningful to me, and it's been nice to stay focused on that and missed everything else.
That's awesome. That's awesome. And we welcome back. Charles is here. Charles, I was just talking to everybody sort of about this year, about the characters, about sort of their mentality and what Star Wars can bring right now. You've tackled so many different corners, characters with so many different mentalities. I mean, I think that if you put Lando Calrissian and Vader and even Avar Kriss and upcoming Star Wars characters all in a room together, it might be very combustible. So I'm curious for everybody here, but starting with you, how is it, challenging, but also freeing to get into the heads of these characters, some of which you knew as a little boy? Is that intimidating for you?
I think it would be just completely untrue to say that it's not hugely intimidating to write these characters, because they're Darth Vader is known around the world. Like that icon, that silhouette, that character is maybe not every person on Earth knows who Darth Vader is, but a lot of them do. And they know his story, and it's very meaningful to people, as are the people in Darth Vader's orbit, whether it's Padme or Luke or Han or any of them. And so when you are given the opportunity to write stories about these people, people don't see Star Wars as a bunch of stories. I mean, some do, but many people see it as actual history and actual mythology. And so when you are being asked to write a new chapter in any of it, I think that there's a responsibility to try to, at least when I'm trying to make sure that whatever I'm adding to the universe is in theory and hypothetically is as good as what the things that got me into it in the first place. And while that's kind of an impossible target to hit, it's like a Death Star exhaust port. You have to aim for something because otherwise it's sort of like, why? Like, I don't want to half-ass something that I love this much and that other people around the world love this much. Like, that should be my target, even if it's sort of impossible to hit. That's what I like to try to do. it's kind of, you know, speaking of like Light of the Jedi, which is a High Republic book that's coming out in January, Star Wars book I'm writing now, other Star Wars things I'm doing. You know, the Star Wars book that Greg's doing Darth Vader, I'm doing Star Wars with, are both set right after Empire Strikes Back, which is a time when a lot of characters are going through very, very dark times in their lives, and they're trying to deal with it, trying to find the path forward, trying to figure out what they're going to do next. And Light of the Jedi begins in a time where things are really good, and people start to kind of see a change in that. You know, not cracks in the facade. It's more just sort of an external thing happening, but people have to reevaluate the way their lives are. And I think that's all really resonant. Like the best Star Wars, you know, it has these themes that keep coming around and around, generation after generation. Like, you know, my daughter likes Star Wars, my dad likes Star Wars, I like Star Wars. You know, the themes resonate because they're true no matter your age and no matter when you're coming to them, because there's always darkness and there's always light.
And what about for, you know, Katie, Michael, and Greg? Is there an intimidation? You know, with Katie, you've got that other vantage point as well of illustrating these iconic designs that have been passed down from, you know, your Joe Johnstons, and they get to your, you know, your Doug Chang and everybody that has contributed visually to Star Wars, but also for Michael and Greg in writing, whoever wants to take it first. Is it sort of like always considering the whole, or do you really just have to sometimes push it out and say, this is my take?
For me, I'm extremely lucky that I have been doing stuff for Star Wars for basically over 10 years at this point. Like, since before the Disney purchase, I worked on the webcomics that went along with the Clone Wars cartoon and did a bunch of stuff for Scholastic. And then they brought me back on after the Disney purchase. Really because, and the story was, they had someone in-house and they had given them a bunch of my old artwork, and they said, "Hi, can you copy Katie's style?" And her sense of humor that she puts into the Star Wars universe. And apparently they just didn't get it right. So I got hired back on to do some contract stuff. And so when I get to do something for Star Wars, they're expecting something that's Katie Cook's little corner of the galaxy, whether it be the cuteness of one of the Star Wars kids books, the comics that I've written. They are expecting them to be fun and zany and a little weird. And especially the one that I just turned in, which is the grossest facts of the Star Wars world.
I can't wait.
Asked me to just go nuts and make stuff up. I mean, I have an illustration in there of a Jawa flashing Luke. One of the questions that they wrote was like, what do Jawas wear under their robes? And so I just wrote, "You don't want to know."
It's fantastic.
So I'm very lucky that, you know, Disney and Lucasfilm trust me to do what I want with these characters. And thus far, only one thing I've ever sent in was like, "No." Absolutely not. You can't do this. And I'm not going to say what it is, because one day I'm going to make it work.
And now it sits in your desk with a glow. You look at it every day. Like, this will happen.
Story group at least once every 4 months.
It's fantastic. And then what about you, Michael, with sort of the not the pressure, but just the interesting perspective that your stories are sort of, along with Last Jedi, Rise of Skywalker, the furthest down the timeline, where it's not like building based on what comes after and before, but you're sort of making a lot of new material. You're touching on uncharted territory. What is that like for you?
Yeah, it's pretty exciting. You know, I've worked mainly in 2 eras: the prequel era with the Clone Wars series that I did that just finished up, and now the sequel era, which is the relaunch of the Star Wars Adventures line, even prior to that. And I think all of it is intimidating, and all of it's kind of I don't want to say nerve-wracking, but it is intimidating for sure. And the reason it's intimidating, at least to me, is because I'm someone who loves Star Wars so much. I love it. I've loved it since I was 4 years old, you know, and knowing that love and knowing how important and how vital it is to me. And Charles is right. This is kind of the mythology of our time. You know, a lot of people can argue, and I think it's a good argument. And knowing how important it is, how vital the story it is to people, The intimidation factor comes from me just wanting to get it right, wanting to get those things in my stories that feel like Star Wars. I want, while Star Wars Adventures, I've always written for kids, one can make a compelling case that Star Wars is for kids in many, many ways. But these are, strictly targeted for children. There is still a need to make this feel like a Star Wars story, the Star Wars that they know, watching, Rey and, Luke, or, Captain Rex or whoever, and specifically to your point about the new trilogy, it's pretty exciting. It's very, very, very exciting, as a matter of fact, to be able to contribute to this burgeoning mythology. While those 3 movies are done, we've reached the conclusion in that sense. I still think there's a lot of stories to be told with this cast, Rey or Rose or whomever, Poe, and I think that we'll see that live on still in novels and comics. Maybe it'll go beyond where Episode 9 ends. I hope so, but I think there's still so many stories to tell, and that's the wonderful thing that we've all discovered as Star Wars has existed for so long, is that there are stories, foundational stories that exist in the film, but then there are so many other stories and so many other characters and places and things to explore beyond that. And with the sequel trilogy, we've only just scratched the surface.
Absolutely. I completely agree. And I want to jump to Charles and Greg real quick, just because of their mutual work on the character of Vader in 2 different eras. And it's interesting. I'm about to reveal how much of a baby I am. I was 6 years old watching Attack of the Clones in the theater. And so that era, that era sort of built me in a lot of ways and was so formative to who I am. So it's amazing when you see, what Charles and Greg, what you guys have done with Vader, which is the iconography that's existed since the 70s, but you're throwing in the flavor of, the prequel trilogy with Sabe. You're throwing in the flavor of Star Wars Rebels in your books with, the Temple Guard saber and things like that we've also seen in Clone Wars. So what is it like to unify the eras in a way that's sort of unique to comics? I would say comics have that advantage where, someone like a J.J. Abrams, Rian Johnson, they could throw in references, but they can't let's segue and bring this character back. You can't just do that in 2 hours, where you have that freedom to say, no, we can validate it all and really tie it together. So whoever wants to jump in.
I mean, well, first of all, I apologize for jumping in and out. My internet hopefully is fixed, and I'll be able to sort of stick with it from now on. But
it's just your dark energy, Charles. That's all it is.
Yes, so my Sith energy coming through, disrupting the feed. So, one that is nice about Darth Vader is that he really does tie through, from the prequels all the way through to the sequel trilogy. His presence is very much felt. He influences other people's actions. He takes a lot of actions himself, and so he touches almost every major character in all of those trilogies in one way or another. And so I think he's a very rich and dense character, which is why, Greg's series, which is set right after Empire Strikes Back, my series, which was set right after Episode 3, and then Kieran Gillen's series, which kicked off the Darth Vader books at Marvel, was set between A New Hope and Empire. And all of those points in Vader's timeline were able to tease out these really fascinating stories, because he is a character that, while you think of him as kind of this monolithic, dark force of evil who was always sort of the same, just murders people, like Jason, he's not like that at all. And I think part of the testament to that is the way the prequels developed him, but also, the fact that he has a real, where he starts is not where he ends, which is a really neat thing. And in terms of the question you actually asked about how we're using kind of the tapestry of Star Wars to make all of the stories richer, I think Star Wars is a huge toolkit, and one of the things that's great about it is that there are characters like Mace Windu is somebody from the prequels who is extremely impactful, and his presence is felt, again, in some ways all the way to the sequel trilogy. You can see the things that he did, how maybe they impacted Luke in a way. And so using a reference to him, or any prequel character, or any sequel character, whatever, there are characters from every era of Star Wars that are impactful to people. And each one of them is a storytelling tool that we can sort of draw and use and put into the stories whenever we want, to kind of use our writing skills and art skills to kind of get the most impact possible. And it's really nice to have the roster the bench be that deep in terms of the characters we can use.
Absolutely. And what about for you, Greg? What do you think about sort of what you've brought in? I mean, every single time an issue of your Vader run comes out, you jump onto Twitter and it's just people weeping about, seeing how much soul and connectivity there's been from, Phantom Menace all the way down to what is an original trilogy era, but it's really become sort of a story of scars about him still dealing with things when he seems his coldest.
We've been incredibly lucky with this book that Lucasfilm they opened up doors. They let us dig. I mean, I work best when I have big fun genres to play with, but a real emotional story as well. Like that's what I do. So if I've got an emotional story that I really dig into, that's when I'm happiest, and that's when I do my best work. They said yes, go express. Like we look at the end of Empire, and I mean I'm Gen X, so I saw that movie in theaters when I was a kid, and all our minds were blown with the big relation, and it's easy. Even decades later, to only think of that moment from Luke's point, because it's such a huge moment. It's like your father, Darth Vader, and then Darth Vader invites you to join the dark side, and you say no, and you drop down to the big pits underneath, or that big chasm underneath Cloud Sea, instead of join your father. It's this enormous moment, and as a kid you're watching it, and you're identifying with Luke. I'm a little older now, and so it's kind of awesome to go back in there and think about that from Vader's point of view, and that moment is just as traumatizing for Vader as it is for Luke. And Vader goes through an incredible unseen journey from the end of Empire, when he's saying, "Join with me, my son. I sent force in you. Join with me. Together we'll overthrow the Emperor and we'll bring order to the galaxy. It's us." And then at the beginning of Return, he's back to calling the Emperor Master, and is just dutifully trying to bring Luke to the Emperor. So there's something that happens there, right? And we're given this enormous gift, and Lucasfilm gets the green light to explore that story from Vader's point of view, and that's the huge challenge. I mean, Vader was, for my generation, Vader was the movie villain. Yeah, like I'm hands down. No villain was more powerful, had a powerful. Charles talks about iconography and the imagery. That silhouette of Vader, everything about Vader was movie villain, right? I think the character has been developed and fascinating over the years. Like the prequels. I was not I was an original trilogy kid. I was a prequels kid. And so in taking on, when I started on Star Wars, I had to go back and really watch those prequels again and again and think about them. And there's incredible work being done of developing Vader's character, and some really, just even, and it's so they're really conscious, smart, aesthetically powerful decisions being made, down to just like framing, what I mean, and paralleling moments with like there's I just the other day I was noticing this. There's when in Empire, when Luke confronts her, in Cloud City, Luke goes to find Vader finally, and he confronts them in the chamber where Han was carbonized. And the framing, Vader standing up on this platform is kind of looking up towards him. It's the same angle as the framing at the end of Revenge of the Sith, when the famous "I have the high ground." It's the same framing, only it's Obi-Wan up above, where Vader is later, and Luke in Anakin's spot. Like those kinds of choices. I maybe that's coincidence, but it feels intentional, and it feels like there are all of these parallels going throughout between the arcs of these different characters, and seeing the way they make choices at different moments, and It's just, it's just so having a chance to dig into that, play with all that, and to kind of look at this whole scope and draw those threads, there's tons of stuff, and we've had this amazing opportunity in the Vader book to dig deep into that and to explore Vader's inner light, which it was something I was really kind of concerned about, like how do you in comics all the time you have little caption boxes, with characters' inner voices, and you can't have Vader saying, well, that weird, you know what I mean? Like you have to find a special way to do that, and what I pitched was, you can see.
Hey, Greg, I just want to say, like, your audio is like, it's like, like,
oh shoot,
really, like, this whole time it's been like, Vader, which is fine. I just want you to know that's how it's coming across on the stream.
That is unfortunate. Well, let me pause for 1 second and just so I can switch to a different mic. How's that? Does that work better?
Oh my God!
It does.
It works.
Well, I blame the fancy mic.
I wish I had said something 5 minutes ago.
That's all right. Okay. It was.
We wouldn't have got the person in the comments saying he sounds like Max Headroom.
You were just on such a roll that we were piecing it together. The soul of the answers were still there. But please continue.
But no, I was just going to say that it presents really cool challenges, and I wanted to. This kind of links back to your original question of, like, are you intimidated taking on these kinds of jobs? And yes, obviously, but no, because you can't be. Like, if you want to do the job right, you can't write out of fear. You have to write out of joy and out of excitement and hope. You know what I mean? Like, you have to bring you have to believe that you are hired for a reason, and trust that your voice matters, and bring bring what you got, bring your best, so that's what that's what I try to do every time. And so I think that a word, though, that I would throw in there is respect. Like, you have to have respect for the source material. And I think that's one of the things that I've been happy about. I love this Vader book. I love working with Rafienko and Niraj Menon, the artist and the colorist, and Joe Caramagna, who's the letterer, and editors Mark Panici and Tom Groneman. Like, it's an amazing team, and everybody is just bringing everything they can to make this book sing. Oh shoot! I just lost what I was saying. Respect. One of the things that I love about this book is that we've been able to dig into the prequels and find those. We have given those moments in the prequels the respect they earned and deserve. I think, you know what I mean. And we're not, and it's been incredibly gratifying seeing fan response to that too. I mean, folks have really dug deep with us. They love, like we brought back the Handmaidens and Sabe, and because all that material, just like Charles said, that material is so rich. There's so many threads just waiting. And, with any kind of licensed material, the fear is that you won't be able to write a story that matters, right? That the stories that matter are being saved for the movies or for something else, right? But this material is so deep, and I feel like the folks at Lucasfilm care so much, and they want every story to matter, and so they've opened these doors for us. I had no idea we'd be able to explore this stuff. It hasn't been explored in the movies. It hasn't been explored in bigger media. We're doing it right here. It's incredibly gratifying.
Because I think that one of the things, just to speak to what you're saying, is that Star Wars is so deep and rich that, like, it can be approached from many different angles. So the way that Katie's approaching it with her books is not the way that Michael's approaching it with Star Wars Adventures, the way that you and I are doing with or even like the Mandalorian, right? Like, there's it's like I said before, I feel like it's mythology and it's history, and it's just like Greek myths or Roman myths. You can tell those stories in many different ways to hit many different audiences and connect with people in many different ways. And it's fantastic. It is modern myth, whatever you want to say, and it's really a privilege to be able to make new parts of it, I think.
Absolutely. I mean, one moment just for you, Charles, that in your Vader run, repurposing the "Are you an angel?"
Yeah.
I mean, that moment haunts me. Like it legitimately, now watching Phantom Menace, it changes because the tapestry affects things forward, backwards, in the narrative level, on the meta level. How you watch something like Mandalorian, and I mean, right over here, you got the dark saber. We're ready for this week. We're ready. People love that stuff of the respect that Greg's speaking to. So I want to start with Katie and sort of go around the room here, the digital room, and talk about sort of the George of it all, and in terms of that respect, and how he's telling the World War II story, the samurai story, the Western story, all that stuff. When you're drawing or writing or just breaking a story in a room, are you thinking in terms of, okay, the Western trope that I want to put in here? Are you trying to think back to the elements, the actual recipe? Or
this is a weird question for me, because I think I get hired for a complete lack of respect. Like I did a backstory that the only reason that Dengar looks the way he does is he went into a room full of bounty hunters that all had cooler costumes than him. So he went into a bathroom and put toilet paper over his head to try and make himself look cooler.
Oh man!
And that's canon, my friends. And that's canon.
Or like the Star Wars gross book, I had to like write a page and illustrate about how Jabba the Hutt takes a bath.
Any number of words could have come after "takes a" right there. So,
yeah.
And so I have like an elaborate pulley system of just Salacious Crumb, like lowering him into a bathtub that looks exactly like his throne. So I'm just having fun with what I've got, and I try and use the source material so it's heavily referenced and true to the heart of the fun part of Star Wars.
Mm-hmm.
But for me, nothing is off limits. Like I will draw Ponda Boba cradling his arm like a little baby, going like, well, it's not the worst thing that happened today.
But the funny thing, Katie, though, is that is respect, because that is respect. Because Star Wars is goofy. You know what I mean? It's like they named the people who look like squid the Mon Calamari. You know what I mean? Like that's ludicrous.
And I have Akbar in the book eating sushi with another Mon Calamari. Like, what are you doing?
It's fantastic.
The real truth of that is that Star Wars happened a long, long time ago. So in fact, squid and calamari and all that are named after that species.
That's also canon.
There you go. No pride.
That's also canon.
There you go.
Mm-hmm.
It's got like such an inherent cheese that I love that you touched on, Katie and Greg, that I talk about it all the time. Like this man, George Lucas, that we all, we're talking about his baby here. Mm-hmm. He had Darth Maul's brother, and they were like, what do we call him, George? He said, I don't know, Savage. Let's say Savage. Like, yeah. So, Michael, let's have you jump in here, sort of for that same sort of realm of, how much of it is, I have to do the Western, I have to do the journey, I have to be the Campbellian, but also like, this is kind of dorky.
Yeah. I mean, well, when you're up against the Visual Press, I mean, it's hard to, where do you go, but no, there is like, you can pick and choose like so many different, things in the cocktail of what Star Wars is. But ultimately, especially for writing for the audience that I do for younger readers, my target is to keep it simple, is to do the things that Star Wars does best, which is to instruct us of important lessons of, how to be a good friend, how to be a good citizen, how to be a good ally, how to convey important, simple lessons that thankfully the Star Wars canvas and the characters and the conflicts are able to convey so well. And I figure if I'm able to do that and put it into the context of what Star Wars is, then I'm kind of doing what I'm supposed to be doing and making it fun. You can get kind of lost in that minutia of like, like you said, there is like the samurai, there is the World War II, there is, et cetera, et cetera. There are all these things going on. But like, ultimately, like I said, especially for my audience, I think for any audience, really, it's just about keeping it simple and telling a really good, effective story that feels like Star Wars.
Absolutely. So for everybody here, I'm curious, now we've sort of dissected these themes and your perspectives, your mentalities. We've dissected the fact that Katie Cook has something that gets struck down once every 4 months, but we'll see it eventually. I'm curious, what is the thing that you haven't tackled yet? And of course, I'm not privy to to emails that things might be in the works, but is there a character? I mean, Charles writes 1,000 things a day. It feels like the greatest time management expert of our time. Every single time that there's a new Star Wars announcement, I know us fans get really excited. Like, yes, this is finally getting its due, or yes, this time period is finally happening. Is there somebody that you want to get a hold of? I mean, Charles mentioned Mandalorian, and there's things like that where we know that that's going to inch its way into publishing, or is it maybe something else from the High Republic or anything like that you're like, ooh, I would love to do that. Like Katie can grab the High Republic characters and disrespect them too, which would be amazing.
Let's finally make it canon that Baby Yoda goes to McDonald's and gets chicken nuggets.
Yes.
That's a tough one, because I tend not to want to answer these questions, because you don't want to jinx your opportunities. I will say that one of the biggest characters that I have wanted to get a hold of it's gonna happen, and I'll say no more.
Ooh, you heard it here. Elon Sleaze Bogano coming to the Darth Vader series. It's happening.
It's gonna be boring. He changed his life. Remember?
Yeah.
I'd love to do something silly with Darth Vader that's like his coping mechanism for how terrible his life is that like when the maw of his giant like cage opens, there's like 4 cat trees in it, and he's adopted like 30 Loth cats. He's just sitting there in a pink bathrobe.
He's doing the Marlon Brando thing from The Godfather.
Like,
yes.
Just a little blonde cat boy, and was like, "This is how I'm dealing with things right now."
That's fantastic. What about you, Charles and Michael?
Michael, you want to go first?
Sure. Thank you. Similar to Greg, there's something that I just pitched that I was pretty shocked that they said yes to. So that's a series that is starting next year. But I was very surprised, especially the manner in which I pitched it. It's pretty absurd, but it's gonna be fun. But yeah, I mean, other than that, my big pipe dream, which is not going to happen, but nonetheless, I would love to, in some fashion, and I've spoke about this publicly a lot, but I'd love to continue Solo. And the reason being is because it's such a movie that tragically didn't perform as well as it should have. It's such a great movie. It's such a movie that, I think for me, and I think for a lot of people would agree maybe, that like the peak of Star Wars, everyone's favorite, everyone's, Empire is the question you'll probably get most often. I would safely assume. And the reason to me is that it combined these great elements. It was funny and had such great adventure, and it was romantic, and it was just this sweeping epic. And I feel like Solo is the closest thing to Empire that's been, especially at least in film. And it left a wonderful door open to continue that story. And I would love to see the possibilities of where it can go. Maybe we will. I mean, who knows? I don't know that I would be the one to do it, but maybe we will, and I would be so satisfied to see where that goes, from judging by where it ended.
Absolutely, and lastly, with Charles on this question.
Well, I'm in an interesting place because I've been very, very, very fortunate in my Star Wars work that I've been able to write everybody that I've wanted to write, I've pretty much gotten to write at this point, and not just like small moments, like big stories with them. Whether it's Palpatine was my original sort of absolutely wanted to, and now I'm getting to do a ton with Luke, and even Han's popping up, sort of like it's I've been really, really lucky that I've touched on pretty much everybody at one time or another. So the way I would sort of think about it now is how fortunate I feel to be working in the High Republic, which is this era that is specifically designed to build a lot of new characters that hopefully will be connected to in the same way that the existing set of characters have been. So for me, like, and my co-authors in the High Republic, Justina Ireland, Claudia Gray, Daniel Jose Older, and Kevin Scott. We're all trying to build this new section of Star Wars. It's set about 200 years before the Phantom Menace, for people who don't know. And it starts in January 5th with my novel Light of the Jedi. But it feels very different because we're trying to take everything we love about Star Wars, but also make it fresh and new and different with new characters you don't know. I mean, some might be connected to people you've seen before, or there might be some 200 years in a galaxy where some creatures live 1,000, some beings live 1,000 years or more. You can have some people pop up, but it's just very invigorating to be trying to take Star Wars, break it apart, rebuild it, reconfigure it for kind of a new generation. And you can drop in all kinds of things there's been concept art that's been released of how the lightsabers are different.
Mm-hmm.
They're not that, they're still lightsabers, but they have, they look almost more Arthurian or like knights. They have cross guards, so we know Kylo Ren had that, but they, the Jedi have cross guard sabers, among other things. There's many, many things that we're doing to try and make this era feel distinct. And you can do things within it that are within the era that are just, they're new in a way that it's difficult to pull off if you're writing a story set in the original trilogy. I mean, we're not going to do robot wars or anything like that, but it's still a way for us to do some really interesting new things. So for me, in terms of the things I want to get my hands on, it's very much the High Republic stuff right now, even though I already kind of do have my hands on it.
Right. And there's a question here from Tevya Smolka here that says, speaking of Star Wars, reminds me, are you going to be covering the Old Republic? The High is obviously 200 years before Phantom Menace, like you said. Is there a sense in the High Republic that you can tease that there has been, even more history behind that? Star Wars always has that sort of in medias res thing. So are these Arthurian Jedi going to say, well, back then when he was even older?
I think that Star Wars is always kind of an endless timeline. There's always more that's going to happen in the far future, and there's always more that happened in the far past. So the High Republic is very much a distinct time. It has its own identity. It is Camelot in both the sort of Arthurian sense, but also the kind of 1960s America, time of possibility in many ways. It was a very complicated time in America, but and so so that is that era, and it means something specific within the Star Wars overarching timeline. But certainly there was a lot of Star Wars before that, and certainly there's a lot of Star Wars after that.
We have another question here, just for the group and everybody, in terms of creating villains. What ask? Is it more fun to write villains because you can get away with more stuff, especially in the realm of comics, versus than in films? I mean, we have the Jabba Bath story already, so that's a villain story that I love. But everybody here has gotten to explore the villains in some way. So whoever wants to jump in and take that first.
Just a quick one is that the hero always has to be the hero, but the villain can be a lot of other things. He can have a little bit more depth. He can have his layers of the onion. So usually villains are always a little bit more fun to write.
Yeah, it's funny. The question comes up a lot. I mean, I think that for dramatic purposes, it's often very fun to have characters who behave badly, whether they're villains or not. Like characters like, one of the reasons The Mandalorian is so fun is because you've got this kind of this character who's a bounty hunter and who's kind of rough and tumble, and you don't quite know what he's going to do. Of course, fairly quickly you realize he's got a heart of gold, et cetera, et cetera. But that whole, we like watching characters misbehave. And then, learning from it, or over time, sometimes not. But as somebody's writing Vader, it's incredibly fun. Just like when you're writing the Hulk, when the Hulk or Vader cuts loose, very often characters like this, even if they are in ostensibly the villain role, when they cut loose, they are often cutting loose against people who kind of deserve it. And so that's there's an interesting sort of wish fulfillment about that, which is fun as both a writer and I think as a reader. At the same time, I'm a sucker for lawful good characters as well. I loved writing Luke, and I loved writing Superman when I was writing Superman. There's something about characters who are really doing their best to do the right thing at every given moment in time. Struggling with that, and I think that's those kind of stories can be incredibly compelling and a lot of fun as well. So But Vader has been ridiculously fun to write. I mean, it's interesting though, because Vader is not, I mean, writing Vader is not like writing Palpatine. You know what I mean? Like Vader, I mean, Vader is the classic example people might point to when you say that every villain, like the more complex a villain gets, the more interesting they become. Vader is the protagonist of the Star Wars saga. I mean, that you were talking about like Lucas's influence or legacy. You know, I mean, I think at some point Lucas talked about those first 6 movies being the tragedy of Darth Vader. Like that's the tragedy of Anakin Skywalker. Like that's the through line. So Vader's not just a typical villain. I mean, so you kind of get your cake and eat it too, right? Because you can have, bad misbehaving Vader as well as soul searching Vader. You know what I mean? Or Vader losing his soul and trying, and possibly regaining it or not, at different points. Like there's a lot of stuff to play with there.
That's awesome. There was a question here from Ed. I want to throw it to Michael and Charles about sort of bringing attention to these books. How can we cross promote your books to the eyes viewing the films and streaming with Mandalorian and Clone Wars, things like that? A lot of the times it's a Star Wars fan thing to say, but there's these amazing things happening in comics. There's amazing things happening for young readers. There's amazing things happening in novels. How do you think that we can have sort of those conversations to say like, hey, if you love the Force lore, check out Light of the Jedi. Hey, if you love the sequel characters, check out Adventures. Like, what do you think those conversations are like to sort of championing print?
You want to go, Michael?
Charles, why don't you?
Okay.
You go ahead. I'm formulating.
There's a real valuable role in the sort of the fan evangelist for the sort of the deeper parts of Star Wars canon. And honestly, publishing isn't really like, it's not that deep. I mean, there are weirder corners of Star Wars that are harder to find than the books and comics. And I think that what the books and comics do really well is they take the characters that you love that have cool bits, but they don't get to be explored. And so whether it is Mace Windu, who I mentioned earlier, whether it's I mean, Poe Dameron, right? Poe Dameron's in the movies, and he's a big part of those movies, but he also has I forget how many he did, like a 33 or 36 issue Marvel series. I think it was 33. That really digs into his time as the leader of Black Squadron and working in the New Republic and trying to deal with the First Order and all that stuff. And so you get this kind of like additional movie. Like if you like the experience of the movies, the comics, the books, the games, all these things can kind of expand it out. So I see somebody here Broaxium just said in the chat, the comics are so important, they're the connective tissue of the Star Wars saga. I think that's true. Because as you mentioned earlier, comics can draw from all these different eras and stitch everything together to really make it feel like it is not a movie and then another movie and then another movie and then maybe a TV show. It's this endless tapestry of storytelling that is all pretty damn rich. So how do you get people to check those things out? I think people who find it just need to tell other Star Wars fans. And you're not going to get everybody on board or involved, but like if you find something you love, whether it's Greg's Vader book or Katie's stories or Michael's or any of our work, and your friends like Star Wars, but they aren't reading it, you just sort of put it out there. You can use Twitter, you can use whatever, something you love, try to tell other people that you love it. That's the main thing.
Yeah. I mean, that's a great answer. And I think another thing to point out is that like you can do it with, I think, easily removing the intimidation factor, which often comes with comics or any tie-in materials. I've never written a Star Wars comic, nor have I ever read a Star Wars comic or book for that matter, where I felt lost. I've read everyone on this panel. I've read everyone's work, and I've never felt intimidated or lost by what I was reading, or felt that I needed to know a whole lot more before I was able to get what was going on. And I think that's something that we're all very important about, and Lucasfilm is very important to them as well. Is that maintaining that like their accessibility. You can read this stuff, you can read any of the novels, and I don't feel like there's a tremendous gateway to like if you picked up whatever Batman in the middle of a run. It's a very different very different setup. So I think that like demystifying it and saying like, hey, you can pick up a trade of one of these books. It's, you know, it should be the first in the volume, you know, it should be the first volume, you know, don't start at 3, but you know, like you can pick it up and I think you can hit the ground running and understand very clearly what's going on and get a tremendous amount of value of the Star Wars mythology from it.
Absolutely. It's wonderful answers. And again, it's so important for everybody watching to champion these things, like Baraxium said, the connective tissue, those moments where suddenly everything clicks. I mean, I hope that Michael, you get to tackle, you know, the Solo realm, because that was the first instance of film sort of saying all of this matters. And animated series fans lost it when Maul popped up. And that type of stuff happens all the time in comics. We got to wind down here in just a second, but I want to ask you guys to go around the room. You know, George always says, you know, this is for 12-year-olds. This is, you know, the choices. It's those original things. If we can get 12-year-old Katie, 12-year-old Michael, 12-year-old Greg, and 12-year-old Charles on the line and ask, you know, and tell them, you know, that you would be creating Star Wars, what do you think that they would say? And do you think that you would have sort of fulfilled their wishes? You know, for like what Katie at 12 had said, you better draw this, and that's my dream. How do you think that conversation would go?
The only thing I've ever said to anybody since I was 6 years old when they say, what do you want to be when you grow up, is I say, I want to be a cartoonist. So the fact that not only do I have my own properties, I've gotten to work on Star Wars, I've gotten to work in Marvel, I've gotten to work at DC, I've gotten to work at Disney, I've gotten to work at the Jim Henson Company, and a whole slew of other companies. So, you know, like 6-year-old Katie is living her dream. It's so I'm very fortunate and very lucky that, you know, this is my job. It's amazing.
Whoever wants to jump in. Greg?
Yeah, I've wanted to be a writer since I was about 9 or 10. Ray Bradbury was my big hero. I remember finding out that Ray Bradbury was born on August 22nd, and I was born on August 23rd. Many years separated us, but I was like, oh, I wonder if that means something. I mean, but I think 12-year-old me would be thrilled to see what I'm doing. 12-year-old me would probably be a bit of a snob, though. 12-year-old me was like, well, why haven't you written any more novels? You've only written one novel. You've written 500 comics. That's great, but why not more novels? No, I mean, it is funny. There is something funny about, you know, years later, I am immersed in the stuff that I loved when I was a kid. I mean, that is a weird situation to be in. But I think the kind of beautiful thing, though, is that, you know, as I've gotten older, there are different aspects of the stories that resonate with me at different times. You know, I remember somebody saying that, you know, talking about great literature, and that when you're a kid, you could read Moby Dick and it's just an adventure story. Later on, you read it and it's a totally different story. You know, like every story can resonate. Every good story can resonate on multiple levels. And so it's been it's kind of awesome that, you know, to have that experience. So yeah, I hope I'm not I think 12-year-old me was probably more of a also probably a little bit more of a continuity snob than I am now. So so he'd probably have.
There's a lot less continuity when you were 12 than there is.
Yes, that is
easier
true.
to be one.
He'd probably have some notes for me, which I would take under advisement and then proceed.
The 12-year-old development executive.
Yes, exactly.
And then for Charles and Michael.
You know, I think for me, really, like, there's no, I mean, there's nothing that would have made, like, literally almost nothing that would have made 12-year-old me happier than to know that I was going to be writing stories for Luke Skywalker, that I was going to be writing stories about Darth Vader, that I was going to be involved in stories for episodes 7, 8, and 9, you know, like, I mean, ancillary, but nevertheless. And like, I would, because at that time, episodes 7, 8, and 9 were like just this rumored thing. And I don't know, like 12-year-old me would have lost his shit. Just to be, that's what would have happened.
I mean, you wrote the son of Han and Leia. Like, that's like.
Yeah, he would not have recovered for a long, long time if you told him that this was going to be happening.
Would he have written Would he have written critical letters to the editor, though, Charles? Would he have had issues?
I think he mostly would have been frustrated at how long it was going to take for that to happen. Like how much of a gap there would be between 12-year-old Charles and when those going to happen. But you know, I don't know. This is the best. This is just working in Star Wars is and remains just the best thing. I love it.
Well, guys, I hate to do this. I swear I blinked and the hour was gone. That's how amazing this panel has been, guys. The chat room, my apologies. We tried to get to as many questions as we could, but this was just an absolute delight. And Alden, can't thank you enough for coming on, hosting this amazing panel. This was an absolute blast. I'm curious, Greg, if something fell in the background. I heard this shattering sound.
Yeah, it was a little bowl with almonds in it because
almond bowl.
I'm eating healthy. Eating healthy every day.
Good man. Carbo load. Carbo load whenever doing these virtual panels. It's always a good
thing. Thank you all so much. Thank you, Chuck, and thank you to everybody, Katie, Charles, Greg, Michael, for giving me hope in these times, for adding to the thing that I love the most, for giving that to kids, and for destroying my paycheck. Thank you for that as well.
And thanks again to everybody who's watching and everybody who's buying the books. Seriously, you are literally the best in this unbelievable time. I mean, the support is incredibly appreciated, and we love you.
And the stores need you right now.
Yeah, without a doubt. So head on over to your local comic book shop, pick up all these amazing Star Wars books. All of them are just as good, if not better than the last. So we're gonna take about a 60-second break here before we bring on our next guest, Mr. John Campea. So thanks a lot, guys. We'll be back here in just a second.
Thanks a lot. Bye-bye.
Thank you, everyone.
Bye.
Well, greetings and salutations, everybody. Welcome to the best damn movie-related show on the planet Earth, the John Campea Show, coming to you from right here on Baltimore Comic-Con. I am, of course, your host, Chuck Lindsey, and it is an awesome honor and a privilege to have you joining us here around the virtual water cooler as we talk about our favorite things in the world: movies, movie reviews, movie talk. Okay, guys, I'm just kidding. If that opening monologue sounds familiar to you, then you are no stranger to our next guest. He was the creator of AMC Movie Talk. He is a multi-award winning YouTuber, broadcaster. You can catch him every single hour of every single day of the week on the John Campea Show on YouTube, here to talk about his brand new documentary, Movie Trailers, A Love Story. Ladies and gentlemen, the one, the only, Mr. John Campea. John, how'd I do?
Hey, the way you said that, are you suggesting I have some sort of pattern to the way I start my shows?
I tried to get it right.
It's ingrained in my head. Actually, you did really good.
Well, thank you so much for being here, man. We could not appreciate it more. You know, I am a longtime fan of yours, as is pretty much the entire film fan community. And let me just say, you've been carrying the torch for the film fan community during this whole COVID thing more than anybody else on the planet. So job well done, sir. Way to keep fandom alive. Hour after hour, day after day. Do you ever take a break?
I'll tell you what, it's been challenging. I mean, if you had told us, like, say, 7 months ago, 8 months ago, however long it's been since they announced that Tom Hanks and Rita had caught it, that we would have been going 7 months into this lockdown pandemic, no new movies, that we would still be doing the show daily. I wouldn't have thought that was possible, but it's movie fans, we love talking about movies under any circumstance at any time of the day. And so it's been kind of great. I never thought we'd still be here 7 months into no new movies in the theaters, but here we are, and just looking forward to whenever they can finally get back to us.
Yeah, me without a doubt. But here to talk about what we're talking about today, man, your new documentary, Movie Trailers, A Love Story. It's been a long time coming. You've been talking about this movie for quite a while. You're finally hitting the circuit, putting out the film. Let me ask you this before we get into your film, because I want to talk about it for the full hour. But I'm just kind of curious, what was your first movie trailer memory? Because everybody kind of has their first. Mine in particular, a young 5-year-old Chuck Lindsey. I don't know what movie they were taking me to see, but I remember seeing the first trailer for A Nightmare on Elm Street, and it scared the living shit out of me. And I mean, I couldn't tell you what movie my parents were taking me to go see. A 5-year-old, where they were showing a preview for Nightmare on Elm Street, but that stuck with me forever. Do you have a first trailer memory in your head? Something that sticks out?
Yeah, and it was on television actually, but it was The Empire Strikes Back. And I think the reason it was probably The Empire, and I was really young, but the reason that stands out to me and the reason why it stuck with me was because, Star Wars was the first movie my mom took me to see as a child. And it's one of my earliest childhood memories. And so I had not yet understood the concept of sequels. And so when I realized and I saw this thing playing out on a screen that there is another Star Wars movie, what? Like that's just something I hadn't really grasped yet. And so that's probably to me the first thing I remember about trailers was seeing, the promises, the trailers as being the promise of something that's coming, and them showing Empire Strikes Back. That was it for me. That's the one that stands out to me. Yeah.
And let me ask you this totally random question. This isn't even written down. When did they stop calling them previews? And when, now it's all trailers. When I was a kid, damn it, it was a preview. You want to show up early to see those previews.
Well, honestly, previews, it's still, a lot of people still call them previews. And really, that's the more accurate term. But previews is not what they were originally called. And we talk about this in the trailer or in the documentary a little bit. You see, when trailers first came out, when they first introduced trailers, which were introduced in 1913, what they were little promotions to tell the audience why they should come back to the theater to see something else that was going to be playing there soon. But they didn't play them before the movies. They played them after the movies.
Really?
In other words, they trailed the movies. And so we forever to this day refer to them, even though trailers no longer trailer the movies, we to this day refer to them as movie trailers.
John, you just blew my mind.
Let's see, you learned something new already. We haven't even talked about the movie yet.
We're 7 minutes in, and I'm already learning amazing stuff. Well, let's talk a little bit about the movie. Well, first of all, when are we going to see a trailer for the movie about trailers? I mean, it's kind of like Kramer making a coffee table book about coffee tables. I assume, like, if there's ever a trailer that has to be done perfectly, like it has to be the
No
best
pressure.
trailer ever. I mean, because this is a movie about movie trailers. If you don't get it just right, you can't just follow the formula. Are you working on a trailer for the film?
Well, here's the funny thing. I was doing a director's roundtable last week for NBC Universal puts on a film festival, the Portland International Film Festival. And I was just doing a director's roundtable, and they were going around talking about their each individual film's trailer. And they came to me, it's like, well, here's the funny thing. In this movie about trailers, I do not have a trailer. There's not a trailer yet for my movie about trailers. All the other filmmakers had trailers. And one of the reasons that I don't have a trailer yet is that as somebody who talks about movies every day, I already have this built-in appreciation for what trailers are, but specifically doing this movie, I really appreciate how difficult it is and what a unique skill it is to make trailers. It's such a unique skill. It's not just any editing can just put together a trailer. And I realized when I was like, I'm an editor, I can cut together my own trailer. And I remember trying to cut a trailer together and I was like, this sucks. Like, I'm terrible at this. And so I waited off. I put it off for a bit, and it's kind of funny you bring this up because yesterday I just had my first real discussions with a professional who makes trailers, and we're going to be actually talking a little bit later today about taking the first step. So I'm hoping by the end of the week, by the end of the week, a week from now, we will have our first official trailer for my movie that is about movie trailers. So hopefully in about a week, we'll have our first trailer up.
Looking forward to it. Well, let's go ahead and talk about the film. I mean, right off the bat, for anybody who hasn't been following your show online, what can you tell us about the film before we get into the production and stuff like that? I really want to do a deep dive, but what's the movie about, and what's the heart and soul of the film?
Well, I mean, I have made some individual projects before. I love doing my show. Oh, and there's a trailer. By the way,
it's a horrible placement, by the way.
No, it's great. You still see me. This is great. So this poster you're looking at was designed by the great box office artist. If you look him up online, box office artist James. He's got like 1 million followers on YouTube. He's an incredible artist. He is absolutely fantastic, and he's been following me for a while. So when I wanted a poster done, I reached out to him, and he designed, even though he's more known for his sketching, he actually designed this poster. And I absolutely I got to tell you, I love this poster because I had nothing to do with it. And he did such a wonderful, wonderful job. But for a long time, I like to have projects going that are on the side of whether I'm doing AMC Movie Talk or Collider Movie Talk or now the John Campea Show. And, I made a documentary about 14 years ago. It's the only documentary I've ever done. And I started feeling about 1.5 years ago, like I was really getting the itch to do another documentary, but I wasn't really sure about what yet. And I had a couple of ideas. One of those ideas was this thing that we all talk about all the time, which is movie trailers. I mean, because now movie trailers come out, and I noticed a pattern sometimes when a new trailer for a big movie coming out would come out, and I'd make a little video about my, review of that trailer. There have been times when that video that I was doing a review of a trailer got more views than my review of the movie that would then come out, 3 or 4 months later. So people were more interested in some cases of what my review of the trailer was than it was of the movie itself. And so that was one of the 3 or 4 ideas I was kicking around. Now, whenever I'm about to get involved in a new project, one of the first things I do is I go to Amazon and I try to find a bunch of books to do some reading and research on it. Here's the interesting thing, and this is what locked it in for me that I was going to do a documentary about movie trailers, was if you go to Amazon and you look for books about making wooden chairs, you're going to find 500 books like that. I searched for books on Amazon about movie trailers. There were two books on the topic. And it was that moment that I went, that's what my documentary's got to be about then. I mean, if there's literally not even anybody writing anything about the topic, really, this is what we have to do this documentary about. We are obsessed with trailers. They break all sorts of, YouTube records, even CNN and other, news outlets. There'll be front page stories now when a big trailer debuts or anything like that. And I thought, this is what we have to do. And as a side note, I got very lucky that one of the authors of the only 2 books in existence I could find on movie trailers, I was actually able to, he's a film professor in the UK, Dr. Keith Johnston. I was able to reach out to him, and he's in our documentary, which we literally have the guy who wrote the book on movie trailers in our movie with us.
Well, one of the 2 books.
One of the 2 books. I should thank you for clarifying that. But yeah, it was at that moment that I realized we never talk about movie trailers other than just talking about the trailers themselves. We don't know the history of them. We don't know what goes into them. A lot of people still think the directors of movies make their trailers. They don't. And so I thought, this is something that fascinates me. And if it fascinates me, it's probably going to fascinate some other people too. So that's what led us into doing this movie.
Is there a deep dive on, because I mean, was there ever a time when directors themselves and the actual film crew worked on their own trailers? Or is it, because I'm sure, the companies that specialize in making movie trailers has to be a somewhat new thing. I mean, was there a time when back in the golden age of cinema where just part of making the movie was making the trailer.
Well, it's funny when you look at the history of movie trailers. They started off with the directors and filmmakers having nothing to do with them. I mean, really, the first movie trailer was made by a publicist who just had this idea to promote a stage play in a movie theater. So he went and shot some rehearsal footage of this play, cut it together, and put it on after a movie to promote the play, because the person who owned the theater also owned that stage production. And we had our first trailer. Then for about 50 years, there was a company called the National Screen Service, which kind of had a monopoly. They, like, every trailer you watched for decades was basically put out by the same company. There came a period of time getting near the late 40s, 50s, and 60s when you started to have the auteur filmmakers coming to power. So you get guys like Alfred Hitchcock doing his infamous trailer for Psycho. Or, Stanley Kubrick doing his trailer for Dr. Strangelove. So there was a period when directors made their own, but it wasn't like from the beginning. It was kind of like a middle period where kind of directors did make their own. Today, there is the very rare time, but it is very, very rare. But there are from now and again a very rare time where a filmmaker or a director will actually oversee the cutting of their own trailer. But it's rare. For the most part, it's the studios, publicity departments working with trailer companies that make the trailers for the most part.
Yeah, it's crazy how big. And I just want to make a comment to everybody in the comment section. People are asking their questions. We're going to absolutely get to your comments and your questions for Mr. John Campion, because this is a real treat. Can you point to a specific time when trailers became the big business that they are today? And I promise we will get into your documentary, because I'm just dying to hear about it. But the more I talk about trailers, it's just an exciting topic, because it's kind of recent when you start seeing countdowns to a trailer that's going to be on Monday Night Football, or tune into this, ball game. They're cross-promoting fandom, sports and comic book people tune in to see the Star Wars trailer and Sunday Night Football and stuff like that. When, in your mind, did it turn from the trailer itself almost being more anticipated than the film?
We have our movie trailers, A Love Story. We break it into chapters, and there are 12 chapters to the movie. There is an entire chapter of our movie that is dedicated to that. And I'll tell you what it is. The moment that trailers became the main event, if you will, there are several key pivotal moments in the history of trailer. The first trailer happening in 1913, the first trailers being cut by the National Screen Service, where really trailers became a business, was in 1919. But to me, the date in the history of movie trailers, for me, is the debut of the trailer for Star Wars: The Phantom Menace. That was the first time in history where a trailer became the main event. It became the star of the show. It was the first time ever in history that people were lining up. And again, we have an entire chapter of the documentary dedicated to this. And the people who talk in our documentary give much better insight than I am right now. But the basics is, you literally had people for the first time in history who were going to the movie theaters, buying movie tickets just so they could go in to see the trailer and then leaving. As a matter of fact, the movie that it debuted with was a Brad Pitt movie called Meet Joe Black that he did with Anthony Hopkins. Meet Joe Black made a lot of money because of the trailer for Star Wars. And as a matter of fact, it got so bad that people were buying tickets for Meet Joe Black and then getting up after the trailer and leaving the theaters. What the movie theaters started to do was publicizing, hey, everybody, if you come and see Meet Joe Black tonight, not only will you see Star Wars: The Phantom Menace trailer before the movie starts, we're also going to play it again at the end of the movie, huh? So what they basically did was they were bribing audiences to please don't walk out. Like, don't walk out after the trailer's done. Stick around for the movie and watch the trailer again. It was something that the entertainment world had never seen before. And it kind of changed the way that we saw trailers. Again, the best way to put it is that was the day that trailers became the main event, and where a trailer was more popular than any of the movies that were in the theaters at the time. It was the turning point. So I would say that's the moment in history where trailers kind of took their place that they have right now.
That's so funny you mentioned that, because I remember the Phantom Menace trailer. Because guys, remember, this is pre-YouTube. This is back when dial-up internet.
Online and watch it. Yeah,
exactly. I had a friend who, I don't know where he is now, but he actually went in there and bootlegged a copy of the trailer with. He just walked in. I guess it was Meet Joe Black, recorded the thing, and then came out and then just started sharing the trailer VHS with all his buddies. So let's go ahead and talk a little bit about the film. I'm very, very excited about it. Right off the bat, I mean, when can fans potentially see the movie? Do you have a release date set yet? Is it coming out in 2020? Are you going to be the only film to come out in 2020?
It's funny. Right now I don't have a specific date for its release. We just started. We just decided to put out into 2 festivals, and we were very, very lucky that, again, NBC Universal's Portland Film Festival, we were officially selected for that. We were actually a finalist for their Documentary of the Year award, which we did not win, which is totally fine because another documentary won that was totally better than mine. It was fantastic. And we've also just been selected for the Studio City International Film Festival, which I'm totally floored by and totally honored by. And we may play it in 1 or 2 more festivals before the end of the year. And now that we're putting into festivals, now is when I decided, now we'll start looking into what are we going to do. My goal is to have the movie available by the end of the year. That is the goal right now, to have it available by the end of the year. That is the plan. I think we're going to be able to make that happen. Now, where it's going to be and how specifically you're going to be able to watch it, we haven't started those discussions yet. We're going to start those discussions next week, in about 2 weeks. We're going to start those discussions in about 2 weeks about where it's going to go and how everybody's going to be able to watch it. But yes, the goal right now is to have it publicly available. We're almost at the end of 2020 already, but the goal is to have it within the next 2 months, is to have it out and available. And we'll make sure everybody knows where and when they can watch it when that becomes a possibility. Or if you really, really want to watch it, the Studio City International Film Festival is virtual this year, as many film festivals are. So you can go and get a pass to the Studio City International Film Festival and watch it this coming week.
Awesome. Good to know. Very exciting stuff. Let's talk a little bit about the production, because I assume this has been sitting in the back of your mind for quite a while. What was it that sort of made you pull the pin and say, you know what, let's get the ball rolling. Let's go ahead and start making this film. Was it pre-COVID? Had COVID already reared its ugly head when you decided, okay, I'm doing this. This is the perfect time?
We were really lucky that we had already started production and had actually done most of our shooting prior to COVID hitting. COVID really did throw a wrench in our plans. There were a couple of other people, I won't say who they were, but we did have a couple of other people lined up who are not in the movie, lined up to be in the movie. But unfortunately, then COVID came up. That also not only disrupted people getting together physically, but it disrupted travel. And we were unfortunate that we lost out on a couple of people, but you know what? We were very, very lucky that we already had most of it done. I'd say the pulling the trigger moment was that aha moment when I went to Amazon and saw that there were only 2 books. The next moment that in my head, this project was now a green light, was I had started making some phone calls and putting out some emails to people to see, would you appear in this documentary? We're going to talk about movie trailers. Here's why I want you, and blah, blah, blah. And we were already getting people on board, but I knew there was no way we could do this documentary if I couldn't get one of the big trailer companies themselves to get on board. In my mind, there was just no point in doing a documentary about movie trailers if you didn't actually have some of the people who actually make these movie trailers in it. And I was very, very lucky that the very first company I reached out to, they're the oldest company in existence, and they're still one of the absolute best, the award-winning company Aspect. They have worked on movie trailer campaigns. They've made trailers and stuff for Deadpool, for Aquaman, for Tenet, it's a who's who movie list of campaigns that they've worked on. And I was so lucky that they agreed. So we got the 2 presidents of the company and their creative director. And that was the moment that to me was, okay, now I can start spending money. now I'll actually start spending money on making this thing because we've got them. This is a go. And that was probably in December, early December, that they came on board officially. And that's when we just put the pedal to the metal. Then we started scheduling interviews the following week, and we were banging out 2-3 interviews a day. And just working our tails off, and then COVID hit, but that was fine. We had almost everything we needed. And we just spent the last 7 months in post-production, and now here we are.
How do you find the time? I mean, because if you people don't know, if you're watching this at home, John Campea is on air all the time. I mean, you do a 7-day-a-week YouTube channel, sometimes multiples per day. How does one find time in one's busy schedule to still keep up that level of production on YouTube and online, and on the side make an entire documentary and still find time to go to Disneyland and check out Star Wars Land?
Yeah, some compromises had to be made. I mean, so my main show, which is the John Campea Show, it's a 2-hour daily show. About 10 hours goes into that show per day, between the writing of it, then making graphics, the actual show itself, which is 2 hours in and of itself, then the post-show stuff, editing out the clips and the comments, getting the podcast version ready, blah. All in all, that show is about a 10-hour day job. And then there's other videos that we do. When we were in the highest peak of how much time needed to be put in the movie, particularly the post-production, I had to cut back on a number of other things. The last year I've had to do a lot fewer standard reviews. Normally I do a lot of movie reviews and reviews of, episodic stuff that's on streaming and things. But the last year I've had to take a step back from a lot of that. I have another show I have called Open Mic. I used to do them Saturdays and Sundays. I had to walk those back to 1 day of the weekend instead of 2. And then sometimes I can't even do any of them. So yeah, my personal schedule has had to take in. So I'm probably, it's not an exaggeration to probably say I'm going 16 hours a day between working on the YouTube content and working on the movie. But now that we're getting the end is in sight, we're getting close to actually releasing the movie. That's going to become alleviated a lot more, which I'm very excited about, and just in time for us to start on our next project. But for now, it was just been a process of compromising, know what I had to cut back on, and make room for the time to make the movie.
Is Baltimore Comic-Con your first stop on the promotional tour? Is this the premiere movie trailer love story panel?
Other than the Portland Film Festival, yes. In anything other than a film festival, yes. This is the Baltimore Comic-Con. This is it's this. You have to understand how surreal this is for me. I am very attuned to moderating panels and doing interviews. I'm never the one on this side, this side of the screen. I'm never the one on this side of the screen. So this is all very surreal to me. So this is a very, very new experience for me.
Well, I want to go ahead and start fielding just some of the questions. I got a lot more questions about the film I'm going to ask you personally, but I mean, I got to start knocking out some of these from people in the chat. Mirashan too said, can we talk about recent movie trailers that just spoil the whole movie? Thoughts on that?
There, we actually have, like I said, the movie is broken into 12 chapters. There are 3 chapters that come back to back with each other that are dedicated to the problems. Now, the name of the movie is Movie Trailers, A Love Story. The reason it's called that is because, yes, the movie is about movie trailers, but specifically, this movie is about the story of the relationship between movie trailers and us, the audience, and how that relationship was born in 1913 and how it has changed and evolved over the years. And the kind of running analogy is the romance really between the movie trailers and us, the audience. But like in any romance, there can be some hiccups and there can be some things that make the relationship complicated. So we have 3 chapters in the documentary that talk specifically about those problem areas, those things that make it a little bit complicated. And one entire chapter is dedicated to when movie trailers give too much away. And it's what's really funny is that a lot of people will say that movie trailers giving too much away is a relatively new thing. Not true at all. One of the people who appears in my movie is the great Gray Drake, who she is Miss Movie Phone. She was once the senior editor of Rotten Tomatoes. She's one of the best film critics out there. But she makes one great point in that. She goes, anybody who says that movie trailers give away too much has never seen an old movie trailer, because for the longest time, movie trailers gave everything away. They gave like the whole movie away. But here was the difference. The difference was that back then there wasn't YouTube. Like, it was basically assumed when a movie trailer was made, it was basically assumed an audience member would see it once, because they could only see it when they were in the movie theaters watching a movie, and it would happen to play before the movie. And back then they didn't play 30 minutes worth of trailers before a movie would start, so it was basically assumed they'd show you once. So you'd see it once. You didn't know if it was giving everything away. You didn't have everybody watching it 55 times online on YouTube, dissecting it and talking to each other and coming to the conclusion this gave everything away. Or even if it did, you eventually forgot about it, and it didn't really matter because you'd only seen it once or twice. So it had always been a problem. Dr. Keith Johnson points out that there are newspaper articles dated back as early as 1926 of newspaper articles complaining that movie trailers, there are too many movie trailers and they're giving too much away, like going all the way back to 1926. And so it's a fine line that, making movie trailers is an art, because there's this fine line where you got to communicate to the audience what it is you're getting in this movie, right? You got to tell the audience in a movie trailer, what is this movie about? And what can you expect? Without crossing that line of giving too much away. And it's a fine line, and sometimes studios step a little bit too far. We talk about some of the biggest examples in history of movie trailers that give away things, giving away things too much. A lot of it comes down to audience testing, and sometimes audiences are tested with different versions of a trailer, and quite often the audience test group will pick the trailer that actually gave away too much, and so the studio's like, okay, well, that's the trailer we'll put out, and then gets everybody else upset. So anyway, yes, it's a huge topic, and that is why one of the entire chapters of the documentary is specifically dedicated to that one issue of movie trailers that give away too much.
Well, excellent question. Thank you very much. John, you did provide us with a clip, but I had to make a command decision.
Yes,
because we are on YouTube, and you never know when the analytics are going to decide to rear their ugly heads. But I did manage to get a bunch of clips. I'd like to kind of run through them a little bit,
sure,
and just talk a little bit about some of the imagery in the film. Obviously, I mean, I guess you talk a lot about Batman versus Superman. Can you put it into context, or?
Yeah, well, I mean, Batman versus Superman. It's funny because we talked to a number of people about trailers that give away too much, and almost all of them brought up one movie. One movie they all had in common that they all brought up was Batman versus Superman, Dawn of Justice. They talk about trailers that gave away too much. Almost all of them brought it up. And so there's a moment in the trailer or in the movie where we talk specifically about this, about how, hey, look, the trailer gives away, not the first trailer that they debuted at Comic-Con, but the following main trailer that came out a little while later. They basically give away the fact that the movie's called Batman versus Superman. And in the trailer, they show Batman and Superman standing side by side, getting ready to fight Doomsday. Oh, by the way, Doomsday's the bad guy in the movie, everybody. And so that was one that came up a lot. So we break down the Batman versus Superman Dawn of Justice trailer a little bit in that one.
And just for laughs, let's go ahead and throw in Wonder Woman in there right at the very end, which would have been such a wonderful. It would have been such a wonderful reveal. And then they show you Wonder Woman in the trailer. I was like, what are you guys doing? Hold something back. Even show Batman with a shotgun.
Yep. I mean, they showed so much. And there, of course, is Cody Miller. Cody is an he's a multiple Olympic medalist. He's an Olympic gold medalist, as a matter of fact. He's getting ready to compete in the Olympics again. But he's also a very popular YouTuber, a movie podcaster, just a fantastic dude. And he's one of the guys who came in and he's one of the guys who talks about the Batman versus Superman trailer, which is great.
Yeah, I know we talked a lot in that clip about the movie Southpaw.
Yeah, I mean, that's another one. And I don't want to give away what Cody says about Southpaw, but Southpaw is, with Jake Gyllenhaal, another awful example of just movies that give or trailers that give everything away about the movie when you really sit down. But he does a great little breakdown of it in the film, which I think you're going to like when you see it.
Well, in the clip that you sent to me, I mean, there's a lot of familiar faces for people who, industry people, but also some really cool people if you're fans of, you know, like your Collider days and stuff like that. Did you just send up the bat signal and get everybody you know in the industry to kind of take part in this fun project?
Well, for instance, the guy on screen right now, this is Drew, and Drew is from, you know, I call it Day One Eco Mod. They are trailer reactors, and they have a very, very popular trailer reaction YouTube channel, and that's basically what he does. I mean, these trailer actors, they are just literally interacting with trailers every day, and we even have a chapter in the documentary about movie trailers, but having their insight about trailers throughout the movie was all really. So I had never met Drew. I was just a fan of Drew. Ecomog. I was just a fan of his. And what was really neat was we had a mutual friend that I found out this mutual friend also knew Drew. And I said, would you mind asking Drew for me if he would mind coming and appearing on this? I had no idea, but Drew apparently was a fan of mine and had been watching me for like 5 years. And so, which was great for me. So he was able to come in. We have a terrific guy by the name of Ashley Miller, who is the screenwriter for movies like X-Men, Days of Future, X-Men First Class, the original Thor movie with Chris Hemsworth. We were able to have, it was through a mutual friend. And then there were some people that I already knew, guys like Cliff Stevenson, who you had on screen there a few moments ago. He's a Saturn Award winning, that's him right there. He's a Saturn Award winning film documentarian. So basically filmmakers hire him to be with them during the entire process of them making the film. So he documents the making of the film. So for instance, recently he had spent a year with Rian Johnson, and he was there every day on set as they were making Knives Out and documenting the whole thing. And he does all the special features and things like that. So we were able to get a lot of people from a lot of different walks. We had producers, directors, writers, film critics, trailer reactors, behind the scenes people, trailer makers. We were really lucky that we were able to get a very wide range of people to all talk about this big topic, movie trailers.
Yeah. Well, guys, there's still a lot more questions in the chat that we will be getting to, I promise. But I want to talk a little bit about the topic of hurdles, copyright issues, and stuff like that. I remember when John Schnepp was John Schnepp's Death of Superman Lives, a movie that I absolutely adore. He was talking a lot in some of his behind the scenes things. He's done some interviews with like Kevin Smith and stuff. And he talked a lot about the hurdles he had to get over, dealing with people over at Warner Brothers, trying to lock down that interview with Tim Burton. That was really like, okay, if we're not going to get the Tim Burton interview, we're not making the movie. And then it took him forever to lock down that interview. What sort of hurdles did you hit? Because I imagine a movie that's specifically about trademarked and copywritten material has got to be a little bit of a headache. What was that like?
Yeah, it was. But I've got to say, at the end of the day, it was not as big of a headache as I was fearing it would be. You know, when you're dealing with copywritten material, it can be a minefield trying to navigate and work your way around. Now, there is a doctrine in law called fair use that the entertainment industry has to rely on sometimes. A lot of people misunderstand what fair use means. Some people think, oh, I can use a piece of copywritten material, whether it's music or video, whatever, if I'm not making money on it. That's not fair use. Don't do that. That's still completely wrong. You're not allowed to do it that way. There are definitions about when you can use a piece of copyright material without getting a clearance. And fortunately for me, now I have a background in law, so that gave me a little bit of a leg up right away. And fortunately for me, because the subject matter of the documentary is movie trailers, and we are giving commentary, criticism, and educational stuff on movie trailers, we actually fall, when it comes to the trailers themselves, we fall very comfortably under fair use doctrine. Now, even though I have a legal background, I still had to go out and get a copyright lawyer and who specifically specialized in fair use and have them go through my film. And even though I have a legal background and I understand fair use doctrine, he still came up with a list of 68 things that we needed to change in the film. Now that sounds like a lot. It's actually not a lot compared to how big it could have been. But even I, with a legal background, ended up getting something back from my lawyer saying, here are 68 things you need to change. And so then we had to go through the process of making the changes to make sure either we had to remove certain things or we had to do certain things to make sure that it properly fit under fair use doctrine. Once we got that, it was pretty much clear sailing. Like I made sure anything that wasn't fair use, I made sure I properly licensed it, whether it was music or a piece of video footage, I would go out and buy the appropriate license, all that kind of stuff. Getting interviews was actually really rather simple. There was actually only one person I wasn't able to get that I really wanted. And that one person that I was not able to get, even though I really wanted them, it was the only big superstar. I didn't try to go out and get big superstars. The only one I really wasn't able to get was my fellow Canadian. I don't know if you can tell by the flag behind me. I'm a very proud Canadian. Was a fellow Canadian who I think I'm one of only like 78 people they follow on Twitter, is Ryan Reynolds. Ryan Reynolds, I don't know why. Ryan Reynolds follows me on Twitter. He only follows like 70 to 100 people, but he follows me. And I've interacted with Ryan a little bit online. So because the Deadpool marketing campaign is one of the most revolutionary marketing campaigns ever, the approach they took with the Deadpool marketing campaign was so unique. I thought, I've got to get Ryan. I've got to get Ryan Reynolds in this. Wasn't able to make it happen, unfortunately. So that's the one guy. But really, everybody else, like I said, I broke down. There were a couple of directors I wanted. I was able to get them. There was a couple of producers I wanted. I was able to get them. There was a couple of writers I wanted. I was able to get them. And to me, it wasn't about going out and getting big star names. I wanted the focus of this movie to really be on the subject matter. So I focused on people who I thought would be able to speak best about the subject matter. And we were able to get them all. So it was, I had an easier time than Schnepp did. But then again, my subject matter is a subject that does make it easier for me to get it done than his was. His was a lot of problems, and he navigated those problems like a champ and got his movie out. And I'm so glad he did, because The Death of Superman Lives What Happened is fantastic.
It's fantastic. I think I caught it, not to go off a tangent here, but I think I caught it when it was on Showtime or Cinemax or something like that for a little while. That's when I caught it, because I'd wanted to see it for so long, and then I saw it pop up. I was like, oh my God, there it is. We got to watch it. I
still remember Schnepp called me. Schnepp called me as soon as he got the word that they were securing the Showtime deal. And I remember he was so excited about that. And we were all just floored and excited. And it was just, that was incredible.
I want to field a couple more questions here out of the chat, and guys, keep them coming. We still got a little bit of time here. This one comes from DMOMO. Do you have a favorite trailer that you regularly go back to and watch?
I have a few. One, and remember, there's a difference between favorite trailers and favorite movies, but one is the Logan trailer. The trailer for Logan, the one with the Johnny Cash cover.
Johnny Cash, yeah.
Doing the Hurt cover. That trailer is masterful. Like it's an absolute masterpiece of a trailer. And so that's one that stands out to me an awful lot. I sometimes go back and still watch the older Transformers trailers. As much as I hate those Transformers movies, other than I still like the first Michael Bay Transformers movie. Actually, I guilty pleasure of mine, I really like the first Michael Bay Transformers movie. I hate all the other ones, but the trailers were fantastic. And then even going back to like the Lord of the Rings trailers, not just great movies, just this epic way they put those things together and set it all up for you. And fantastic stuff. I remember one of my favorite horror movies of all time is actually called The Descent. And I still remember the promos for that. I mean, the promos just got me so engaged. And so there's that. Yeah, it's just a great trailer for me is one that finds that line about telling you enough about what this movie is going to be about without telling you too much, utilizes visuals, sound, the right clips from the movie, and that just gets you more invested in the upcoming film. And those are the ones that really get me excited. And those are a couple of the examples that do it for me.
You bring up a lot of good points. A lot of things just popped up in my head as you're talking about this. Is I want to see if you can comment maybe on movie trailers. And it seems to be a pattern that we're seeing a lot more lately, where they give you the trailer and it's not what the movie is. I go back to Suicide Squad. Loved that trailer for the Suicide Squad, the one that was set to Queen's Bohemian Rhapsody.
Yep.
And you got Harley Quinn just kicking ass, and it's like, this movie is going to be fucking amazing. And you get the final movie, and half the bits that were in that trailer weren't even in the final cut of the film.
It's funny because we actually specifically do talk about that Suicide Squad trailer in the movie. Actually, that company Aspect made that trailer, and they talk about that trailer. I mean, I think it's important to make a distinction between, you know, a trailer, because like I said, we have a chapter in the movie about trailers that give away too much. We also have a chapter about misleading trailers, and we talk a little bit about that pattern we see of trailers showing clips that are not in the movie. You know, they're showing material in the trailers and they don't end up being in the movie, or they are kind of like selling you a movie that's opposite of what that movie actually is. I mean, one of the great examples to me of a trailer that completely misleads the audience and is not what the movie is at all. It's from Walden Media, which was a Disney company. It was called Bridge to Terabithia. That had, who's the kid from Hunger Games? Josh? I forget the kid's name. Anyway, he was in that. He was in this movie called Bridge to Terabithia. The trailers for Bridge to Terabithia make it look like the next franchise in the pattern of not Lord of the Rings so much, but maybe like Lion, the Witch, and the Wardrobe, right? It's going to be the next Narnia film. It's a trailer says, the trailer makes you think this movie is about these two young kids living in this town who stumble across a hidden magical kingdom in the woods called Terabithia. And the whole trailer is about, when you go looking for adventure, says the narrator, be prepared to find more than you possibly imagine. And they're in the woods with all these magical creatures. That is not what the movie's about at all. It's not what it's about at all. It's about a kid who dies.
Yeah.
And then the other kid struggling with death and losing their friend. And there is no time in this movie spent in the magical land. The Terabithia isn't a real place. It's just this make-believe thing these two kids made up in the woods and blah, blah. The movie really doesn't spend any real time there whatsoever. It is a wonderful movie. It's a wonderful movie. Don't get me wrong, but it is not the movie they were selling. And so, you juxtapose that against something like Suicide Squad, which to me, I actually think the Suicide Squad trailer is a pretty good representation of what the movie is. It's just that the trailer is really incredibly awesome and the movie is not so incredibly awesome.
That's what it is. It's a great representation of the film, but the movie isn't nearly as awesome. I could have just listened to 2 hours of Bohemian Rhapsody and probably enjoyed it a little bit more than actually like.
Well, Robert Meyer Burnett has a great saying. He says, there is nothing greater in life than a movie that lives up to the promise of the trailer. And that's a great example of maybe a movie that did not live up to the great example of the trailer.
Whereas Infinity War, I think, completely lived up to the trailer. That was almost a perfect example of the trailer matching the movie, but then the movie still exceeding your expectations.
Yeah, I mean, depending on what your expectations were, absolutely. So between that and then the whole thing, like I said, we do dive into stuff about, when we see material in a trailer that doesn't end up in the movie. And there's a little bit of a debate that goes on in the movie about whether that's a good or a bad thing. Sometimes it's good, sometimes it's not so good. But we cover that stuff. It's a great topic.
This is another wonderful, I'm sorry, there's so many people in the chats that want to talk to you. This comes from Antonio Medina. I love it. He said, longtime listener. Thanks, Mr. Lindsey. Oh, you're welcome. My question to you is, how do you feel about people petitioning to change films after the trailer premieres? Should they listen to them or just do what they want? I mean, Sonic the Hedgehog, perfect example.
And we have a section, not an entire chapter, but we do have a part of the movie where we specifically talk about the Sonic the Hedgehog trailer example. And listen, in every rule, there are exceptions, right? So no matter what the rule is, if it's a great rule, whatever, there will be exceptions. To me, I go back to this a lot. There was a great legendary NFL coach who was once being asked after a game about, hey, the fans want to see you put this guy in at quarterback. What do you think about that? And the coach said, any coach that listens to fans is destined to be sitting with them next week. Which is one of my favorite quotes in sports or entertainment or ever anything of all time. I really do believe that movie studios should try to understand what is it the audience is looking for. But then they also have to understand that we as audience members, we're not the experts on how to accomplish that vision. We're not the experts on how to do it. The filmmakers are. And so I believe under most circumstances, movie studios should trust their filmmakers, trust their staff, trust their teams, that they have the expertise and that they know what they're doing. Sometimes it won't work. But I believe, generally speaking, yeah, you trust your people, not the faceless, nameless audience out on the internet. Absolutely. Now, an exception to that
Sonic
did
the
work
Hedgehog.
out was Sonic, right?
Yeah.
They made the change. A lot of people have got to say. Now, would Sonic the Hedgehog have been every bit as good of a movie had they not made the changes? I contend yes. I think it would have still been the same dialogue, the same lines. Nothing would have changed except for the look of the character a little bit. But that is one that they were able to do. It was fairly easy for them to make the change, and it made a lot of people happy. So there are exceptions to it, and that is one. But for the most part, studios need to listen to their own teams, not to people who do not make movies for a living. And that's basically my take on that, with some exceptions.
Sonic. This is probably the best question for Mr. John Campea I've ever seen, even on his show.
Ooh.
This comes from BA in the house. He says, John, bacon or Canadian bacon?
My dad won't like this. Bacon.
Bacon.
I love the Canadian bacon, also sometimes known as female bacon or whatever. It is fabulous, but it isn't as multi-purpose as good, regular, just Applewood smoked bacon. You know what I mean? So I will lean towards the regular bacon, depending on the what's the word I'm looking for, on the festivity going on. So sometimes I go Canadian bacon, but for the most part, I go bacon.
Sorry, I had to go full screen on you that one because that's a promo.
That's
clip.
deep stuff. That's deep stuff.
Some serious deep stuff. So what in your opinion does make a good trailer versus a bad trailer? Because I mean, I saw a question in the comments earlier about the cheesiness of trailers and how, back in the day, in a world, cheesy trailers, and now they're just spectacular, pieces of art in and of themselves. What is it, that you think can make or break a movie trailer?
Well, I mean, first of all, in terms of like the cheesiness of the inner world, and we do talk in the trailer a lot about, Don LaFontaine, and the great voice of the inner world guy, and the dominance of that. What is cheesy is a judgment based on the circumstance the culture is in at the moment. At the time, that was very, very effective. Like the inner world voiceover, voice of God narrated trailers, that was very, very effective for decades. And it wasn't considered cheesy at all. But now we're in a different place. So now we look back on that and say that is cheesy. So you always got to remember that trailers, like any art, are always viewed through the prism of the current cultural circumstances, right? And that will change from day. Like it's very possible 30 years from now, my kids might be looking back at Endgame and saying, how did you guys ever watch that? That is so cheesy. I mean, I don't know. We just don't know. So you got to be careful. Listen, what makes a good trailer is much like the same of what makes a great movie. There's no one answer, right? It all depends on what is the movie. Somebody in my movie, in the documentary, says this: if it's a horror movie, scare me with the trailer. If it's a comedy movie, make me laugh in the trailer. If it's an action movie, thrill me in the trailer. Every trailer will have a unique set of requirements to really hit the audience, depending on what the movie is and depending on what the movie is trying to do. Somebody says in the documentary something great. You got to make the audience feel something, because to me, ultimately, movies are experiential events. We go to the movies for an experience, whether that experience is joy or fear or laughter or shock or contemplation, deep thinking or romantic feelings, whatever. Movies are meant to be experiential events. You have to give us an experience, make us feel something. And therefore, a trailer, and it's the job of the trailer to give you a little sample size, give you a taste of what is this movie. Somebody says in the movie trailers aren't commercials. They're like that guy standing outside of the sausage shop in the mall handing out free samples. A trailer is a free sample of a movie to give you a taste. So you got to communicate what kind of experience am I going to get if I come and see your movie. If I sit down and start streaming that movie, what experience am I going to get? And if a trailer can communicate that experience that's unique to that film in 2 minutes and 30 seconds without giving too much away, while giving us a basic idea about what the film is, that's when you've hit the mark. It's making us feel something. And if you can do it, you're more than halfway there already.
Awesome. We just have a couple minutes left. I want to ask you, obviously, I mean, if you're just joining the video, guys, Movie Trailers: A Love Story by Mr. John Campea. What was your experience like making the film? This is your second documentary. Any plans? I mean, was it an enjoyable experience making the film, and do you see yourself diving back into that pool anytime soon?
It was a hell of a lot of fun. It was a lot of fun, and it was basically just me and two guys who are on my staff already. Like I have two guys who work with me on the John Campea show, Ray Ora, who does most of our production design, and Jonathan Boyko, who is my main editor. And so basically I just had them come along with me and do this thing with me. And they did a great job. I know I want to do more, but I might want to do more strictly as a producer. You know, find other people who have a vision for a story they want to tell. And then I will come on board and help them with that as a producer and things like that. But, you know, we'll see. I mean, look, if Netflix picks up Movie Trailers: A Love Story, and that's a delusion of grandeur, but let's shoot for the stars. If Netflix picks it up, okay, I'm probably going to be motivated to just do another one on my own. I have another project that me and a friend of mine have already been discussing about doing. But I think what I'd really be passionate about, like in the next 5 years, is to really act more as a producer. It's like, hey, you've got a great idea for a movie. You've got some skill at doing this. I'll tell you what, I'll come on board. I'll kick in some money. I will help you put this thing together, and I will produce this for you, and you go and do this thing. I might want to lean more into that, but we'll see. But overall, the experience has been fantastic. I've loved it.
That's awesome. Well, guys, Movie Trailers: A Love Story. I just want to reiterate one more time. Where and when can people see it? And actually, one more question. Are you at all worried that the trailer might get pulled from YouTube?
No, because YouTube has a very, that I fully expect that I'm going to get a copyright notice on YouTube once I put it up, because there will be clips of movie trailers in it, right? So I fully expect. The good thing is YouTube has a built-in system where you can dispute a copyright claim on it. And I will be not just writing in why I think they shouldn't do it. I will be sending them a letter from my lawyer that I will have this letter that's already to go, that's already printed up and ready to go. I will be sending in a letter from a lawyer that says this particular thing falls completely under fair use. And therefore not. So I'm not really worried about it. And it's and good on YouTube. I get very frustrated at YouTube very often, but good on YouTube that they do have a system like that in place to make sure that things like that can be rectified fairly quickly. So I'm not really worried about it.
So Movie Trailers: A Love Story, when and where most importantly, where? Where will people be able to see this film? Online, streaming on your website, theatrical release, maybe any plans of doing a Kevin Smith style road tour?
Well, I love what Kevin Smith did, by the way, with that road tour. But I've got the John Campea show. I can't do a road tour, unfortunately. It's funny. I was just talking with a major theater chain that wants to do a limited run of it, but movie theaters closed down, so I don't know if that's actually going to happen or not. It was going to be a limited run. Most likely it'll be online. Like I said, we are going to start having those discussions about specifically where the film will be in about 2 weeks. But if you want to see it quicker, sometime next week starts the Studio City International Film Festival. You can go and register for the Studio City International Film Festival. It is a virtual festival this year because of COVID, and you'll be able to watch it there. Otherwise, by the end of the year, I will be able to put out on my social media. Just make sure you're following me at John Campea, and that's on all social media, Instagram, Twitter, Facebook, whatever. You can follow me there. I'll make sure everybody's aware about where we decide this thing will land, and it will be by the end of the year. So probably within the next few months, 2 months, it'll be available everywhere.
John, I could not be more excited and more happy to have you on Baltimore Comic-Con. If you decide to bring your movie to Chicago, hit me up, because I know several theater houses that you could put it in. So excited, man. Thanks so much for being here. Movie Trailers, a love story, guys. Check it out. Find John Campea online. Any final words to audience and people about the film?
Just thank you to everybody who's been supporting it along the way. It's been amazing how many messages we've been getting about it. I've had so much fun making it. I cannot wait to share this particularly with movie fans, because it's about movie trailers, the things we all love so much. And thank you to Baltimore Comic-Con and to you, Chuck, very much for having me on here. This has been a blast.
All right, guys. Well, we got Amy Dallen and the folks at Marvel up in about 3 minutes. So stick around. We got a lot more awesome Baltimore Comic-Con action right after this. Thanks a lot, John.
Take care.
I'm so excited to be back. Hi.
Oh my God, I didn't know I was on
I'm
camera.
sorry.
I'm over here looking at the chat and stuff. That was tons of fun. Amy, good to see you again.
Oh, what a weekend we're having. Oh my God, how are you doing, Chuck?
I'm great. I got to wake up this morning and talk to Skottie Young. I got to sit around and watch you talk to Mr. Al Ewing. I just got to talk to Mr. John Campea. And now I'm very excited to sit back and watch you do a deep dive with the folks over at Marvel. So, Amy, I'm going to cut you loose.
Excellent.
Have fun. We'll see you in a little bit.
All right, I'm Amy Dallen, and I am so excited to bring you this all-star panel for the Streets of Marvel. We'll bring them in. I'll give everybody the fancy intros now. We have one of my favorite artists of all time, also a writer. She excels at everything she does. We have Becky Cloonan here. Hi, how's it going?
Good. Hey, how you doing?
Can you tell us where broadly you're coming to us from? Don't narrow it down, but in the world.
Austin, Texas.
Ah.
We had our first cool day of the season yesterday, so that was kind of nice. I wore a hoodie. It's good.
Excellent. We also have Marvel star shared writer of I'm going to get into all the things that you all have done together and overlappingly. I'm amazed by the connections in this group. We have Ed Brisson with us today. Ideally joining us any second.
There we are. Okay.
Hey, sorry. How's it going, Ed?
It's going all right. It's going all right.
And what area of the world are you coming to us from?
I'm up in Halifax, Nova Scotia, Canada.
Excellent. What time is it there? Is it the same as?
No, it's 6:00 here right now, so we're an hour ahead of you guys.
Oh, fantastic. We also have Hawkeye author. I realized I prepped too many credits to fit into a sentence for everybody. Please come on and join us, Matthew Rosenberg. We have a lot to talk about.
Hi, everybody. My camera isn't working, it seems like. I don't know why.
You sound like yourself, so that's a good start.
I don't know. I'll try and work on that.
Sometimes StreamYards, you have to go back and tell it which source to grab.
Yeah, I was going to say, Matt, just go on and maybe log back out and then log back in.
Okay, I'll leave. This was really fun.
Honestly, this might be for the best, folks.
He's probably a catfish anyway, so Mike's not
Matthew
working.
Rosenberg, if that is your real name. Finally, to complete the set, and a big warm welcome to the Marvel Universe proper, please, for Philip Kennedy Johnson, who's going to be with us. I decided to get fancy with the intros, and I didn't warn anyone I was doing that. Sorry. Hi!
Hey, good to see you again.
Nice to see you. How are you doing?
I'm awesome. How have you been?
I'm very good. I'm also, not to spoil my plans for this panel, but I'm very excited that at least half of you are big D&D nerds.
Oh, yeah.
So I plan to derail this panel immediately in that direction.
Sweet.
What area of the world are you coming to us from, Philip?
I'm in the Washington, D.C., Baltimore area.
Excellent. So you're actually nearly as close to this con as we could get.
Yeah, exactly. This is my home con.
Aw.
So yeah.
I've actually never gotten to go. I've heard wonderful things about
Oh
Baltimore.
man, it's great. It's one of the more like creator centric cons. You know, it's not just a big thing with, you know, signings and, you know, wrestlers and stuff. It's like a lot of comic-y stuff here. It's really terrific.
Becky and Ed, have you all been to regular Baltimore Comic Con before?
Once years.
Surprisingly.
2013, I was there briefly for just like an afternoon, in and out.
It is very lovely that I get to talk to all of you from wherever you are and add a con I have always wanted to see and scratch off my list. So as silver linings go, I'm very glad that you all could join me today for this. And hopefully, Matt, as soon as the tech works out, I'm just going to keep an eye if there's messages. Personally, I know I would be happy to just have your voice if that's... but we'll find out. All right, we're here to talk about the Streets of Marvel. A lot of you have exciting upcoming work, stuff you're currently working on, but I'm just excited to talk comics. So if you could, please, I would love to know what for each of you, do you have a moment that you fell in love with Marvel or those characters? Ed, do you want to start?
I don't remember. Actually, for me, I think the first thing I fell in love with was Peter Porker, Spectacular Spider-Ham, when I was maybe about 7 or 8. My mom used to drag us to used bookstores and sort of drop us off in front of the 10-cent bin while she usually took at least 2 hours. So we'd blow our allowance buying comics. And Peter Porker was the first thing that I was drawn to. But very quickly afterwards, it was... Spider-Man, X-Men, Punisher, and Daredevil for me growing up. But as long as I can recall, I've been reading Marvel comics going back to, 7, 8 years old, maybe a little bit older. They're younger, sorry.
What a wonderful place to begin. And I especially like that. I love the broad range of what you can do in comics and that we are here to talk about street level comics, but that Spider-Pig can be someone's way in. I love very, very much. Becky, was there a moment for you with the Marvel Universe?
Yes. My dad used to be a big Silver Surfer and Fantastic Four fan. And when I was maybe like 8 years old, he got me he got a Silver Surfer annual and read it to me for a bedtime story, and I got like super engrossed at a very young age in like the Kree Skrull politics.
Yes,
I love Super Skrull. I was like a huge Nova fan and Mantis, so like I was drawing fan art of these characters at a very young age, and then it wasn't until like I think it was Jim Lee's X-Men #1 that I got like really into X-Men, and then of course from there it spiraled out to like Excalibur and like just it was a mess. And I've just loved Marvel ever since. I love it.
Oh, that's fantastic. Philip, what was your intro to the Marvel Universe?
Mine would have been also real young when my dad would always come home with these boxes of ripped up comics. That was kind of what I learned to read on. That's how I learned to love reading and how to read it all. And I had these big. It ended up getting divided into these big stacks, and there was like a DC stack and a little kid stack where it was basically the forerunners to DuckTales, stuff like Scrooge McDuck and Beagle Boys and all those old Gladstone
classics.
comics.
Yes.
Yeah, and then the Marvel stuff, and a lot of the Marvel stuff was Spider-Man team-ups, and through those team-ups, I would see Spider-Man teaming up with some rando, like some the A, B, or C lister of the week, and some of them were big name people I'd seen before, and other ones were people I'd never seen before. That's how I got to know Ghost Rider. That's how I met Doctor Strange, and like lots of cool stuff. Those books kind of introduced me not just to, hey, it's Matt Rosenberg.
Hey everybody, I'm back.
Those books introduced me not just to heroes that I'd never seen before, but also to villains I've never seen, like Super Skrull, like Becky mentioned, and Mephisto, and the characters that I'd never seen in the big Spider-Man books made their way into those Spider-Man team ups. So that was my first introduction, and there were a lot of other Marvel books in there too, but mostly those, and that's how I kind of got to know the Marvel pantheon and really sucked me in.
That's wonderful. Matt, welcome to the stream officially again. Would you tell us how you're doing and where, broadly speaking, you are coming to us from?
Yeah, I'm in New York City in my lovely apartment. This is the cleanest part of it, so this is where we're filming from. And what was the other question?
And where broadly, or New York City? That was, and how you're doing?
Yes.
Yeah.
Oh, I'm good. Yeah, how are you doing? I'm good. Yeah, now I'm good. That was a little hectic. Sorry about that.
No, we're glad you're here. And by the way, anybody watching right now, at the end of this panel, I am going to throw your questions at these folks. So please be starting to think of the things that you want to know. And when we get to that portion, they will be pulled on screen. This is Streets of Marvel Q&A panel, as our first comment says. And we... So we were just talking about the moments that people fell in love with Marvel. Becky got into the Kree Skrull War. Ed Brisson discovered Peter Parker Spider-Ham, and Philip Kennedy Johnson was into the team-ups and learning all of the various big names and weirdos of the Marvel Universe. Was there a moment where you fell in love with Marvel?
Yeah, I mean, for me, like, I have an older brother who was into comics when I was a kid, and he used to, like, you know, like all older brothers, he was like, you can't touch them, don't go near them. So that for me was like the best, and they were amazing. And as soon as he would go out, I would sneak into his room and read his comics. But for me, it was the X-Men reading, or trying to read, learning how to read on the Dark Phoenix stuff. For me, that was like, I had no idea what was going on. It was just totally weird and strange, and like there were so many characters and such weird ideas, and it was really like kind of intoxicating for me to like try and piece it together at a very small age. So that was my sort of like first experience with Marvel, was just sort of falling in love with comics and the world and the colors and the art and like the nonsense that is superhero comics.
That's wonderful. Intoxicating is such a good description of that feeling of first soaking into the whole world. Plus, I like the idea of you sounding out fire and life incarnate as a small child. So I would love to know, obviously, this has been a strange year. A lot of things are up in the air, but what is currently something you're working on that you're very excited about that you might want to share with us before we dive into the past? Matt, you want to go first?
Sure. Yeah. My first issue, co-writing Amazing Spider-Man, came out this week.
Congratulations! It was so good.
Thank you. I'm co-writing that with Nick Spencer, and you know, he's a monster, but it's been really fun and awesome, and I'm really appreciative that he let me come on board and help out. And you know, anytime you can write Spider-Man is like, I have like a tremendous love for the whole Marvel universe and all the characters and everything, but like there are certain characters that just carry weight beyond what is, you know, the regular weight of a Marvel character, and Spider-Man is one of those characters where you're just like, oh, it's a real heavy thing to get to do, and so I feel really lucky to do it.
Excellent. I will just throw out, Becky, if there's anything you particularly wanted to highlight. I'm not sure where we are with Dark Agnes. I love those first couple issues very much, but
Dark Agnes didn't make the it was one of the COVID, it got canceled in that whole mess of early 2020, so it's very sad about that. The whole series was written and it was a lot of fun, but unfortunately I think it was issue 2 came out in like February, and then issue 3 when, you know, all the distribution kind of petered out. And then
sure.
You know, unfortunately, I mean, I think that's, it was one of the Robert E. Howard books. So I'm wondering if it's just like a licensed property. So it's like licenses upon licenses.
Sure. There's just extra hoops, and all of the hoops are currently wonky everywhere in the world. So I can see how that could happen.
Yeah.
But I am excited to dig into some of your past work. And also, I will veer off of the topic of our panel to say we are all very excited about Wonder Woman.
That's the big thing. That was the big news. Unfortunately, I'm not doing any work from Marvel right now, but after, I was like really depressed after Dark Agnes, actually, like surprisingly. Just like an ego blow, you know, and like just see something that you're really excited about is not happening anymore. And then when DC was like, do you want to do this like Immortal Wonder Woman thing? I was like, and there's a 2-issue Midnighter story too, which is like like super fun. So that's been like a really good time. Yeah. And I've been doing my own mini comic again. So I've been drawing more and more.
That is good news for all of us. Ed, we can get both volumes now of your Ghost Rider run, which I loved very much, are available in shops. Do you have anything that you're particularly excited about right now that you want the people to be looking out for?
I wish I in a similar situation to Becky in that Ghost Rider I think got sort of screwed by COVID, and so that one is done now. And I left New Mutants after 13, so I'm in a weird position where everything I've worked on wrapped, but because of COVID pushing things back, everything I am working on has not been announced yet and is not out yet. So I'm toiling away in secret here on projects that will be out early next year. I have used the opportunity, though, to get back to doing some creator-owned work. So I've been trying to get a couple of creator-owned projects off the ground, and I've returned to a series called Murder Book, which is a crime, self-contained crime series that I was writing for a good long while. I've gotten back to that, and I'm sort of pumping those things out. So those should be available soon. But Marvel-wise, you're going to have to wait and see, I'm afraid.
But that's an exciting kind of wait and see. There's tantalizing things that we don't get to know about yet. Which
maybe for you guys, it's killing me not to talk about it.
And Philip, I have so much enjoyed your entry to the Marvel Universe proper with Empire, Captain America, and of course you're doing Marvel Zombies right now. Is there anything else that you're particularly excited about, or that you would want to tease towards if you're in an Ed situation?
Yes, I am excited, and I do have something I want to tease. So yeah, the things I've already written, the trade for Captain America Empire comes out soon. The final issue of Marvel Zombies Resurrection, which we're really excited about, also came out, or is coming out on November 11th. And that process was so fun and went so well that we've been looking for other like-minded things to do. And Marvel has a really big announcement coming out very soon, and I don't want to blow that, but they did greenlight me to tease it. So I just want to let fans know that I'm going to be writing an all-new ongoing horror series for Marvel starting in February. It is a dream come true property that I've wanted to write since I first got into comics, and we found a perfect art team for it, and I wish I could say more, but yeah, big announcement coming this week, so look forward to that.
Oh, that's tremendously exciting. All right, so I am hearing horror, I'm hearing crime, and we are here to talk about the streets of Marvel from all those responses. So I'm just curious, because between you, most of you have written The Punisher, several of you have written for Ghost Rider in various capacities. What is a street level story? What does that mean to you? Ed, you want to take this one first?
Oh, I wanted to hear everyone else's answers. And
you can pass.
All that. For me, it's more like more human stakes, I think, with a lot of the street level stuff. So it's not, I think sometimes it's hard to care as much. Personally, when every single life is on the planet is in danger, I prefer sort of more personal stakes, the smaller stakes where it's a life perhaps in danger or a few, and I think that's something that draws me into the street level stuff. I just love grounding stuff. I love having people with their feet on the ground and really sort of limiting their ability to sort of deal with stuff, and I feel like you got to get more creative. If you have, I don't know, if you got Punisher battling a Super Skrull, say, you got to get much more creative on how you're going to solve that and tell that story.
Absolutely. Becky, what makes a street level story for you, or what appeals about it?
I think there's a certain nuance where you can hone in on a couple characters. You're not dealing with like a whole team. You don't have to deal with like team dynamics or like we were saying, like just the stakes aren't as high. I mean, they're high, but they're like not, you're not dealing with the fate of the universe. It's like the fate of the streets.
So, again, a scope question. Yeah.
Yeah, it just seems like the ability to tell like a story that's more focused around a couple characters, and you can really like hone in and like squeeze the juice out of that, you know?
Matt, what about you? What's a street level story and why is it fun?
You know, for me, like, I grew up in New York, and I always got a real kick out of, like, I mean, it's fun to see, you know, the Avengers off in space and the X-Men off in space and all that stuff, and I love that stuff. But for me, like, the key to Marvel, and one of the things I really love about it is the Stan Lee saying, "It's the world outside your window," and for me, it was like. You know, a lot of the artists would draw places that I know and places I'd been and things I could see. And then when you add the fact that like a lot of the street level characters are not super powered or like more human than super powered, I think there's just a relatability to it that is really endearing and I've always been drawn to. You know, when I was a kid, I thought the Punisher was so cool. I don't think he's so cool anymore, but I think he's a great character. But you know, like I just thought, like, you know, seeing even Spider-Man, who's obviously got superpowers, but like, you know, where he goes to school, where he goes to work, all those things. That's what makes a really good street level book to me, is like the things that are more relatable. I think a lot of the more epic and cosmic stuff is more aspirational, whereas the street level stuff is more relatable.
And Philip, what is a great street level story for you, or what do you look for in one?
Yeah, I think everyone's been saying it really well. It's all about, you know, personal stakes as opposed to cosmic stakes. Is kind of how I see it, and what Becky said too about being able to get into specific characters. Like if I were to make a video game analogy, I guess it would be like, I mean, Dark Souls is awesome, right? And it's a big, larger than life thing. But The Last of Us, to me, like the stakes are, well, I guess it's pretty big stakes in that one too. But on the face of it, it's all about this guy on a road trip with this teenage girl trying to keep her alive, or trying to keep each other alive, trying to save each other in, you know, emotional ways as well as in real life. And it's just when it's somebody that you've grown to really care about, like a specific character that really matters to you personally. That's such a bigger deal than, you know, saving faceless billions, you know? So I guess that's what like street level stories are for me. And even when you're doing a big cosmic story, it's super important to try to make it feel street level in a character kind of way. And that's what we try to do with Marvel Zombies Resurrection, actually, because it's obviously, you know, end of the world stuff, but I really wanted to approach it more like The Road, you know, like Cormac McCarthy's book, as opposed to, you know, Robert Rodriguez's Grindhouse. I wanted to take it very seriously and make you really care about the characters, and make it feel small even when it's big, you know. So that's street level.
Absolutely. And I think you've given a great description for why I will read every book about Wolverine protecting a different teenage girl on their adventure to wherever. It's a formula that will always hit for me.
Yeah, the most powerful Wolverine image I can think of is the a cover where he's running with a baby in his arms, and he's like his back's pumped full of arrows, and like it's all about that protecting that baby, you know. I don't know. I thought that was a really powerful image.
That lone wolf and cub kind of aesthetic.
Totally.
Absolutely. Back to probably the more proper source there. But it's all shared ideas out in the universe, right? I'm actually curious, speaking of Wolverine, Matt, can you tease anything you've got going on for a beautiful looking new Wolverine kind of situation?
Yeah. The Wolverine, I want to get the name right. Black, White, and Blood, I believe is what it's called, is coming out, and it's really fun. It's a black and white and red comic, and it's all, every issue is 3 10-page like Wolverine stories that they told us, you know, just go send them whenever you want, you know, tell whatever story you want to tell. And I think I'm in the first issue with Josh Cassara, who's drawing X-Force right now and is so amazing on art. And we did a 10-page story that's sort of a 70s 80s Cold War spy thing with Nick Fury as a guest in it. And it's it's sort of my Tinker Tailor Soldier Spy with Wolverine. But the issue's awesome, and it's got Jerry Duggan and Adam Kubert did a story, and Declan Shalvey wrote and drew a story, and it's the kind of thing that I feel like comics doesn't do enough of anymore, which is like the just really satisfying short anthology pieces that are, you know, like I love that stuff. That's was a big gateway for me in comics. You don't need to like be super invested in the world. You just get a bite-sized taste, and it's built to be satisfying in that way. And so that's awesome and really fun. And even if you don't like my writing, it's worth the price of admission just for Josh's art is so good. So I'm really excited about that, and I think it's out next month.
I don't think I've ever seen someone make an appeal to, maybe you don't like me, but here are the reasons you should buy this anyway. I like it.
You know, I like to cover my bases. Josh is really good, and people should appreciate him, regardless of their feelings on me. Yeah.
I would love to hear a little bit about folks' collaboration experiences in Marvel. For instance, Becky, you wrote 3 volumes of The Punisher, and you had some pretty wonderful folks on that journey with you. I know you've probably spoken to this a lot before, but I would hate myself if I didn't ask, what was it like to work with Steve Dillon on that?
I was so nervous when Jake Thomas, who was editing it, was like, "We got Steve Dillon. We're gonna get Steve Dillon to do this. We're gonna ask him." And I was like, "Yeah, good luck. That's never gonna work with me." And then they're like, "We got him," and I was like, "Oh my god!" Like I was so nervous and such a big fan. And obviously, I grew up like I read Preacher like way before I probably should have. And I just loved his art, and I was very familiar with it, so it was easy to write for him because he has such I mean, he does the violence, of course, like so well, and he draws like the perfect Frank Castle. And it's everyone, of course, when you think of Frank Castle, you think of like Garth Ennis's Frank. So it was obviously like a huge honor to work with him. And he does such, his comics are surprisingly funny. Like it's such a dark humor, and the way he paces the stories out. So it was easy to like write a script and really envision how he would translate it. So working with him was very easy, and it was a lot of fun. And Jake was a great editor on that. Yeah. And then Chris Anka came in and did a one-shot, and then Matt Horak came in and finished up the rest of the run, which I was like, I could never come in after Steve Dillon. Like, props to Matt Horak. He did a great job, and he filled some very big shoes that I would have been too nervous to myself. And I made him draw Bear Trap a lot. So that was, I'm sorry, Matt, if you're watching this. But I will always be sorry for that.
The bear trap on the chain is like one of my favorite Punisher moments ever. It's so good.
I know. I kept joking. I was like, I'm going to take away his guns, and then I did.
Was there anything that you feel like you didn't get to say in that run, or that you'd want to go back for, or does it feel like you kind of got your vision of it out there?
I did. Everything that I pitched, like the whole story, that was it. I wanted to end it kind of like Frankenstein, you know, when they were kind of off in the Arctic, like
drifting.
And the whole idea was we were bringing Frank back, I guess, and I wanted to do kind of like a rebirth where he was started in New York and then had to leave, lost all his gear, all his guns, his van, like everything, and then he supposedly dies and then gets resurrected and then like comes back again. By the end, it's like not a new Frank, but the idea of, you know, kind of coming from full circle and like rediscovering who you are, even though who you are was always who you knew that you were. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
That's kind of what I was going for, I think.
I am curious, Matt, when you were working on The Punisher, you mentioned earlier that you've had a shifting perspective on him over time. How did that play into taking that on?
Yeah. Well, I followed directly after Becky, which was for me very intimidating and very big shoes to fill. And no, I was really nervous. I really loved that run. And but yeah, the Punisher is weird because I you know, I was a little kid growing up in New York, and you know, it was when you're a little kid and you get mugged, like the idea of the Punisher seems really cool. You're like, oh, there's a guy out there who will stop muggers, or what, you know, whatever it is. Like he's a very like simple idea if you're a child, I think, to latch onto. And then as I got a little older, I was like, oh, this is really horrifying. Like this character is really upsetting, really unnerving, and I sort of like really kind of distanced myself from him and my love of him, and then years later, I started picking up Garth Ennis's run because I'm a huge Garth Ennis fan, and Steve Dillon, obviously, and they just recontextualized him, the Punisher, in such a smart way of just being like, he's a monster. These are monster stories. Like, this is not a celebration. This is not a superhero. Like, this is a monster for bad guys, but it's still a monster. And that, to me, was something that I really was like, that, you know, if I take the book, I told Jake Thomas, the editor, who's one of the best editors in comics, I was like, look, I'm pretty uncomfortable with the character in some ways. And he was like, yeah, lean into that. Why are you uncomfortable? Like, let's focus on that. And so that was a big thing for me, is like, making sure that what's interesting for me is that, like, Steve Dillon sort of set him aside, and Ennis, like, they put him sort of away from the Marvel universe often. So there weren't always a lot of other Marvel characters. Like, the Marvel Max book sort of is not in continuity. Maybe it is, like, it's vague. But I was like, I want to go the opposite route. I want to have a lot of other Marvel heroes in the book to sort of be a moral compass. So it's never confusing that, like, you know, you can follow Frank Castle for a little bit and think he's a good guy. And then when Spider-Man and Captain America show up and be like, you have to stop. It's very clear in the Marvel universe. Like, this is not someone that we look up to. This is not someone that we admire. And so that was really important to me. And Marvel let me do that. And it was really fun. And, you know, we have a ton of guest stars and guest appearances, and figuring out who ends up being okay with Frank and who doesn't was sort of a thing we built to over the 5 arcs of the book. And that was something I was really excited about. Yeah.
That's fantastic. And so you could highlight the way that conflict throws him into perspective with the rest of the Marvel universe while still having a fun, kick-ass Punisher book.
Yeah.
Quite a magic trick, but congratulations, you did it. I'm curious, speaking of the ideas that are encoded into these things, Philip, in your Empire Captain America run, where you could have had just running around punching, attacking plants in the face, you opted to add some extra layers to what was going on there in terms of the wider ideas and the idea of service. And I was really curious how you came to that angle for your Empire Captain America story.
Well, part of that was actually planned by the powers that be. Like, they had a very, like, Empire, of course, is a big crossover event that they did and that we did. And there was a very specific place for Cap in all that, where after the initial events, they all kind of split up, and Cap is meant to kind of unify the you know, all military forces around the world to fight the Katati on, you know, as humans. You know, while the Avengers and X-Men are doing their thing, he rallies the troops, the literal troops around the world to fight on their own. And I wanted to introduce a new villain, you know, within that, because they can't take down, you know, Cap's mini couldn't take down the big bad. But I introduced the kind of a high priest that is, his troops worship him almost like their prophet, you know. And as active duty serviceman myself, it was obviously a huge honor to write Cap. And when Cap is on screen, whenever he speaks, everyone listens, right? Like, it's important that he kind of commands respect and attention from whoever he's talking to. And so when I was researching how to write Cap, I mean, he's not Superman. It's not the same. Cap is like the perfect soldier from generations past. So he is the perfect, like, he was Superman in the you know, 40s. But now when he talks, it should be, you know, a little bit dated, in my opinion, and he should have this kind of old school gravitas that you hear when you hear an FDR speech, or even some of the things that Cronkite spoke, you know. So that's kind of how I approach his dialogue. As far as the idea of service, that's just who Cap is. You know, he embodies the Army values that we're all expected to uphold. So yeah, it was just a huge honor to write Cap. I mean, that's the only way that I would know to write Cap. Like, that's who he is at its core. Like, if every character has their own kind of mission statement, like, you know, Spider-Man, of course, is great power, great responsibility, and Batman is criminals are superstitious, cowardly lot. With Cap, it's all about the idea of service. Like he was literally made to fight the Nazis. So that's how I approach Cap all the time.
Turns out that doesn't stop being relevant. So with that,
Nature's perfect villain.
Ed, I am curious. You have also inherited more or less a book. When you came into New Mutants from someone else on this panel, I love how much crossover there is. What was the most fun element of jumping into the Dawn of X situation? And what, if any, was an unexpected challenge?
I think the most fun is just that I think when Jonathan sort of set this up, really sort of blew like a lot of the rules out of the water, and so we had sort of mutants out for self a little bit, and not I think for me the most exciting part was like them working alongside long-term villains and sort of how that works, how each character sort of responds to that, how they go on living with that, knowing that they're eating supper with someone who tried to kill them 78 different times over the past.
An interesting question, yeah.
I think the biggest challenge was actually Jonathan and I were trading it off for a bit, and I actually couldn't use any of the core New Mutants characters, so I had to come up with sort of a B squad using a mixture of sort of the Grant Morrison era New X-Men and a couple of the Gen X kids as well. And so that was, for me, it felt like a natural progression to New Mutants. I feel like it's weird that we have a team called the New Mutants that's been around for nearly 40 years. That they're not new anymore. And I like the idea of trying to progress the team forward a little bit and mixing it up with new characters and trying to push a lot of the younger characters forward and give them more prominence, because I find a lot of them are stuck in this weird, like they're never going to graduate school. They're stuck in school forever because they never get to graduate up like was the initial promise, I think, when these characters came out. So I think the big challenge was trying to like push these characters, like taking characters like Armor and Glob and such, and trying to push them forward and trying to put them closer to leadership roles, I think, and make them feel like they are closer to being X-Men and closer to being more prominent characters. Does that make sense? I feel like I'm talking in circles, but
no, absolutely.
Yeah. But that was a big thing, is just try and give these characters more importance within the I guess on the island of Krakoa and within the Marvel universe.
It makes total sense, because those are characters defined by a sort of permanent adolescence, and it's both the thing that we love about them, but I can't imagine how challenging that. How do y'all deal with the fact that we as the fans will riot if anything changes, but will stop reading if nothing changes? Like, how does that work?
You just don't go on Twitter.
Yeah. Does anyone have any expert tips on balancing that surprise us but satisfy us challenge that we, the unreasonable fans of the world, demand?
That's a great question. I mean, monthly comics are all about. I think I heard Shaken's talk. I think Shaken talked about the illusion of change and how you want everything to feel like it's moving forward and changing, but in the end, Steve Rogers is ultimately Captain America, and he has to always be that, or has to, even if he's not for a while. That's who he is.
That people are going to expect that, and that's in the atmosphere, and etc.
Yeah, like, not to say that nothing can ever change. I mean, Brubaker did it beautifully with Bucky. I mean, like, Bucky was always going to be. One time, Bucky was one of those guys that you can't ever bring back, because everyone knew that Bucky was this teenager who died.
I'll confess, I was one of those people who thought that was a terrible idea, and then was completely wrong. Turns out
it turned out so great. I really loved it. I mean, at first it was like, give me a break, but it was very quickly turned it around and made it this amazing thing. And now that's like one of my favorite characters. So, yeah, I mean, there are things that there are times when you can change the status quo and you treasure those moments. But yeah, it's tricky, man, because you have to let the character develop. There have to be arcs. You have to have a character start in one place and end in another place within the framework of who that character is and always has been. So it's a tricky thing.
Matt, I think I heard you had some thoughts on this one.
Yeah, I was just, I think a big thing that it took me a little while to realize when I started working at Marvel, is just how sort of unbreakable these characters are. Like, most of the characters we work with were popular before we were born, will be popular after we're dead. And like, you do something and you get people being like, oh, you ruined this character. And you're like, no, they'll still be a super popular entity when 85 years from now. Like, there's nothing we can do to ruin these characters. There's nothing we can do to break them. And with that said, like, I think the onus is on us to sort of like push and pull and tear at them and test them. Like, I think that's a big thing that, I think some fans, there's different types of stories and different types of books, and I appreciate them all. But for me, I sort of love the Marvel heroes who are put to the test all the time. The Wolverines who get knocked down and they're always going to get back up, but like, you just want to see the knockdown be something that you're like, how are they going to get up from this? How is Captain America going to pick up the shield again? How is Frank Castle going to keep going? How is Peter Parker going to lift that weight? Whoever it is, like, they have these moments of just testing them. And I think that's sort of our job, is to be like, what are the limits of these tests we can put them through? Like, we have to put these characters through the ringer, because the real story and the real meat of why we love them is because no matter what we do to them, they come out on the other side okay. And they'll always be okay. And so the story comes from the knockdown, because the get up is inevitable. And that's something that I think a lot of fans have a hard time with, but then at the end they like it. I think, Ed made the joke about, stay off Twitter, but it's funny to watch when you do something, when you have a story that's really rough on a character, to watch fans be like upset. And then when the character pulls out at the end, talk about how much it means to them that they survived and they're okay. And it's like, well, that's the journey. Like, the roller coaster has the dips and the going back up, and we have to have both. And like, yeah, the dip is really hard, but that's why the going back up is fun.
Absolutely.
I'm not a big roller coaster fan, so I don't know if that really makes sense, but.
Well, that resilience that we see in those characters is a lot of what we're, as fans, drawing out of these books, I think. I would love to hear any more thoughts on this, but I want to let chat know, please make sure to be asking your questions, because we are about ready for me to stop monopolizing all of you and find out what people would like to know from our incredible panel. Any final thoughts on the balance of Tevya, first question already. Question. I am just wondering, what is your favorite event and least favorite event you guys read or wrote from Marvel or DC Comics? It's a big question. So address whichever portion of that you would like. If you have a favorite event or something that stands out to you as maybe not your favorite that you dealt with. Anybody?
Favorite event was before I worked at Marvel, but for me, like, it is sort of a cop-out answer, but the run of like Civil War to Secret Invasion and Dark Reign, like that, the way those stories flow together and actually like impact all the titles in the line, you feel like you read something and, a lot of times in an event, well, the Marvel and DC and everyone says like, this is big and earth-shaking, and then, at the end of the day, maybe it's not. I mean, it's big at the time and then it doesn't have an impact. And those were books that really you felt the impact going forward consistently. And I really, was just so in love with like seeing how it worked and sort of studying like the ripple effects of all that. So that's a favorite of mine. And I'm going to pass on the least favorite event question.
Well, because most of you all know how hard that is, probably. So, anybody else?
I remember I was living in Richmond at the time when like Avengers Disassembled came out, and I had kind of fallen off the monthly comic thing, and I was just mostly getting like reading manga and stuff. And when that came out, I used to go to Velocity Comics, and Pat, I think, recommended it to me, and I read it, and I was like, oh man, this is good. And then it just kind of like it just spiraled out. And it like, I never was into Avengers like before that at all. And all of a sudden I was reading like a billion comics. Like, you know, I got a pull list, and it was like the same thing where like House of M and Civil War, like all that stuff really got me reading the comics again. And it got me reading like all the side comics again. And, you know, the Quicksilver miniseries that they did when he had to go like get the Terrigen Mist and stuff. I was like, why am I reading all this stuff? But I have to know. Like, it was really cool to be like super excited about comics in a way that was like really current, because, you know, the events like Dark Phoenix, I read it like way after it had come out. You know, so a lot of the classics that I love, I wasn't there for it as it was happening. But I feel like those really hit me at like the exact right time. It got me super stoked about comics again. And I mean, I was really stoked about it, but like reading it and being like invested as a reader and a fan. So yeah, same for me.
Absolutely. That's really the best case scenario for those. A fave from Ed or Philip?
I would say, I don't even know if you consider it an event, but the one that hit me first and biggest was Craven's Last Hunt, Spider-Man series from the 80s that I was reading as it was coming out. And I was so hooked on that. I remember halfway through it, we went on a camping trip for about a week, and I harassed my mother into driving an hour away so I could get the latest issue so I wouldn't miss out on a week. You know, being a terrible child that I was, but Craven's Last Hunt really sort of as I can't remember how old I was when it was coming out. I want to say about 12 or 13. It really messed me up. It really it was a lot of stuff that I didn't at that point didn't realize you could do in comics. I was a big horror film fan already, so this is a thing that sort of crossed over into that for me. And the ending of that was just so dark, and it just lasted for so long. It made such a huge impression. I think really colored the sort of stuff I became interested in afterwards, and really the style of writing that I even do today. But more recently, I would, you know, as much as I hate to agree with Matt, I think that Civil War was really brought me back in, and I thought it really presented a lot of more really interesting moral quandaries between characters that, you know, at that point had been best buddies and now turned against each other. And I think it really was great at showing who each character was and what they really stood for and what they really believed, and how when those things are at odds, it is sometimes you can't reconcile those odds. And I think that, and the way that it spilled out, I thought was incredible. Yeah, I thought it was a great event.
Something that sticks with you. And Philip, sorry I left you for last.
No, it's cool. Yeah, so back in the day when I was reading in high school, I was reading a lot of Joe Mad X-Men. I was kind of at that time. And the events back then were the Phalanx Saga, which I thought was awesome. And that's what first kind of got me really hooked on X-Men. And then,
man, I feel like you and me and nobody else. But yeah, that was absolutely.
I stand by it. Yeah, I really like Phalanx Saga. I really liked the Age of Apocalypse, though. It was even better, and I loved how you got to see all these familiar takes. Oh, excuse me, you know, familiar characters and completely new takes on everything, and just see the same, like all the same action figures in a completely different sandbox. You know, it was just incredible how they did that. More recently, honestly, I got to jump in with everyone else and say that whole Avengers run started out with Disassembled and House of M and the new Avengers run that kind of became the tentpole that all these other things came out of, including Civil War and Secret Invasion and Dark Reign. That was all just an incredible thing. The way they all kind of flowed together was just perfectly done. And you know, especially with Civil War. Well, and the other ones too that I just mentioned, the stakes for all those characters seemed so real, and it affected the status quo, and it was just a masterclass in how to do an event. Oh, we lost Amy.
Well, we're hostless.
Oh no. What are we gonna do?
This is it, guys. You got it now.
There she is.
I don't know where I went. I'm terribly sorry, but I've come back with hopefully the next question for our panel, which I think was about how you each got into the industry. I did eat up a lot of our panel time with all my questions. Sorry about that, guys. But Spooky Ghost wants to know when and how did you guys get into the industry, if there is a bite-sized version of that. Philip, you want to go first on this one?
Yeah, sure. Yeah, I'll try to keep this concise. But I was already. So my day job, quote unquote, is to play music with a military band, and I'm in the DC area doing that. Thanks. That's the job. And my brother was an illustrator and wanted to get into comics, as I had once wanted to do. And he's an artist. He didn't know how to get started, and so I was like, well, I'll just start writing scripts for you to draw, and we'll kind of educate ourselves on how comics work and how what a script looks like, and go to conventions together and figure it out. And it was a good excuse for me to get back into comics again because I always loved them. And I just completely got the bug. Like after jumping back in, like I hadn't read comics in a while. I'm getting back into them and seeing how far the state of the art had come, which is really intoxicating. So I wrote some stories for my brother to draw. And since then, I've just, he started getting busy and I started looking for other artists to work with. And eventually that turned into Last Sons of America that got picked up by Boom Studios, and from there got noticed by DC and then Marvel, and it's kind of all worked out.
And off to the races. Excellent. Sorry, I think I cut Matt off as you were jumping in on that one too.
Yeah, I was just I've been a comics fan my whole life, and I worked in the music business for a while, and sort of got really burned out on that, and was like, well, what else do I like to do? And I was like, I guess I just want to make comics, and I didn't know anything about it. And so I just sort of jumped in and tried to figure it out. And I was finding artists and making web comics and like trying to self-publish stuff. And, finding people working pros on my, who were coming up, who I could like just bug and ask for questions. Ed was a big one. I've known Ed for a really long time because I was a big fan of Murder Book and Comeback and stuff he was doing, and was always just bugging him for advice. And he was super helpful. But but there's a ton of like upcoming pros like who you just meet online, and we were all just like encouraging each other. And I know like Frank Barberi and Mike Morisi and Steve Orlando and Vita Ayala, and all of us were just sort of always like out there trying to make sure that we didn't quit. And so that's, you stick around long enough and you get to do it, I guess.
I think finding the right team is a wonderful lesson to take from in terms of getting into, let's say, superhero comics. Ed, you want to go next?
Yeah, I'll try and keep it as quick as possible. But I wanted to be a comic book artist. After high school, I went to fine arts to better hone my skills. But this was sort of pre-internet time. I didn't know any writers. I met one writer through a local comic shop, and the guy was an absolute jerk, and he wasn't very talented. And he had this idea that I was just I would push the pencil around paper, and he was, and just realized his grand ideas for him that were terrible. And so I realized that like at that point, I'd just start writing for myself rather than working with this dude. And so I just started writing back in like 1994. I started writing and drawing and self-publishing comics, and I did that from 94 till 2010. And then in 2010, I realized I really disliked drawing, even though I spent so long doing it, had gone through fine arts and all that sort of jazz. It just, I found that when I was drawing in my head, I was writing, 5-6 issues ahead of what I was drawing. And I realized I just enjoyed the process of writing a lot more. So in 2010, I just quit drawing and focused on writing and launched Murder Book, which is a very short series of crime stories. And just with other artists that I was lucky enough to have met over the years of self-publishing. And it wasn't until I did that I stopped drawing, focused on writing, that I started to get some attention. So I did Murder Book, which got collected by Dark Horse, which then got me some work over at DC, and is what ended up getting me work over at Marvel as well. But that was very long process.
Well, someone I hope is not tired of drawing, because I'll be very sad if you don't keep doing both. But Becky, how did you get into comics?
I was an animation school dropout, and I started self-publishing mini comics and was going to conventions and meeting people, other people who were self-publishing, and then just did a bunch of small press work until Shelley Bond contacted me from Vertigo, and that's when I drew American Virgin with Steven Seagal. And that kind of put me, like, I guess, on the map. And that was the first job that really paid me enough to live off of, so I can quit all of my advertising work and storyboarding work and just focus on comics, which was great. And then I got really burnt out drawing, though, because I was like, I want to write too. And drawing is like, takes you, like, if you're drawing a monthly book, you have no time for anything else. You know, the schedule's so, it's crazy. And it's an endurance test. So I kind of switched over to writing more, started doing that. And then, you know, now I'm kind of getting back into drawing more, but I think I'm only going to draw what I write. So that's my new mantra.
Ooh, and this is great news for anyone who's read Becky's other work, like Demeter and the entire By Chance or Providence run. This is always very good news. Do we have? But the things you're indulging in are the things we're showing up to see. It's monsters and blood and all the good stuff.
Yeah,
Ed says, Q, are you all producing books via actual Marvel method plot style these days, or are you more full script oriented?
I always prefer to write a whole script, but it really is all about the artist, like what they want to see, you know? So if I always have a little conversation with the artist before the book starts to see what they prefer. And it's not just a question of like this way or this way. It's like, how much detail do you like to see? How much direction do you want to see? I almost always give way less direction in an action scene than I do in dialogue. Like if there's a conversation happening where the beats that they're speaking really matter, I'll script that all out pretty carefully. Like assuming that I'm able to do whatever I want and that the artist does not have very, very specific wants and needs, I'll script out the dialogue pretty carefully. But then the action scenes, I feel like a jerk choreographing all that, where the artist is really better equipped to do that kind of thing. So if there's anything, I'll just say something like, you know, like more like kind of paragraph style. Like if there's a 2-page, I like to write like join pages together in a script. So I'll say pages 4 or 5 if it's an action thing. So I let them decide where the page break happens, or if it's going to go all the way across the center line. Leave the layout completely up to them. And I might say something like, in the last beat, like the last beat on these pages has to be like a cliffhanger because Dude Man's going to get killed after the page turn or whatever. So I try not to get too involved in the action unless they want more direction. And of course, I'm happy to do that. But it really, I mean, to sum it all up, it really is all about the artist.
Absolutely. Thank you all so much.
Oh, no, I'm sorry. I took that whole...
No, it was me. I was greedy. Thank you all so much for this wonderful panel. I am curious. Last question. Show of hands. Has anyone done the old school Marvel method? Really?
I do it for myself, I guess. But not for
your own Jack Kirby. Thank you all so much. Briefly, where can people follow your work or get the updates on all of the various good stuff that you all have going on? And thank you so much for being with us today. Matt?
Yeah, I have all the social media things, but the only one I really ever use is Twitter. So I'm on Twitter at Ashcan Press, ASHCANPRESS.
Excellent. Philip?
I'm on Facebook in my full name, Twitter at Philip K. Johnson, 2 L's in Philip, and Instagram is Philip_Kennedy_Johnson. And my website, philipkennedyjohnson.com. Sorry.
Excellent. No worries. What's the best way to find out about those mysteries you were teasing?
I'm on Twitter at Ed Brisson. But if you subscribe to my newsletter, which is on my website, edbrisson.com, I'm actually sending out murder book comics every week to subscribers right now. So that's where they can check them out.
Fantastic. And Becky?
I'm at Becky Clunan on Twitter and Instagram. And you can get me and my partner, Michael Conrad's self-published work at mysteryschool.bigcartel.com. And we have a newsletter too. So we don't really use it. So
thank you all so much. I'm Amy Dallen, and this has been such a blast. blast. Happy Baltimore Comic Con.
You too, Amy. Thanks.
Thank you.
You can get more Amy a little bit later on. We still have 5 more hours of Baltimore Comic Con, guys. This has been an absolute treat. Thank you all for being here for the Marvel panel. And Amy, you're not done yet. So, guys, we'll see you a little bit later on today.
Thanks Chuck.
See ya.
Thanks.